Buenos días a todos, bienvenidos a esta nueva edición del IGF LAC Space que se realiza como en otras instancias en formato híbrido, organizada también este año por LAC-TLD, CETIS y LACNIC. Mi nombre es Alessia Zucchetti, coordinadora de proyectos de investigación y cooperación en LACNIC, y voy a estar dando la apertura de esta sesión. Y bueno, en esta instancia tendremos durante la primera hora, como saben, las diferentes organizaciones invitadas tendrán unos 5 minutos para informar acerca de los avances y proyectos, al igual que contestar a la pregunta planteada, que es, desde la perspectiva de su organización, ¿cuáles desafíos relacionados a la gestión y evolución de Internet en la región puede identificar? En la segunda parte de la sesión, distintas organizaciones podrán presentar las investigaciones y los resultados obtenidos. Bueno, muchas gracias y le doy la palabra a Rocío del LAC-TLD, quien continuará con la moderación de la sesión.
Muchísimas gracias, Alessia. Bienvenidos a todos a esta nueva edición del IGF LAC Space. Gracias a los que se conectaron y están en la sala también. Entonces, en esta primera parte, como anunció Alessia, vamos a invitar a las organizaciones de la región a compartir sus actualizaciones y también a responder la pregunta que les enviamos con antelación acerca de los desafíos que identifican desde la perspectiva de su organización para la gobernanza de Internet en América Latina y el Caribe. Quería recordarles a todos que cada organización tiene 5 minutos para hacer su actualización y también recordarles que, como estamos mostrando en la pantalla, tenemos interpretación disponible de español e inglés, así que pueden elegir el idioma en el que realizarán su actualización. Ahora voy a pasar a inglés para presentar al primer speaker. So the first organization that is invited to share its updates is CTU, Caribbean Telecommunications Union, and I would like to invite Nigel to take the floor. Nigel, whenever you are ready. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Rocio. I am Nigel Casimir. I'm the Deputy Secretary General of the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. And I'll just say a few words about what the CTU has been doing in terms of projects and so on associated with Internet governance. Our major ongoing project in Internet governance is the Caribbean Internet Governance Forum. And I say main ongoing because we first began this in 2005, and just in August of this year, we had our 19th edition. So, and our CIGF, Caribbean Internet Governance Forum, is one of the recognized NRIs of the IGF, one of the national and regional initiatives of the IGF. And I'm happy to say that over the years, we've spawned at least 3 national IGFs within the Caribbean region, Trinidad and Tobago, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Barbados in particular, of which the first 2 meet and have continued to meet annually. But one key output of our Caribbean Internet Governance Forum has been a document we call the Caribbean Internet Governance Policy Framework. And this document is basically a compilation of our Caribbean priorities and policy recommendations associated with internet governance through all the priority areas, like, for example, infrastructure development, internet operations, internet technical operations, the legal and regulatory area, awareness and capacity building, research, and so on. So in that document, which was first issued in 2009, you will find what are the Caribbean priorities associated with internet governance arising from the proceedings of the Caribbean Internet Governance Forum over the years. This last CIGF we had in August approved the completion of the 4th edition of this policy framework document, issue 4.0 as we call it, and we expect that we would be issuing that in this quarter of the last quarter of 2023. So our work continues through the CIGF and the CIGF and the policy framework associated with it. There is more in terms of what has come out of this Caribbean Internet Governance Forum, in that over the past 2 years, we've also run a Caribbean Youth Internet Governance Forum in association with the CIGF. And this is our attempt to foster greater participation by young people in the region, and also foster what we call career development and succession planning. That's the term I was looking for. Foster succession planning in terms of persons involved with internet governance in the Caribbean. Alongside that, we also have a new initiative that we are trying to get off the ground, and hopefully it will be launched at our CTU ICT week next week in Barbados. It's something we're calling the Caribbean Youth ICT Network. And this would be a group, again, of young people involved with ICT in more than just, say, the pure internet governance region area. But again, fostering that collaboration and development of youth in the Caribbean. We've also recognized that there is soon to be the 20-year review of this IGF, and we've seen documents issued from the UN Secretary General, our common agenda, and the other document associated with that. That will lead us to the summit next year, the Summit of the Future, the GDC, the Global Digital Compact. That's the document I was trying to remember, coming out of our common agenda. So over this year and into next year, there is the development of the Global Digital Compact, and a specific project we have this year at this year's IGF is an open forum. This will take place on Thursday, October 12th, and we call it From IGF to GDC. And what the focus is going to be is on a new era for global digital governance. And there is this debate going on as to whether we move from internet governance to digital governance, which is slightly wider. And we'll be taking a SIDS perspective on this evolution. There have been, we would say, some shortcomings in terms of meeting the policy requirements of small island developing states in the current internet governance scenario. And as we move into the global digital governance concept, our open forum, we would be looking to probably foster some policy recommendations and so on that we can take on board in putting together this global digital compact, looking forward to the future. So that's an idea of some of the things that we've been doing in terms of the Caribbean and the CTU. And I'll stop and pass it back to you, Rocio. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigel. And I will now ask the technical team if they can help us and make Olga Cavalli, Paula Otegui, and Fernanda Martinez as co-hosts in the Zoom session, please. If you can help us with that. And now I will give the floor to Olga Cavalli from the South School on Internet Governance. So thank you very much, Olga, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Rocio. Should I speak English or Spanish?
Whatever you prefer.
Okay, I will go for Spanish, which is easier for me. Muchas gracias por siempre organizar este espacio que me parece tan importante para nuestra región, para encontrarnos y compartir. No sé si puedo compartir la pantalla. Me traje algunas fotos, no es largo, no se asusten, no puedo todavía, pero no importa. Mientras les voy contando, a ver si puedo ahora. No puedo. Algunas novedades de la South School on Internet Governance. La organizamos cumplimos nuestro 15 año consecutivo. Esta vez, a diferencia de años anteriores, quisimos salir de grandes capitales e ir a otras ciudades de nuestra maravillosa región. Y fuimos a la ciudad de Campina Grande, en el nordeste de Brasil, que es considerado como el polo de innovación y académico del nordeste de Brasil. Es una ciudad muy bonita que tiene unas 22 universidades. A ver si puedo ahora. No, sigo sin poder, no importa. Así que voy a ver mi apunte. Tuvimos, por primera vez, recuperamos la cantidad de participantes, de becarios, pre-pandemia. O sea, en México habíamos tenido más o menos 250 participantes en la sala. Este año tuvimos 200 participantes en la sala y tuvimos 200 participantes virtuales. Bueno, sigo sin poder, no importa. Así que fue, después de 15 años, tuvimos 2 años totalmente virtuales. El año pasado fue un año nuevo porque tuvimos nada más que 60, recién estábamos saliendo de la pandemia, así que tuvimos una sesión muy linda en Campina Grande. Las diferencias, las novedades que tenemos en la escuela son varias. A partir de los comentarios que hacen los becarios cada año, hemos ido incorporando nuevas etapas de aprendizaje. Ahora la semana completa y sincrónica, híbrida, presencial o virtual, se complementa con un curso preparatorio totalmente virtual con material preparado por el equipo de la Escuela del Sur de Gobernanza de Internet, con videos, podcasts y material de lectura. Después están esta semana completa de trabajo sincrónico, en persona o virtual, y también hemos hecho un acuerdo con la Universidad de Mendoza, que es donde yo me gradué de ingeniera, para quienes han completado fehacientemente estas 2 etapas, pueden hacer una investigación, un trabajo de investigación con la universidad y reciben un diploma de la Universidad de Gobernanza y Regulaciones de Internet. Tuvimos este año participantes de 34 países. Lo que pasó con pandemia es que empezaron a participar personas de cualquier lugar del mundo. La mayoría son de América Latina, sin embargo, tenemos gente de la India, de Italia, de Europa, de Norteamérica, de África. El año pasado tuvimos egresados del diplomado en África. Todo se hace, este año se hizo todo en 3 idiomas, todos los materiales fueron en 3 idiomas, el curso preparatorio, la traducción simultánea en Campina Grande y también todos los materiales para la diplomatura también la vamos a poder hacer en 3 idiomas con colaboración de docentes de la Universidad de Paraíba. Y recordarles que, bueno, tenemos el libro en 3 idiomas también, español, inglés y portugués, en el sitio web de la escuela que se llama gobernanzainternet.org. A ver si les puedo mostrar una foto, aunque sea que es muy bonita. No puedo, no importa, después se las mando. Bueno, les quería agradecer y sobre la pregunta, creo que el desafío más grande que tiene Internet hoy es seguir fomentando el diálogo multiparticipativo. Los que seguimos los procesos internacionales hemos visto que hay una serie de procesos que no necesariamente son multiparticipativos, sino son más bien multilaterales, que no está mal. Sin embargo, creo que el camino de la multiparticipación es el indicado. Para eso la escuela, tanto ahora como a principios de año, trabajó con todos sus becarios, con más de 70 becarios, en un documento para el Global Digital Compact, que está publicado en el sitio web del Global Digital Compact, y ahora estamos trabajando en un documento de fortalecimiento, ofreciendo ideas sobre fortalecer el proceso multiparticipativo para la cumbre del futuro de Naciones Unidas y la de WSIS Plus 20. Así que bueno, eso es todo y les agradezco el espacio. Y después les mando la presentación.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias, Olga, y disculpas por los problemas técnicos. Entiendo que está habiendo un problema y por eso no te pudieron ascender a coanfitriona, pero muchísimas gracias por tu actualización y también por responder la pregunta que se había planteado. Ahora vamos a continuar con la siguiente presentación. Voy a invitar a Rodrigo de la Parra, vicepresidente y director de la Oficina Regional para América Latina y el Caribe de ICANN. Rodrigo, cuando estés listo, adelante. Rodrigo, no sé si puedes escucharnos. Ok, voy a cambiar a inglés. So the technical team, I would like them to help us if you can make Rodrigo de la Parra co-host as well, so he can open his mic. Okay, thank you. I guess he can now. Rodrigo, no sé si puedes abrir tu micrófono ahora.
Sí, creo que sí, ya puedo. Hola.
Genial, gracias.
¿Cómo están? Saludos, buenos días a Kioto, buenas tardes aquí desde nuestra región. Los saludo y los felicito por mantener esta iniciativa al LAC-TLD, al ACNIC y al CETIS. Creo que es un espacio muy importante que debemos mantener, y para compartir todas estas serie de actividades que realizan todas estas organizaciones de la región. Creo que siempre muy activas y muy propositivas, y avanzando desde luego nuestro modelo de múltiples partes interesadas o multiparticipativo. Y entonces en este tono quisiera empezar con contestar la pregunta sobre el desafío, y creo que coincido con Olga en su apreciación. Creo que debemos enfocarnos a consolidar y desde luego donde sea necesario evolucionar estos espacios que tenemos actualmente, que nos ha costado mucho trabajo construir durante muchos años, en donde el principal componente es favorecer el diálogo de las múltiples partes interesadas, incluyendo las iniciativas que hemos escuchado, y por supuesto este espacio, el marco de este espacio, el IGF, que tiene también, ¿no?, como parte esencial este diálogo de múltiples partes interesadas. Así que nos queda un trabajo interesante en los siguientes años, demostrar el trabajo que realizan todas las organizaciones que estamos aquí representadas, y realmente la relevancia de avanzar en los distintos temas, cada uno dentro de su propio rol, su propia responsabilidad, pero siempre con este espíritu que acordamos también hace ya 20 años con el proceso de WISIS, ¿no?, de la Cumbre Mundial de la Sociedad de la Información. En cuanto a, desde luego, bueno, los retos particulares como organización, bueno, pues continuar con el compromiso de mantener una Internet abierta, segura, interoperable, evitar que exista fragmentación en el Internet. Nuestro ámbito de acción como ICANN es evidentemente técnico, y es así que, bueno, nuestras actividades han estado enfocadas a fortalecer este importante elemento de la infraestructura de Internet. En este año, para nuestra región, bueno, ya llevamos 2 de las 3 reuniones que ICANN ha tenido globalmente. Hay que destacar la primera del año, que se llevó a cabo en Cancún, en México, y que muestra también que estamos regresando ya a los números de participación en persona prepandemia, lo cual es muy importante, e hizo que fuera una reunión muy nutrida con gente de la región participando en los distintos procesos dentro de ICANN. Después, bueno, pues destacar, yo espero que también los otros colegas de la comunidad técnica de la región también platicarán un poco de estos acontecimientos, pero yo creo que ha habido un par de reuniones muy exitosas durante este año en donde hemos participado de forma colaborativa. Las organizaciones que estamos albergadas en la Casa de Internet en Montevideo, en Uruguay, hemos organizado reuniones con los gobiernos de la región a través de dinámicas en donde hemos mostrado cómo este ambiente justamente multi-stakeholder o de múltiples partes interesadas ayuda a llegar a resultados óptimos en las discusiones. En fin, ha habido acercamientos con la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe de Naciones Unidas, la CEPAL, Recientemente tuvimos una sesión muy buena en Sao Paulo, en Brasil. Seguimos también con nuestros programas de capacitación técnica, que empiezan a ir desde el conocimiento de las distintas herramientas que existen, conocimiento sobre cómo funciona el DNS, y más avanzado a la implementación de otras soluciones que abonan a la estabilidad y a la seguridad de Internet, como es el caso de DNSSEC. Y hemos participado muy de cerca con operadores de red en varios países de la región. Hemos estado impulsando un programa de ICANN que se denomina Kindness, y eso es un programa que trata de elaborar mejores prácticas diseñadas para mejorar la operación de seguridad y estabilidad en los operadores de DNS de la región, y esto incluye, desde luego, la implementación del DNSSEC, ¿no? Entonces empiezan de capacitaciones, desde capacitaciones técnicas, y se acompaña hasta que pueda haber un despliegue adecuado de estas herramientas. Y bueno, hemos encontrado que en nuestra región es la más avanzada en estas implementaciones en todo el mundo, lo cual bueno, nos llena de orgullo, y vamos a seguir trabajando. Recientemente tuvimos el día de DNSSEC en Paraguay, que fue muy exitoso. Y bueno, finalmente compartirles que ya retomamos otra vez nuestros roadshows presenciales. Ya este año estuvimos en San Vicente y las Granadinas, que fue también un esfuerzo colaborativo muy importante. Pudimos platicar con el operador del dominio y el registro de código de país de alto nivel de este país, también con las autoridades. Lo mismo hicimos recientemente con Costa Rica, y en noviembre estaremos yendo a Colombia. Entonces, bueno, pues reactivados, muy motivados y muy contentos, y también agradecidos por este espacio. Y nuevamente, pues los felicito, les deseo que sea un IGF exitoso. No dejen de ver el calendario de las sesiones del IGF ahí en Kioto, y participar en aquellas que sean de su interés, y bueno, por supuesto, las que hemos propuesto como organización. Así es que con esto, Rocío, yo termino y les agradezco mucho su atención.
Muchísimas gracias, Rodrigo, y también por compartir algunas de las iniciativas en las que estamos trabajando de forma conjunta con las organizaciones de la comunidad técnica en la región. Así que muchísimas gracias. Ahora vamos a continuar con la próxima actualización, y en este caso voy a invitar a Juan Carlos Lara, de Derechos Digitales, a compartir sus novedades. Así que, Juan Carlos, te cedo la palabra. Gracias.
Hola, ¿se escucha? Sí.
Sí, perfecto.
Okay, thank you very much, Rocio. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening to everyone connecting remotely, especially from Latin America and the Caribbean. My name is Juan Carlos Lara. I come from Derechos Digitales with our main offices in Chile. It's been a long trip to Kyoto, but I am very happy to participate, and I would like to thank LACNIC, CETIS, and LAC-TLD for this space and for continuing the discussion on the priorities and activities in the Latin America and the Caribbean regions. First of all, since my update comes from a civil society organization, I would like to highlight some of the activities that we have been conducting in the past year, not just limited to those of my own organization, but I would really like to emphasize the fact that civil society in Latin America has been working hand in hand in many different topics, which I think are important for the upcoming initiatives at the UN level and also in the region. I would like to begin by highlighting the work from Derechos Digitales in establishing and maintaining a network of trust among experts in the digital security sphere, both to exchange information as well as to generate instances of capacity building, especially regarding digital security and tools for journalists, human rights defenders, and many other groups of marginalized communities that can suffer from attacks in the cyber realm. Additionally, with other civil society organizations, within this week we will be launching a network on digital resilience. We would like to keep your eyes open to our announcement on that during this week. We have also been working alongside other civil society organizations and academic organizations in the Latin American region in UN spaces such as the Ad Hoc Committee on Cybercrime and the Open-Ended Working Group on ICTs, both instances where countries at the UN level are discussing new rules or new norms for the behavior of states in cyberspace and the prevention of cyber attacks. But we are concerned that new rules or norms can affect or not properly acknowledge human rights. And we have been working on that by both analyzing and also advocating for human rights considerations that take into account the concerns that we have from our region. Finally, from the Derechos Digitales side, I would like to highlight a couple of initiatives. One of them has to do with research that we have been conducting in the past few years on connectivity in the Amazon region in 4 countries, with the purpose of also emphasizing and giving visibility to the challenges of connectivity in rural areas, for indigenous communities, and for many groups that might be underserved in their access to the internet. And a separate one on the challenges of connectivity, but also on violence, especially with a gender perspective, in the most recently launched report of Latin America in a Glimpse that we were happy to launch this June. And last but not least, we have been participating alongside many other groups here in this meeting as part of the multi-stakeholder committee for the LAC IGF meeting, the meeting of the Latin America and the Caribbean IGF, that will take place later this year. This has been a challenging process, but we are happy to note that we will be able to meet each other in person again after a few years of only holding online meetings of that sort. As for the prompt that we received on the challenges related to the management and evolution of the internet in the region, I think there are a couple of things that we really need to keep highlighting. One of them has to do with the challenges that we have for connectivity and the need for a higher amount of action from different stakeholders in providing connectivity in different areas, as well as enhancing capacities to make better use of the internet and not just to consume information. Also, we have an evolving regulatory landscape where we see many initiatives, both in law and in policy, with regards to things like artificial intelligence, platform regulation, the combat against disinformation and misinformation. And we would really like to note that civil society organizations are concerned that many of these initiatives may not be taking into consideration both human rights and at the same time the need for multi-stakeholder participation. And finally also that we need to also bring those multi-stakeholder perspectives and active and meaningful participation from different groups in the global spaces, including those that are heading towards the Global Digital Compact and the Summit for the Future, and of course meetings such as the one that we are gathering for today. So that's it from my side. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Juan Carlos. Vamos ahora a continuar con la siguiente presentación, en este caso de la CNIC. Y bueno, quería corroborar si Alesia es quien estará compartiendo esta actualización. Alesia, si es así, te cedo la palabra.
Muchas gracias, Rocío. Sí, en el caso del ACNIC nos gustaría mencionar brevemente lo que son las principales oportunidades de apoyo que brinda a la comunidad en América Latina y el Caribe y cómo estos programas buscan en gran parte responder a lo que son los desafíos que se presentan a nivel regional. Entre estos programas voy a destacar brevemente algunos. Por un lado tenemos el programa FRIDA, el Fondo Regional para la Innovación Digital en América Latina y el Caribe, el programa de becas, el programa Líderes, el programa Policy Shapers, las iniciativas de apoyo a los NRIs, el proyecto de colaboración para investigación aplicada con instituciones académicas y grupos de investigación, el programa de mentoreo de IT Women y el campus LACNIC. En el caso del programa FRIDA, desde el año 2004 apoya proyectos, iniciativas o soluciones para el fortalecimiento de Internet a nivel regional, y esto se realiza a través de una convocatoria anual a propuestas que se realiza en el mes de abril de cada año y está abierta a múltiples actores en general. el programa de becas del ACNIC, que brinda apoyo para participar en los eventos desarrollados en el mes de mayo y de octubre, generando también la oportunidad de interactuar, involucrarse y conocer a referentes de la comunidad técnica regional. Por otro lado, el programa Líderes, que ofrece financiamiento y mentoría para la realización de una investigación y está orientado a personas involucradas en la gobernanza de Internet. El programa Policy Shapers, que surge en el año 2022 con el fin de acompañar a los candidatos seleccionados en su inserción en la gobernanza de Internet mediante distintas etapas de capacitación. Por un lado, una primera etapa de participación en el primer evento anual de LACNIC en mayo del año puntual. Una segunda etapa que consiste en la realización de un diplomado en el derecho humano a la privacidad y la protección de datos personales, y una tercera etapa que culmina con la realización de la diplomatura en gobernanza de Internet, DIGI. Por otro lado, la ACNIC continúa, como mencionaba inicialmente, brindando apoyo a los NRIs mediante un fondo de $1.000, acceso también a instrumentos para realizar capacitaciones y la posibilidad de coordinar charlas por parte de expertos del staff en distintos temas. El programa de mentoreo de IT Women es un programa que tiene ya 3 años y que busca promover el desarrollo profesional y el involucramiento de mujeres en la comunidad técnica de Internet, desarrollando un trabajo técnico con el apoyo de un mentor, que es referente también de esa temática, y durante un periodo de 6 meses pueden acceder a capacitaciones en habilidades transversales, así como también en ámbitos técnicos. Y para finalizar, en lo que tiene que ver con colaboración para investigación aplicada, este es un proyecto que surge en 2022 y que busca generar, y a través de lo cual se han generado alianzas con grupos y centros de investigación a nivel regional en instituciones académicas sobre temáticas técnicas para promover el desarrollo de conocimiento y la divulgación de investigaciones que cuentan con resultados preliminares. Y finalmente el campus LACNIC, que ofrece cursos, capacitaciones y actualmente también especializaciones en múltiples temáticas. Respecto a la pregunta específica relacionada con lo que tiene que ver con los desafíos que identificamos, uno de estos está puntualmente asociado a lo que mencionaba acerca del desarrollo de conocimiento y de investigación en temas técnicos, como ser puntualmente la arquitectura, la operación de redes, la interconexión o la seguridad, y también en lo que tiene que ver con el uso y la aplicación de tecnologías emergentes a lo que es la estabilidad y la seguridad de Internet en la región. Estas áreas en sí mismas representan desafíos para la gestión y la evolución de Internet. Otro desafío también puede generarse en torno a los aspectos regulatorios en Internet, donde prácticas como los bloqueos de contenidos ilegales, por ejemplo, evidencian cómo se requiere el fortalecimiento del modelo de múltiples partes interesadas a modo de trabajar de forma articulada en caso de que estas prácticas avancen. Y asimismo, me gustaría destacar que los distintos programas que desarrolla la ACNIC también nos permiten monitorear las problemáticas y necesidades que otras organizaciones presentan y detectan a través de su experiencia y sus áreas de acción. Y entre esto, un ejemplo puntual es el de la conectividad, que continúa siendo un desafío tanto en áreas urbanas como rurales de la región, pero donde sin embargo en los últimos tiempos hemos detectado una mayor atención hacia otros aspectos asociados como la calidad del acceso o como la mejora en las capacidades de los proveedores de servicios de Internet en la región. Otra de las necesidades también está asociada a la inclusión digital a nivel multidimensional y al rol de las tecnologías emergentes, por ejemplo, la inteligencia artificial o machine learning en los derechos humanos asociados a Internet. Y para concluir, me gustaría destacar también la brecha de género, pero particularmente la brecha de género relacionada a la participación de mujeres en el ecosistema de Internet y puntualmente en la comunidad técnica a nivel regional, que es un desafío específico también de la región. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Alesia. Vamos a continuar ahora con la próxima organización, que es el CETIS, el Centro de Estudios en Tecnología y Sociedad de la Universidad de San Andrés. Así que invito a Fernanda Martínez a compartirnos sus novedades. Gracias.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Rocío. Bueno, es un gusto, como siempre, poder compartir este espacio con otras organizaciones de la región. Bueno, como dijo Rocío, yo soy la directora ejecutiva del CETIS, Centro de Estudios en Tecnología y Sociedad de la Universidad de San Andrés, que es un centro interdisciplinario de investigación, divulgación y capacitación sobre políticas y desarrollos de procesos digitales en América Latina, con base en Argentina. Nosotros tenemos 3 ejes de acción que conviven y tienen sinergia entre ellos. Por un lado, tenemos programas de capacitación, ¿no? Tenemos 3 programas de posgrados vigentes. Uno que ya estamos en la 10ª edición, que es un programa de Derecho y Tecnología de las Comunicaciones, a cargo de Santiago Gini. Después tenemos una diplomatura en Gobernanza de Internet, dirigida por Carolina Guerre, que va por su 6ª edición, que también tiene un formato híbrido en el sentido que tiene semanas, una semana intensiva que va a ser en noviembre en Montevideo, y después tiene 4 módulos virtuales presenciales, virtuales, no presenciales. Y después, este año hemos incorporado una nueva programa, una diplomatura internacional en protección de datos dirigida por Pablo Palazzi y coordinada por Mariano Perosotti. Además de estos programas, que son programas enteramente del CETIS, en los últimos años hemos empezado a colaborar y a trabajar conjuntamente con organizaciones de la región, como por ejemplo este año fue con Wikimedia Argentina, donde dictamos conjuntamente un curso sobre introducción al estudio de los derechos fundamentales en el ecosistema digital. Y bueno, la recepción fue muy buena y está previsto poder replicar este curso el año que viene en el primer semestre. La verdad que este tipo de alianzas creemos que son fundamentales, ¿no? Y es parte de las respuestas de los desafíos. Después, por el otro lado, el otro componente fuerte que tenemos tiene que ver con la investigación. Este año hemos lanzado un proyecto de creadores y plataformas de contenidos en Argentina, análisis de la cadena de valor y de las modalidades de producción y monetización. La verdad que estamos muy contentos con este lanzamiento porque es un tema poco trabajado, pero muy interesante, y bueno, en la segunda mitad de este espacio, vamos a tener la participación de Pilar Yupi Prete, que nos va a estar contando algunos hallazgos de esta investigación. Después también estamos por lanzar la 3ª etapa del proyecto Guía, que es un proyecto que, digamos, busca pensar desde una perspectiva ética los problemas de la inteligencia artificial, y el foco de esta 3ª edición va a estar puesto en el metaverso y la interoperabilidad. También estamos desarrollando un documento sobre desinformación en Argentina desde una perspectiva multisectorial. Entendemos que este tema está en auge en este momento, bueno, en Argentina principalmente por el tema de las elecciones y también en la región, pero a nosotros nos interesaba conocer una perspectiva de todos los actores involucrados, y no había estudios que tuvieran ese enfoque. Y también, por último, vamos a estar lanzando el número coordinado por el CETIS de la Revista Latinoamericana de Economía y Sociedad Digital, bajo el lema de la banda ancha a un futuro de realidad extendida. 15 años de investigación sobre Internet, desarrollo y gobernanza digital en América Latina, que tiene que ver con la celebración de los 15 años del CETIS, que fue el año pasado. Y para este caso también, en la segunda parte de esta sesión, Daniel Triviño nos va a estar contando algunos avances de su trabajo, que fue sobre la tarifa cero, análisis comparativo en Brasil y Colombia. El tercer componente de nuestras actividades tiene que ver con los eventos de difusión, de concientización, de sensibilización. Este año se destacan, entre otros, al haber llevado adelante las jornadas anuales de protección de datos personales, que contó con la presencia de funcionarios y referentes del ámbito académico, empresarial, sector público y organizaciones de la sociedad civil, donde se analizó y discutió el proyecto de ley de protección de datos personales elaborado por la Agencia de Acceso a la Información Pública y que fue elevado recientemente al Congreso de la Nación. También se realizó un taller de usos responsables de la inteligencia artificial en la justicia hacia la co-creación de herramientas prácticas para una transformación digital sostenible. Nosotros entendemos que nuestros 3 ejes se nutren, ¿no? Y que nuestra idea es, desde la capacitación, desde la investigación, poder generar incidencia, como en estos 2 proyectos que acabo de contar, estos eventos donde finalmente tienen un correlato en la práctica. Y además hemos participado los diversos investigadores y investigadoras del CETIS en diversos procesos regionales. Por último, respecto a la pregunta, bueno, coincido con los colegas que me precedieron en la importancia de consolidar espacios, en la importancia de la interoperabilidad y en la importancia de la conectividad y la alfabetización digital. Desde nuestro espacio académico, digamos, nosotros consideramos que uno de los desafíos es, digamos, ser prudentes al momento de pensar soluciones y respuestas, por ejemplo, normativas o de implementación, que sean acordes con los principios éticos y situadas, es decir, que tengan en cuenta las particularidades de la región. Y por eso consideramos muy importante seguir fortaleciendo investigaciones con un foco en nuestra región. Así que bueno, muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Fernanda. Ahora vamos a continuar con una actualización que sumamos recién a último minuto en la agenda. Y quería invitar al viceministro Rodríguez, quien es el viceministro de Comunicaciones de Cuba. Entiendo que está en la sala, si puede tomar un micrófono. Y recordarle solamente que le pedimos que su actualización no exceda los 5 minutos.
Sí, buenos días, noches para los colegas que desde la región también nos acompañan. Gracias, Rocío. Ante todo, agradecer la oportunidad de poder compartir con ustedes una breve información. En el 2023, la Unión Internacional de Telecomunicaciones celebra el 10º aniversario de América Accesible, un evento que constituye la principal plataforma regional de la Unión Internacional de Telecomunicaciones, centrada en la accesibilidad de las TIC para garantizar la inclusión digital y el empoderamiento de todas las personas, independientemente de su edad, género, capacidad o ubicación. América Accesible tiene como objetivo en esta edición, que dicho sea de paso, se celebrará del 8 al 10 de noviembre en el balneario de Varadero, en Cuba, fortalecer el conocimiento de los miembros de la Unión Internacional de Telecomunicaciones sobre políticas y estrategias de inclusión digital, a la vez que facilitará el intercambio de buenas prácticas para garantizar la accesibilidad a los productos y servicios de telecomunicaciones y TIC para personas con discapacidad, niñas, niños, mujeres, pueblos indígenas, personas mayores y jóvenes. Al mismo tiempo, América Accesible brinda una oportunidad para que todos los participantes compartan experiencias y conocimientos sobre proyectos e iniciativas de accesibilidad a las TIC de la región de las Américas para beneficiar a las múltiples partes interesadas. El evento se desarrollará presencial y también podrán participar de manera virtual, y solo nos queda invitarlos, decirles que será un honor para nosotros recibir en Varadero, Cuba, del 8 al 10 de noviembre, a todos aquellos que quieran compartir también sus experiencias sobre accesibilidad y uso de las tecnologías de la información y la comunicación. Muchas gracias por la oportunidad.
Muchísimas gracias, viceministro. Y para cerrar esta ronda de actualizaciones, ahora voy a presentar en representación de la ACTLD, la Asociación de CCTLs de América Latina y el Caribe, nuestras novedades. Y en esta oportunidad quería hablar de 2 proyectos nuevos en los que estuvimos trabajando en la ACTLD en los últimos 2 años. El primero es el buscador unificado de dominios, que imagino que algunos de ustedes ya habrán escuchado hablar de él. Este buscador consiste en un servicio de consulta de la disponibilidad de registro de nombres de dominio bajo los STLs de América Latina y el Caribe que están participando en este proyecto. Y el buscador básicamente lo que hace es ofrecer una vitrina única, simple y sin intermediarios, que presenta los resultados a una consulta en igualdad de condiciones para todos los STLs integrados al proyecto. A través de este servicio, los usuarios pueden corroborar qué opciones se encuentran disponibles para el registro, qué opciones ya se encuentran registradas, y a su vez pueden ser redirigidos a los sitios web de los STLs que hayan seleccionado, tanto para avanzar en el proceso del registro como para consultar la información pública y disponible sobre los dominios que ya están inscritos. En la LACTLD estamos muy entusiasmados con este proyecto porque es la primera vez que estamos desarrollando colaborativamente un canal adicional para la promoción de los nombres de dominio en el ecosistema, y también porque es el primer proyecto que está destinado directamente a los usuarios y registrantes, poniendo a disposición de ellos un servicio que es simple, unificado y que está optimizado también para su uso. Otro aspecto que también nos gusta destacar es que este proyecto permite que los miembros de la LACTLD contribuyan a la promoción del registro de nombres de dominio de una forma colectiva y regional. Actualmente este proyecto cuenta con 15 miembros de los 31 CCTLDs asociados de la LACTLD, y esto es, bueno, casi el 50%. Nosotros creemos que el buscador unificado de dominios es el resultado de una articulación de esfuerzos, de intereses y de recursos que solamente es posible gracias a los entornos de confianza y de colaboración que se promueven en muchas de las organizaciones del ecosistema de Internet y también en el caso de la LACTLD. Y de esta forma vemos que nuestra comunidad logró desarrollar y ofrecer un servicio que está destinado al conjunto de todos los registrantes, emprendedores y todo tipo de empresas que deseen registrar sus dominios bajo los CCTLDs de la región. Actualmente estamos trabajando para aumentar el número de CCTLDs que están integrados a este proyecto, y también estamos poniendo muchos esfuerzos en promover la difusión y el conocimiento de este servicio de consulta para todos aquellos que deseen utilizarlo. Si quieren ya pueden consultarlo en la URL buscador.lactld.org y también en el menú de nuestro sitio web. El segundo proyecto que quería compartir en esta actualización es un estudio que anunciamos recientemente y que vamos a estar emprendiendo en conjunto con Oxford Information Labs y también NIC Chile Labs. Y se trata de un estudio que está enfocado en la medición del DNS en América Latina y el Caribe. La propuesta que estamos planteando consiste en desarrollar un sistema de indicadores para medir el estado y la evolución del DNS en la región de América Latina y el Caribe, con un foco específico en los CCTLDs. Este proyecto creemos que es importante porque de alguna forma está buscando atender un vacío en lo que es el espectro de datos disponibles en la región, y busca de alguna forma cerrar este vacío o esta brecha, o va a buscar ofrecer de alguna forma información actual que esté sistematizada y que también contribuya a fortalecer la construcción de una cultura de datos entre los CCTLDs y otros actores del ecosistema de América Latina y el Caribe, y esperamos también que los hallazgos que se deriven de este estudio puedan aportar valor a otros actores del ecosistema regional de Internet, y puedan también proporcionar nuevas formas para acercarse a la medición del DNS, que nos permitan identificar tendencias, oportunidades de mejora, de desarrollo y de innovación en lo que son las mejores prácticas para los CCTLDs y otros operadores del ecosistema. Por último, quería mencionar que este estudio recientemente fue seleccionado por el programa FRIDA de la CNIC para obtener una subvención en lo que es la categoría de estabilidad y seguridad de Internet, así que vamos a estar avanzando en estos desarrollos. Finalmente, para cerrar mi actualización, desde la LACTLD también nos planteamos la pregunta acerca de los desafíos actuales. Coincidimos con muchas de las ideas que se compartieron hasta ahora en la sesión, sobre todo en la importancia de garantizar un modelo multi-stakeholder en el que todos los actores que se definieron originalmente en este modelo tengan su lugar y su espacio en igualdad de condiciones con los otros. Y otro de los desafíos que notamos en lo que es el ecosistema y en lo que es el ámbito de acción de los CCTLDs es que vemos que de forma generalizada en lo que es la diversidad de CCTLDs en la región se ha detectado una aparición de ciertas iniciativas regulatorias que no son compatibles o que pueden llegar a ser inaplicables en la operación de un CCTLD. En algunos casos, estas iniciativas incluso asignan nuevas funciones a los CCTLDs que no se corresponden con la función técnica de un administrador de nombres de dominio. Por eso creemos que esto plantea un desafío a nuestra comunidad y en ese sentido creemos que es muy importante también hacer un monitoreo de estas propuestas regulatorias en coordinación también con otras organizaciones de la comunidad técnica regional, como son ICANN, la CNIC, Internet Society, para atender estos desafíos a tiempo y también desde una perspectiva multi-stakeholder en donde podamos involucrar todas las perspectivas de los demás actores que están afectados por este tipo de iniciativas regulatorias. Así que esa es nuestra actualización de parte del ACTLD y con esto cerramos la ronda de novedades de las organizaciones de la región. Les agradecemos a todas las organizaciones que participaron y compartieron sus noticias y sus desarrollos en este último año. Y ahora vamos a continuar con la segunda sección del IGF LAC Space, y para eso le voy a ceder la palabra a Paula Otegui de la CNIC. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Rocío. Bueno, buenos días para quienes están en Kioto, buenas noches por acá, por Uruguay. Bien, como decía Rocío, vamos a comenzar este segundo bloque de la sesión, que es un espacio que iniciamos ya hace 2 años, y bueno, este año seguimos impulsándolo. Y es un espacio de presentación de investigaciones de la región, que lo que queremos con esto es compartir determinados hallazgos en temas de relevancia para nuestra región en lo que respecta al uso y al desarrollo de Internet. Buscamos también compartir los principales intereses que tenemos como comunidad en torno a temas claves de gobernanza de Internet y, por supuesto, como es usual, buscar, digamos, la colaboración entre las distintas partes para nuestra región. Hoy vamos a conocer algunas investigaciones llevadas a cabo y adelante tanto por el programa Líderes del ACNIC, que Alesia nombraba más temprano en el primer bloque, y también investigaciones llevadas adelante por CETIS. Entonces, para iniciar este primer bloque, o sea, vamos a hacer un bloque de 3 investigaciones por el programa Líderes del ACNIC y luego 3 investigaciones por parte de CETIS. Entonces, para dar inicio a este primer bloque, le voy a dar la palabra a Germán López de Colombia, que entiendo que está en sala, está presencialmente en Kioto. Él es uno de los 16 investigadores que tuvo el programa en la edición 2022. Su investigación se denomina Desafíos legislativos para el Internet abierto en Colombia. Y bueno, lo invito a que nos pueda contar su experiencia, sus hallazgos, y recordarte, Germán, que tienen a ti y al resto que van a tener 10 minutos para hacer su presentación. Bienvenido y te doy el espacio en sala.
Ahora sí. Bueno, de verdad, muchísimas gracias y muy buenos días para todos. Es un gran gusto acompañarlos el día de hoy. De nuevo, mi nombre es Germán López, yo vengo de Colombia y como mencionaba Paula, también Paula, un gusto saludarte virtualmente, también Alesia de LACNIC. Yo estaba haciendo parte o estoy haciendo parte del programa de Líderes 2.0 y también de los Policy Shapers de LACNIC. También, de hecho, pues se cuenta conmigo Julián, que de hecho fue mi mentor para esa investigación. Entonces, también de paso, Julián, muchísimas gracias por todo el apoyo con ese estudio. Y de pronto, simplemente, antes de entrar en materia, por supuesto, es muy grato estar acá con ustedes y sobre todo es muy grato porque precisamente la oportunidad de hacer parte de ese programa de Líderes 2.0 de alguna manera se convirtió en un momento digamos, de avance también para mover otro montón de proyectos que terminaron estando relacionados con esa investigación en particular. Entonces, precisamente, y de paso, pues aprovecho para pedirles excusas por adelantado, tan pronto termine de hablar, voy a tener que irme a una sesión de ISOC, porque también trabajando ese mismo tema y trabajando los temas de investigaciones de Internet, pues fui elegido como uno de de los Youth Ambassadors de este año, entonces tengo que irme a una reunión allá. Y de hecho la razón por la que estoy en Japón es porque también termina siendo parte del programa de Open Internet for Democracy, precisamente hablando de este tema de retos legislativos al Internet. Entonces, de verdad que infinitas gracias al equipo del ACNIC, infinitas gracias también a Julián, porque esto terminó siendo un paso importante para otro montón de cosas que están pasando bien interesantes sobre gobernanza de Internet. Un poco para entrar en materia y también pues ser muy conciso con el tema de mi investigación, de Todos para Uno y Uno para Todos, retos legislativos para el Internet abierto en Colombia. El comienzo de la pregunta y lo que guía la investigación es una observación que creo que es bastante sencilla y bastante clara para todos, que es dentro de estas discusiones que nosotros tenemos en el espacio de gobernanza de Internet, hay unos actores que claramente tienen un peso regulatorio mayor que otros. Y particularmente eso ocurre con el gobierno y también, por supuesto, pues con la rama legislativa, ¿no? Los legisladores, los creadores de normas en nuestros países tienen un rol predominante en cómo se entiende que funciona esa regulación y ese campo de Internet. En ese sentido, y precisamente tomando el caso de Colombia, lo que yo busqué hacer fue analizar concretamente cómo se estaba acercando el Congreso de Colombia, cómo se estaban acercando los parlamentarios de Colombia a las discusiones sobre regulación de Internet abierto. Pues, particularmente a mí lo que me llamó la atención fue analizar para los últimos 3-4 años cuáles habían sido los proyectos de ley que se habían presentado dentro del Congreso de la República de Colombia, cuyo contenido podía llegar a afectar o podía llegar a regular algún elemento relevante para la gobernanza de Internet o especialmente para la lógica de Internet abierto. En esa nota, después de analizar varios proyectos de ley, lo que busqué hacer fue crear una tipología de distintos riesgos que había dentro de esos proyectos de ley para Internet abierto y que giraban en torno a temas como, digamos, censura, bloqueo de contenidos o directamente sacar algunos contenidos legítimos de Internet. Y un poco lo que yo encontraba en la investigación es que en términos generales, muchas de estas propuestas de hecho vienen de un lugar digamos, legítimo, que es buscar proteger algún interés valioso dentro del marco legal de nuestro país, algún bien jurídico importante, como por ejemplo puede ser los derechos de los niños, los derechos de autor, el buen nombre, etcétera. Pero muchas veces esos proyectos legislativos, precisamente por no entender la lógica de múltiples partes interesadas y por no entender la lógica de lo que, digamos, de cómo funciona Internet y cómo funciona Internet como nosotros lo conocemos dentro de esa lógica abierta, puede llegar a limitar el desarrollo del mismo y podría llegar a convertirse en una barrera para el Internet abierto en Colombia. Entonces, una vez terminada esa tipología y una vez terminada esa investigación, lo que procedí a hacer fue convertir ese documento, ese paper, en un documento mucho más corto, elaborado con Legal Design, que lo que buscaba era, de alguna manera, simplificar y crear un documento muy cortico, muy al punto, en el cual estuvieran, digamos, los elementos básicos para entrar en esas discusiones de gobernanza de Internet abierto, y que estaba dirigido o está dirigido a los parlamentarios, a los congresistas de Colombia. Después de que fue terminado ese documento, tuvimos varios chances de hacer, junto con el apoyo de la Universidad Externado de Colombia, unas sesiones para invitar a distintos stakeholders de sociedad civil, de academia y también algunas personas de las unidades de trabajo del legislativo de los congresistas, pues precisamente para darle movilidad y darle relevancia a ese documento de Legal Design que había quedado. Y de esa manera, pues precisamente avanzar en esa discusión. Lo que ha pasado un poco desde ese momento, que esto estamos hablando, creo que tal vez ya hace un año, como octubre más o menos del año pasado ahora, es precisamente que hemos continuado hablando del tema, hemos continuado también tratando de promover esa discusión, muy en línea también con varios de los objetivos del Foro de Gobernanza de Internet y también de otras organizaciones, de buscar acercar las discusiones de Internet abierto y buscar sensibilizar a los parlamentarios sobre esos riesgos que están ahí, y pues precisamente es un poco también el trabajo que ha venido, por llamarlo así, de manera mucho más práctica en Colombia después de la publicación de ese documento. Entonces, simplemente de nuevo agradecerles muchísimo a todos por su atención, de nuevo un especial saludo para los colegas del ACNIC, para Paula, especialmente por todo su liderazgo y bueno, es eso, y muchísimas gracias a todos.
Muchísimas gracias, Germán, por compartir con nosotros los principales hallazgos de tu investigación Sobre todo resalto el aspecto que hablabas recién de generar la continuidad, ¿no?, en estas discusiones tan importantes. Así que te dejamos ir a tu próxima sesión, todos los éxitos en la semana, y vamos a seguir adelante entonces con la siguiente investigación del programa Líderes, y tengo el gusto de presentarles a Daniela Cuspoca, que ella es de Colombia también. Su investigación se titula Tecnología, Educación y Movilidad Social, Desarrollo de Vocación TIC en Colegios Públicos de Colombia. Ella está virtualmente con nosotros, así que Daniela, si estás lista, te doy la palabra y la bienvenida.
Claro que sí, Paula, buenos días a todos. Nada, pues como lo mencionó Paula, mi nombre es Daniela Cuspo, soy investigadora del Centro Internet y Sociedad de la Universidad de Rosario, en Colombia. Muchas gracias a la oportunidad de Líderes y de la LACNIC por pues esta oportunidad de exponer las investigaciones de cada uno. Mi investigación y pues mi rol como investigadora ha sido bastante interdisciplinario, si bien mi background es como abogada, ahorita terminando mi máster en economía. Desde el centro buscamos precisamente resolver estas problemáticas y analizarlo desde un enfoque más bien interdisciplinario, qué está pasando y qué impacto tienen las tecnologías en sociedad, y particularmente con esta investigación en educación lo que quería preguntarme y resolver un poco es qué está pasando con la llegada de nuevas tecnologías y cómo estamos mediando estos procesos de aprendizaje, sobre todo en los colegios. Mi investigación se centró primordialmente en colegios públicos del país porque es allí, digamos, donde se centra el proceso de formación del 80% de los estudiantes del país. Un poco lo que quería analizar con eso es cómo el país, cómo la política educativa estaba enfrentando este reto de formar a los estudiantes en nuevas habilidades, en apropiación, en riesgos digitales, por ejemplo, y también con una conversación bien marcada, y es, claro, ¿quiénes tienen acceso a este conocimiento sobre riesgos? ¿Quiénes están desarrollando estas habilidades digitales? Esto porque la mayor parte de estudiantes que acceden a estos colegios públicos son estudiantes en condiciones de vulnerabilidad. Digamos, hice el sesgo en la investigación porque los colegios privados típicamente tienen una actualización de pensum mucho más rápidos. Digamos, ellos, digamos, vienen haciendo procesos de innovación educativa mucho más cortoplacistas de acuerdo a las necesidades del mercado, y fue allí por eso que me enfoqué en esta investigación bien particular. Bueno, la investigación tiene dos etapas, una en la cual hicimos un marco teórico de las políticas educativas del país, en las cuales, igual que en la región, se hizo de forma prioritaria un proceso de dotación masiva. Digamos, los programas aquí estuvieron marcados prioritariamente por entrega de computadores, entrega de tablets, pero no necesariamente ligadas también a componentes de apropiación y de cómo manejarlos, generar conciencia de, por ejemplo, riesgos digitales en aulas de clases, protección de datos personales de menores de edad. Eso todavía no se ha discutido en el país. Viene una segunda ola en la cual se vienen ajustando estos programas. Hay un mayor componente de alfabetización por parte de profesores y una mayor, digamos, conciencia por parte de las secretarías de educación de que no solamente, digamos, se requiere la dotación de computadores en aulas de clase, sino que necesariamente tiene que ir acompañado por otros componentes que también requieren, pues, digamos, atención. Viene un COMPES, y ese es el nombre que se le ha denominado, digamos, a estas herramientas de política de coordinación entre ministerios, porque, digamos, esto no es solamente, y es interesante porque no solamente es un componente de educación, sino también necesariamente requiere un diálogo con los ministerios de tecnología o de ciencia, dependiendo de los países, en el caso de Colombia de tecnología, para que efectivamente se pueda dar una comunicación técnica. Pero pues como les he mencionado, la conversación en Colombia todavía no ha llegado a generar unos lineamientos claros. Inclusive, como vamos a ver más adelante, los profesores no saben cómo generar esa apropiación en aulas de clase, no saben cómo generar y tener estas conversaciones de riesgos digitales en las aulas de clase, porque no necesariamente hay lineamientos de cómo utilizar tecnología en las aulas de clases. Se le ha dejado casi que a la libertad de cada colegio, si se quiere o no se quiere, y si de pronto los profesores quieren hacer parte de estos procesos de formación que el Estado ha venido promoviendo estos últimos años. Bueno, aquí yo hice una investigación bien particular entre dos ciudades, Bogotá y Medellín, que bueno, para los que no conocen un poco las diferencias marcadas de estas dos ciudades en el país, Bogotá es una ciudad un poco que ha sido más ajena a los procesos de ciencia y tecnología. Medellín ha decidido invertir fuertemente en la creación de un ecosistema de ciencia, tecnología e innovación en la ciudad, y no solamente desde el componente productivo, sino desde el componente educativo. Y eso ha implicado no solamente la generación de mayor presupuesto para estos sectores, sino también la creación de entidades públicas que, por ejemplo, se encarguen de la formación en temas digitales de los profesores que van a dictar clases al interior de los colegios. Entonces, los profesores constantemente se están instruyendo sobre cómo pueden enseñar a los estudiantes estos temas. Esto, digamos, va a ser importante porque más adelante, como parte de la investigación, se hizo una serie de encuestas diferenciadas para los profesores de Bogotá y Medellín. En ambos casos destacaron que no hay un alineamiento, no hay, digamos, un instrumento concreto de buenas prácticas por parte de los profesores, de parte de las secretarías de educación, ni del Ministerio de Educación, ni del Ministerio de Tecnología, de cómo debía realizarse esa apropiación de tecnología en aulas de clases. ¿Qué era lo deseable? ¿Qué no era lo deseable? ¿Hablar de estos temas compete a la clase de tecnología o es un tema transversal que yo debería tocar, por ejemplo, en ciencias sociales sobre temas de fake news? Entonces, no había como una claridad por parte de los profesores de cómo empezar a tocar estos temas en aulas de clases. Muchos de ellos decían, esto es un tema de tecnología, pero pues el área de tecnología de pronto es una a la semana, entonces se queda corta al momento de. En los currículums actuales de los colegios públicos no se enseña, por ejemplo. Es un tema que está muy al aire y que depende, de nuevo, de la intención que tenga cada profesor al momento de enseñar. Entonces, pues nada, esto es un poco el resumen de la investigación. Lo que queremos un poco acá es generar conciencia de cómo estamos aterrizando esta necesidad de desarrollo de habilidades digitales, sobre todo en los menores de edad, ¿no? Que son, de pronto, saben utilizar mejor Internet, pero no necesariamente son más conscientes de los riesgos que esto implica. Y que pues también tiene unas implicaciones en la mentalidad, por ejemplo, en el grado de dependencia que tienen en el uso de tecnologías, y que definitivamente va a marcar el uso o el desuso o el mal uso que potencialmente le vayan a dar de aquí a, digamos, en el futuro. Entonces, muchas gracias por el espacio, Paula, y nada, pues un gusto participar.
Buenísimo, Daniela, muchísimas gracias por compartir los resultados y tu experiencia bueno, en el trabajo que llevaste adelante. Resalto las distintas etapas que nos contabas del trabajo, la importancia de las encuestas que mencionabas ahora al final, para conocer, digamos, la realidad del tema y generar conciencia de alguna forma. Así que muchísimas gracias, Daniela, por la presentación. Y para cerrar esta primera parte entonces, por el lado del programa Líderes del ACNIC, tengo a la última investigación y está conectado Emiliano Benier, que él es de Argentina. Su investigación se titula Brechas y desigualdades en el acceso a Internet en las comunidades indígenas del norte de Salta, Argentina. Así que, Emiliano, si estás listo, te doy la palabra y te agradezco mucho por estar aquí.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias por la oportunidad de presentar el informe que fue desarrollado en el marco del programa Líderes de la CNIC. Esta investigación que tiene foco en relevar las desigualdades en el acceso a los derechos digitales o a la conectividad y al acceso a Internet por parte de comunidades indígenas del norte de la República Argentina, en la provincia de Salta, en una región donde se encuentra la mayor diversidad y cantidad de pueblos originarios. Es parte de un proyecto de investigación un poco más amplio que busca relevar todo tipo de desigualdades en el acceso a los derechos digitales, derechos comunicacionales y derechos culturales, que es financiado por el CONICET y el Consejo de Investigación de la Universidad Nacional de Salta. El proyecto, hago como un resumen de algunos de los... el objetivo era básicamente poder relevar la situación de conectividad en las poblaciones indígenas de esta región del norte argentino, que comprende una región denominada Gran Chaco Americano, es como una parte de una gran región denominada Gran Chaco Americano. Y el objetivo básicamente era poder relevar cuál era la situación de las comunidades indígenas, tanto de las comunidades indígenas rurales, las que viven más aisladas, como de las comunidades indígenas en regiones periurbanas. En ese contexto, digamos, la investigación toma algunas de las categorías e indicadores que propone UNESCO para la universalidad de Internet, y tomamos básicamente las categorías relacionadas con el acceso y la conectividad. Pero también nos interesaba no solamente dar cuenta de esas desigualdades en el acceso de las comunidades, sino también poder relevar cuáles eran digamos, las formas de apropiación y uso de tecnologías de las comunidades en esa región. Y en ese contexto, digamos, en ese relevamiento dábamos cuenta de diferentes apropiaciones que, digamos, de pronto no son las apropiaciones que utilizamos, digamos, las culturas occidentales, ¿no? Sino que tienen que ver con usos y apropiaciones relacionados al fortalecimiento de sus identidades culturales y a las luchas que llevan adelante o que dinamizan los pueblos originarios, ¿no? Con distintas experiencias que de alguna manera están presentes en el estudio, ¿no? Básicamente el cuidado del medio ambiente, digamos, el reconocimiento o el fortalecimiento de las lenguas originarias, entre otras actividades, entre otros usos que hemos ido relevando. Después, en los distintos indicadores en cuanto a velocidad de conectividad, tipo de conectividad o tipo de tecnología a la que se conectaban, digamos, todos los indicadores, si uno analiza lo que es la media en la Argentina y lo que es en la provincia de Salta, encontramos que todos los indicadores que dan cuenta de la conectividad en las poblaciones rurales, esos indicadores son mucho menores, ¿no? La conectividad es más precaria, los dispositivos son más precarios también, digamos, los costos de acceso, la posibilidad, digamos, lo que es el indicador de asequibilidad del servicio de conectividad a Internet por parte de las comunidades originarias también involucra, digamos, un umbral de asequibilidad que es mucho más alto en las comunidades originarias que en el resto de la población del norte argentino. Otra cuestión que también hemos relevado y que también está presente en el estudio fue la cantidad de contenidos en lenguas originarias, particularmente de las lenguas originarias de esta región, y ahí encontramos la escasa cantidad de contenidos en esas lenguas, particularmente en la lengua wichí, que es uno de los pueblos que tienen más representación en esa región. Prácticamente no hay contenidos generados en esa lengua, ni de fuentes oficiales, ni de fuentes periodísticas. Entonces ahí encontramos que, digamos, también hay una limitación en el acceso a los derechos digitales, en este caso a la información en el idioma de esos pueblos. Digamos, a partir de esta situación particular hemos encontrado también que el Estado Nacional y el Estado Provincial han tratado de llevar adelante políticas para, digamos, permitir o para favorecer la conectividad en estas regiones. Y a pesar de todos los esfuerzos del Estado por llevar adelante, digamos, sobre todo lo que es la red troncal de Internet, de fibra óptica, lo que encontramos es una deficiencia en la conectividad de última milla, ¿no? Digamos, hay muchas comunidades donde la red troncal de fibra óptica le pasa por frente de las comunidades y la conectividad de última milla no les permite un acceso significativo a Internet, a esas comunidades, las periurbanas, pero en mucho menor nivel en las comunidades, digamos, más aisladas. Entonces, digamos, como una forma de superar esa limitación, ¿no? Encontramos también experiencias que se están muy germinales, que se están recién desarrollando, de redes comunitarias de Internet, o más que redes comunitarias, proyectos de organizaciones no gubernamentales que buscan dar algún tipo de acceso y conectividad a, en algunas comunidades originarias, y ahí describimos el caso de la red comunitaria Misión Grande en una localidad llamada Santa Victoria, y otra experiencia de la Fundación Gran Chaco en una serie de proyectos denominados Nanum Village, donde acercan la conectividad a las comunidades. Dentro de las conclusiones, lo que damos cuenta es la necesidad de profundizar en las políticas de conectividad, digamos, para poder acercar una conectividad significativa a las comunidades. Eso implica el trazado de infraestructura, de conectividad de última milla, pero también todo lo que tiene que ver con la alfabetización digital, desde digamos, el manejo de algunas herramientas de Internet, hasta lo que tiene que ver con digamos, la formación técnica en el despliegue, para posibilitar el despliegue de redes comunitarias de Internet. A partir, digamos, de estas cuestiones, hemos empezado a trabajar en proyectos de formación en comunidades y, digamos, seguir profundizando en análisis de la situación de conectividad, sobre todo para impulsar el desarrollo de redes comunitarias o de infraestructura de despliegue dentro de las comunidades indígenas para que tengan la posibilidad de acceder a Internet. Bueno, básicamente, así resumidamente, ese es el proyecto de investigación y las indagaciones que hemos hecho.
Genial, Emiliano, muchísimas gracias. Gracias por compartir esta realidad de las comunidades rurales e indígenas, que enmarca uno de los principales aspectos del programa Líderes, diría yo, uno de los más importantes, que es conocer cómo se perciben temas como la conectividad, por ejemplo, desde una perspectiva meramente local y específica. Así que te agradezco muchísimo por tu participación. Quiero agradecerles a los tres investigadores por sus presentaciones y por representar al grupo de 16 investigadores que tuvo la edición 2022 del programa Líderes del ACNIC. Es una representación porque no nos da el tiempo para invitarlos a todos, nos encantaría, pero los invito a conocer los hallazgos de esta edición y de todas las ediciones en nuestra página web. Lo voy a dejar ahora en el chat para que lo puedan conocer. Y dicho esto, le voy a pasar la palabra a Fernanda de CETIS para continuar con más investigaciones. Fer, si estás por ahí.
Acá estoy, Paula. Bueno, muchas gracias a vos. La verdad que por tu intermedio felicito también a toda la gente de la CNIC por esta iniciativa de líderes, porque la verdad que los tres expositores que presentaron sus investigaciones son sumamente interesantes. Me quedo con ganas de hablar con Daniela por el tema e incluso con Emiliano, porque dentro de las cosas que no nombré cuando presenté al CETIS es que el CETIS fue el encargado de hacer la investigación de Rome X de UNESCO, los indicadores de universalidad de Internet de UNESCO en Argentina. Esa investigación la hizo el CETIS, estamos siempre esperando que se publique, pero bueno, mucho de lo que vos encontraste por tu lado son los mismos hallazgos que tenemos, así que la verdad que a veces estos espacios sirven para conocer lo que hace el otro y para, digamos, aunar esfuerzos, así que seguramente te estaré escribiendo en algún momento. Bueno, dicho todo esto, ahora en este otro segmento, vamos a pasar a conocer un poco más en profundidad una de las investigaciones que les comenté anteriormente que habíamos realizado desde el CETIS, que tiene que ver con la investigación de creadores y plataformas de contenido en Argentina, análisis de la cadena de valor y de las modalidades de producción y monetización. Para ello va a estar presentando Pilar Yupilos Prete. Pilar es licenciada de Comunicación de la Universidad de San Andrés, está terminando su maestría en Economía también en la Universidad de San Andrés, y es docente de técnicas de análisis político e internacional. Pilar, ¿nos escuchás?
Muchas gracias. Ahí voy a compartir pantalla para que vean unas infografías que armamos. Creo que ahí ya deberían estar viendo.
Sí, se ve.
Genial. Bueno, estos son dos infografías que surgieron de esta investigación. Nosotros lo que queríamos era ver cómo es el ecosistema de creadores de contenido en Argentina. Particularmente estos son los distintos intermediarios. En Argentina hay 36 millones de personas que pasan en promedio 3 horas 22 minutos por día en redes sociales, por lo que hay un mercado grande para creadores de contenido. Un actor súper importante son las marcas, que las marcas destinan gran parte del dinero que destinaban en publicidades tradicionales. Desde los últimos años empezaron a destinar una parte vía plataformas digitales y redes sociales, y las marcas interactúan con dos actores. Interactúan, por un lado, con los creadores de contenido vía acuerdos directos con ellos para que realicen distintas intervenciones, puede ser en una red social o en distintas plataformas, pero al mismo tiempo realizan interacciones con las plataformas vía las posibilidades de monetización de publicidad directa de las plataformas. Entonces, los creadores de contenido tienen dos formas grandes de monetizar. Por un lado, vía acuerdos con terceros, donde tienen mayor posibilidad de establecer los acuerdos y la relación es más uno a uno, y después por medio de la monetización directa de las plataformas, donde es más jerárquica la relación y los creadores de contenido tienen que aceptar las reglas del juego planteadas por las plataformas. Dentro de las posibilidades de monetización de las plataformas, en Argentina cuentan con muchas menos posibilidades de monetización que las que se cuentan en otras partes del mundo. Entonces surgen distintos servicios brindados por terceros, como puede ser el caso de Cafecito, que sería uno de los servicios digitales, que son otro tipo de actor en este ecosistema, que brindan la posibilidad de monetizar, por ejemplo, vía microdonaciones, cuando su principal plataforma no da la posibilidad de monetizar de forma directa. Los creadores, cuando empiezan, la mayoría están centrados en su imagen personal, y una vez que empiezan a crecer, tienen que, en general, optan por o empezar a producir cosas que puedan, como por ejemplo clases o distintos contenidos que puedan monetizar fuera de las plataformas, o convertirse en redes multicanal, donde su personalidad deja de ser tan importante y empiezan a poder generar contenido donde distintas personas puedan generar bajo el mismo nombre y generar en conjunto. Entonces los creadores generan valor de forma directa y al mismo tiempo de forma indirecta, y terminan, una vez que crecen, terminan contratando más personas y generando empleo, y pueden pasar desde pymes hasta empresas bastante más grandes una vez que van creciendo en las plataformas. Al mismo tiempo, también hay otro tipo de actores que son los representantes, agregadores y aceleradores, que se especializan, por ejemplo, algunos se especializan en contactar a los creadores de contenido con distintas posibilidades de monetización con marcas o empresas. Otros son especialistas en el algoritmo de alguna plataforma, entonces asesoran a los creadores de contenido en cómo pueden hacer para mejorar o para empezar a publicar contenido en plataformas que no conocen, porque algo que es importante es que las reglas de juego de las plataformas cambian constantemente. Entonces los creadores destinan una parte importante del tiempo en entender los algoritmos de las plataformas, cuáles son las condiciones que tienen, cuáles son los filtros de monetización y de desmonetización que tienen que aprender tienen que entender bien cuáles son las que están permitidas en las plataformas y cuáles no. Y al mismo tiempo hay plataformas que permiten publicar determinado contenido que no es monetizable, si bien puede estar en la plataforma. Entonces les lleva mucho tiempo y terminan centrándose en una única plataforma, y utilizan las otras plataformas para publicitar y para llevar a los seguidores hacia su plataforma principal. Y lo que aprenden en una de las plataformas no necesariamente es trasladable hacia las otras. Entonces las reglas del juego, una vez cuando cambian, influyen en gran medida en su día a día. Algo que es importante es que en Argentina el valor del clic es mucho más bajo que en otros lugares del mundo. Entonces los creadores de contenido tienen una limitación en cuanto a sus posibilidades de monetización acá, y algunos en las entrevistas nos contaban que, por ejemplo, si bien una parte súper pequeña de sus seguidores se encontraban en otras partes del mundo, terminaba siendo una parte súper importante de los ingresos que ellos podían generar de forma directa. Y al mismo tiempo, para el algoritmo, donde es que ellos publican el contenido, limita dónde va a ser mostrado, y a su vez el acento termina siendo una limitación para otros lugares de habla hispana. Entonces algunos recurren a estrategias como intentar disminuir y atenuar su acento para que su contenido pueda llegar a otros lugares. En relación a las posibilidades que brinda cada una de las plataformas, las formas de monetización están determinadas por cada una de ellas. Acá en esta infografía está resumida las distintas estrategias que van a seguir los creadores de contenido, Algunas plataformas, las que están más a la derecha son las que brindan más posibilidades de monetización de forma directa, las que están a la izquierda son las que brindan menos. En las plataformas que brindan menos posibilidades de monetización, como por ejemplo Instagram en Argentina, que solamente se puede monetizar mediante forma indirecta, salvo que sea vía marketplace, es donde los creadores de contenido van a terminar poniendo más foco en su personalidad y van a realizar más campañas con terceros. En cambio, en los lugares donde la monetización funciona de forma directa, los creadores de contenido en general suelen poner más foco en el producto, porque el producto en sí va a generar contenido más a largo plazo. Al mismo tiempo se relaciona con las distintas temporalidades del contenido que generan. El contenido puede ser sincrónico, reciente, estacional o evergreen. El contenido sincrónico es aquel que es consumido al mismo tiempo que es generado, como por ejemplo pueden ser los streams en Twitch, que pueden durar hasta 10, 12 horas del creador de contenido hablando frente a la cámara, o pueden ser de contenido reciente, que es aquel que se consume luego de que fue producido, pero en el corto plazo, y este se suele optimizar vía serialización, es decir, que los creadores de contenido realizan mucho contenido reciente que se relacione con el contenido anterior para que los seguidores tengan intención de seguir su contenido. Después está el contenido estacional, que es aquel que se relaciona con el año calendario, se publica en una época del año y les vuelve a generar ingresos en el mismo momento, como puede ser, por ejemplo, una creadora de contenido que publica recetas. Las recetas de Navidad vuelven a funcionar y generar ingresos todos los años en la época de Navidad. Y después está el contenido evergreen, que este es más bien largo y es el contenido que el creador genera una única vez y sigue generando ingresos pasivamente durante un montón de tiempo. Después, en relación a el mercado, a las conclusiones en general del trabajo, para los creadores es súper importante la consistencia, el volumen y el profesionalismo, pero eso no resulta suficiente, y sobre todo en el caso de Argentina, donde necesitan expandirse y para poder vivir de la creación de contenido necesitan internacionalizarse. Algo que también es importante es que los creadores de contenido, el dinero destinado a publicidad que va a los creadores de contenido tiene una forma de long tail, donde una pequeña parte de los creadores son los que se llevan casi todo el dinero destinado a publicidades o a campañas, y la mayor parte de creadores se llevan solamente una pequeña porción de esa torta. Después, más allá de las reglas que establecen las plataformas, los creadores de contenido logran encontrar la manera de monetizar. Por ejemplo, en el caso de Instagram, que no hay monetización directa, pueden recibir microdonaciones por otras vías, y en el caso de Argentina no existen tantas posibilidades de monetización directa, y esto se relaciona, es como todo un círculo, porque se relaciona con que el mercado no es lo suficientemente grande, las personas no tienen la misma capacidad de suscribirse y el mismo dinero que pueden destinar a suscripciones en otras partes del mundo, y entonces terminan habiendo menos formas de monetización. Pero de todas formas el alto nivel de innovación cultural y liderazgo regional invita a trascender las fronteras, y hay muchos creadores que logran hacerlo, sobre todo los que están relacionados con el lado de la música. Y estas son principalmente las conclusiones. Muchas gracias.
Bueno, Pilar, muchas gracias. Sí, efectivamente, este trabajo es muy importante porque constituye una primera aproximación a un sector de creciente importancia para Argentina, pero también para la región, porque genera empleo, emplea personas y está promoviendo toda una nueva cadena de valor asociada. Bueno, ahora voy a presentar al último de los expositores, que como les había anticipado es Daniel Triviño. Daniel, ahora tengo su... Daniel es candidato a doctor en Gestión Tecnológica de la Escuela Politécnica Nacional en Quito, Ecuador. Actualmente trabaja como docente e investigador en el Departamento de Eléctrica, Electrónica y Telecomunicaciones de la Universidad de las Fuerzas Armadas. Es ingeniero electrónico en telecomunicaciones con una maestría en ingeniería en telecomunicaciones de la Universidad Nacional de Colombia, y su campo de interés en investigaciones se centra en telecomunicaciones, internet, TICs, políticas en tecnología e innovación, y el impacto sobre las personas y los efectos de sus aplicaciones. Tal como les había comentado, el trabajo de Daniel va a ser publicado en la revista latinoamericana de Economía y Sociedad Digital, que el CETIS coordina, pero junto también con CEDLA y el CLD. O sea, somos tres organizaciones en la publicación de esa revista, aunque este número esté coordinado por el CETIS. Daniel, ¿nos escuchás?
Sí, muchas gracias, Fernanda. Buenas noches, buenos días para todos aquellos que nos están escuchando el día de hoy. Muchas gracias por la invitación a presentar este avance de un trabajo que es parte del tema doctoral que estaba haciendo, ¿no? En este caso, lo que está preparando para la revista es la evaluación de la tarifa cero, un análisis comparativo en Brasil y Colombia. Fundamentalmente estamos, o se está revisando este tema en función de que se está analizando las políticas de neutralidad de red. Y uno de los puntos dentro de las políticas de neutralidad de red que últimamente se está tratando o está debatiendo bastante es lo del tema de tarifa cero. Un aspecto de política comercial que están usando muchos los operadores, especialmente los operadores de telefonía móvil que proveen datos e internet, para poder recabar un poco de recursos y también ofrecer servicios, ¿no? De hecho, menciona mucho que la relevancia de la tarifa cero se basa en la adopción de banda ancha para el crecimiento socioeconómico y tratar de reducir la brecha digital y poder con eso aumentar el desarrollo regional. Sin embargo, ahí siempre hay dos características en los que están a favor y los que están en contra. Entre los que están a favor se dicen que CTR va a promover bastante la adopción de banda ancha, va a bajar el costo de acceso a los planes de internet móvil, así como que va a permitir una mejor adopción de aplicaciones, servicios y con esto mejorar la parte de las TICs para las personas. Sin embargo, los contrarios hablan de que principalmente va a favorecer a ciertos contenidos, ¿sí? Que están en aplicaciones o servicios específicos y también podría afectar a beneficios sociales o incluso las capacidades y derechos de las personas, especialmente en los segmentos más bajos, ¿no? En los de aspectos socioeconómicos. Entonces, esta discusión teórica se da bastante en los artículos científicos y normalmente hay mayor discusión en artículos del norte global y se menciona muy poco acerca del sur global. Principalmente se toman muchas veces ejemplos tal vez un poco en Chile o en la India. Sin embargo, decidí también trabajarlo, este aspecto, tomando en cuenta Sudamérica y tomando en cuenta dos países como son Brasil y Colombia, teniendo que los dos tienen una población bastante alta, un área bastante grande y concentrado la mayor conexión de Internet en las grandes ciudades, tomando en cuenta que tienen espacios inmensos en la parte de la Amazonía que no están cubiertos y hay población ahí que no llega a estos servicios. Entonces, en función de esto, la idea era verificar un poco si la consigna teórica de lo que nos dicen los artículos se está cumpliendo. Es que nos favorece el acceso al ancho de banda o simplemente está causando algunos problemas hacia la parte de contenidos, ¿no? Entonces, se hizo una comparación un poco más desde el punto de vista cualitativa para verificar esto y se tomó algunos prácticamente variables o más bien, tengo por aquí, aspectos que me podrían llegar a medir un poco mejor esto para tener una idea mejor, unos indicadores. Entonces trabajamos sobre indicadores de infraestructura, de mercado, de acceso, contenidos, asequibilidad y también el uso, como para tener una idea un poco mayor de lo que está pasando aquí, ¿no? Entonces, cuando hablamos del aspecto de infraestructura, pues vemos que en los dos países las redes de 4G están avanzando bastante amplio, siguen aumentando su cobertura, a pesar de que en Brasil ya tenemos 5G funcionando, pero estamos solo viendo desde el punto de vista de 4G. Entonces, hablamos también del número de operadores. En Colombia tenemos cierto número de operadores, 3, entre los más importantes por su porcentaje de mercado y más del 15%, y hablamos en Brasil también unos 4 que son importantes en función de porcentaje de mercado que tienen. Y el objetivo es ver si la competencia, ¿sí? Porque uno de los puntos positivos que nos dice ZR es que la competencia va a hacerse más dinámica. Sin embargo, encontramos que en este caso la tarifa cero está favoreciendo a una mayor concentración hacia los operadores que tienen más poder de mercado o más mercado en sí. Entonces, este aspecto de Z ahora por ahí no está favoreciendo como para que haya una mayor competencia. Principalmente Colombia no tiene tanta competencia en este aspecto, donde tenemos un operador que en este caso es claro, que en el 2021 me parece que el ente regulador de ahí lo declaró como un operador dominante con casi un 49% del mercado, que eso es bastantísimo. Y más bien sí hay un mercado desconcentrado en Brasil, donde pues los porcentajes sí son un poco más equiparados y se nota una mayor competencia. Entonces ahí vamos viendo diferencias entre cómo podríamos analizar el efecto de ZR en cada uno de los países. Entonces también vemos que nos dice que esto nos va a permitir poder tener unos precios más baratos para acceso a los usuarios. Y estamos viendo que la mayor cantidad de usuarios de aplicaciones con cero rating están en los segmentos más bajos socioeconómicamente hablando. Es decir, en los segmentos C, D y E en Brasil y en los estratos 1, 2 y 3 en Colombia. ¿Sí? Son los que utilizan mayormente esto. Y con eso llevamos o vamos viendo que también hay unos efectos en donde, por ejemplo, Brasil medianamente tenemos un efecto casi algo positivo porque se va dando un mayor uso de planes postpago en lugar de planes prepago. pero en cambio en Colombia el porcentaje de planos prepago es mucho mayor, y eso tiene que ver mucho con el precio que tiene. Entonces aquí utilizamos una de las métricas que nos daba la A4AE para ver cuál es el precio de 1 giga de datos por internet móvil como porcentaje del ingreso mensual que tiene una persona. Que la relación debe ser el 2 por 1, aunque ya actualmente se está hablando de un 5 por 1, pero ahorita para el estudio se vio con el 2 por 1, en donde no debe impactar más del 2% del ingreso mensual de una persona, ¿no? Entonces estamos viendo que las planes ZR no están disminuyendo el precio como se decía en la parte teórica, o no están ayudando a disminuir este precio, en el caso de Colombia, donde vemos que prácticamente Colombia está cerca del límite del 2 por 1, del 2%. Sí, ha bajado un poco. La pandemia también ha influido en esto. Durante la pandemia, pues los servicios móviles han incrementado su costo, pero sin embargo todavía está por bajo del 2 por 1. En el caso de Brasil es mucho más notable que sí hay una baja en el precio. Eso se puede deber no solo a las tarifas cero rating, sino al cubrimiento que están haciendo de las redes 4G por la competencia interna del mercado desconcentrado que tiene este país, ¿no? Entonces vemos que tal vez el efecto de ZR en Brasil no es tan positivo, sino es más algo normal. Mientras que en el caso de Colombia podría ser beneficioso especialmente para los estratos más bajos, ¿no? Entonces, esto vemos que podría ser un aspecto beneficioso. Sin embargo, cuando analizamos otros aspectos como la parte de contenidos, vemos que afecta a los contenidos porque estos planes ZR tienen contenidos, bueno, bien, aplicaciones y servicios que generalmente tienen un costo cero y son de las grandes empresas a nivel mundial. Estamos hablando de Meta, con Facebook, con Instagram, con Messenger, tenemos ahí YouTube, entonces están proponiendo a dar una ventaja sobre otros competidores. Esto puede afectar a la innovación también, ¿no? Y especialmente afectaría a los contenidos locales. Entonces estaba escuchando un poco la presentación anterior y sí, casi todos los proveedores de contenidos los que están haciendo ahorita en este momento están yendo a las grandes plataformas porque es ahí donde está el dinero. Sin embargo, esto hace que ellas se vuelvan casi unos monopolios bastante grandes. Otra de las cosas que tenemos que ver es que cómo están trabajando las personas en el uso de las tecnologías. Entonces vemos que en el caso de datos generales del índice de alistamiento digital o de competencia global, vemos que Brasil está mejorando un poco mejor en los rankings en el caso de habilidades digitales o en las actividades de emprendimiento e innovación, mientras Colombia se ha quedado. Y un aspecto preocupante en el caso colombiano es que las habilidades digitales han disminuido del 2018 al 2020, por ejemplo. Entonces, esto quiere decir que ZR está afectando la tarifa cero al tener un internet reducido, donde nos lleve solo aplicaciones de los grandes grupos de aplicaciones y contenidos, están reduciendo las habilidades digitales de las personas. Si bien es cierto, pueden servirles para muchos aspectos y ese es un problema, ¿no? Para algunos nos hablan de que sí, tener un acceso a un internet limitado es mejor que no tener nada. Sin embargo, esto puede afectar a sus capacidades, el acceso a información, el ejecutar sus derechos y sobre todo también están produciendo desinformación masiva en las personas de los estratos más bajos, ya que los contenidos que encuentran ahí a veces son manejados, ¿no? Entonces vemos que dentro de estos hay bastantes aspectos y entre las cosas que deberíamos ver es que para cada país los aspectos de ZR deberían ser analizados un poco mejor, ver qué planes están dando a esto, qué políticas están apoyando la tarifa cero, cómo podemos evaluar y no decir de una manera tajante tengo que eliminar ZR, teniendo en cuenta que en las políticas en realidad de red, en el caso colombiano, permiten ZR por la parte de prácticas comerciales, mientras en el caso brasileño no está permitido. Sin embargo, por el CADE en el 2016, me parece, se permiten esos planes porque no se considera un aspecto técnico, sino también comercial. Entonces hay que ver y evaluar un poco mejor este tipo y también un poco hacer un entorno comparado, ¿no?, entre los diferentes países y ver si es necesario más bien abrir más el grupo de aplicaciones de tarifa cero que deban ser incluidas para que puedan entrar contenidos locales o aplicaciones locales, o dar una ventaja mayor a contenidos sociales basados en educación y salud, ¿no? Entonces, vemos que realmente eso está, la aplicación de ZR principalmente tiene efectos negativos en lo que es concentración de mercado para las aplicaciones móviles, para los, las grandes empresas de telefonía móvil. Sin embargo, puede ser una ventaja para los estratos más bajos, especialmente en Colombia, ¿no? Pero hay que cuidar qué pasa con los aspectos digitales y a qué contenido se está accediendo, ¿no? Entonces, esto es una partecita de una investigación más grande que todavía se está desarrollando pero son buenos o primeros cosas que se identifican en donde podemos ya evaluar aspectos de nuestro contexto más latinoamericano o sudamericano, ¿no? Donde vemos que hay unos efectos y que se debe analizar caso por caso muchas veces los países y los tipos de planes ZR que se están ofreciendo. Eso me quise contarles. Muchas gracias por el espacio.
Muchas gracias, Daniel. La verdad que es súper interesante lo que comentás. Ya dejé el link y vamos a estar atentos a cuando esté la publicación. La verdad que celebramos la investigación situada. Así que bueno, damos cierre a este segmento del espacio y le voy a dar la palabra a Federica de LACTLD.
Hola, un saludo a todos y a todas. Antes de finalizar esta sesión, quiero agradecer todas las organizaciones, participantes e investigadores que se dieron cita hoy en esta 7ª edición del IGF Lac Space. Es muy bonito ver cómo la comunidad, la región sigue trabajando, fortaleciendo y haciendo camino hacia lo que es una mejoría continua del ecosistema de Internet. Igualmente quiero agradecer a nuestras intérpretes Vero y Florencia por el increíble trabajo que siempre hacen apoyándonos. Sin más, creo que podemos dar por finalizada esta sesión. Les deseo un feliz resto del día, un abrazo a todos y disfruten el IGF.
difficulties. Hello. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and I would like to welcome you to the workshop Youth Participation, Co-Creating the InSafe Network. My name is Sofia Rasgado, and I'm delighted to share today's discussion in collaboration with my colleague and friend, João Martins. Before I go on, I would like to emphasize that João Martins has been collaborating with the Portuguese Safer Internet Center, which I am responsible for coordinating, since he was very young and was a youth ambassador for the Better Internet for Kids, who spread the word about safety issues, internet governance, and advocating for youth participation. From national initiatives to European and international forums, such as Eurodic and IGF. As you may have read, and perhaps that's why you are here, this workshop is organized by the InSafe Network, the European network of safer internet centers, in cooperation with the Portuguese, Belgium, Maltese, Polish, and the UK safer internet centers, who will share their best practices on youth participation and how they are working together, co-creating and developing new initiatives, resources, and campaigns to effectively reach this target group, including children in vulnerable situations, and to tackle online trends. Following the panel presentations, we will open a question and answer space so we can discuss and clarify the topics, and the panelists can provide comments. As we are all aware, it is a challenge to reach children in vulnerable situations. In today's world, children are vulnerable for many reasons: poverty, disability, mental health problems, abuse or neglect, family breakdown, discrimination, and social exclusion, not to mention migration. Several programs are designed to help social groups from different backgrounds, including those who are vulnerable. While these groups face different challenges, they share a common need for online safety in an increasingly complex social environment. However, all children can be considered vulnerable as they grow up in a world where decisions are made by others, by adults, often with a very different perspective, and feel the pressure to adapt to a world where rights are not protected, risks are everywhere, and technological developments in the digital environment are beyond imagination. In such an environment, and faced with a multitude of everyday problems, children are called upon to develop emotionally, intellectually, and technologically in a world where their voice is not heard, and decisions are made by others who are often not as familiar with or connected about their needs. The new European strategy for a better internet for kids, adopted by the European Commission in May 2022, aims to provide a delicate balance between digital participation, empowerment, and protection of children in the digital environment. Better Internet for Kids Plus is an adaptation of the 2012 big strategy, following a decade in which technological developments have exceeded all expectations. The new strategy, adopted after a long consultation process, aims to put children at the forefront of the developments and decisions that will be made by the key stakeholders and industry in the digital environment in the coming years. Children, as the digital citizens of the future and growing up in a digital environment, deserve to have a say in development, safeguards, and their rights, and to shape the world they will live in. Therefore, to go deeper on these matters and to give us an overview on the Better Internet for Kids strategy, plus and big youth program, I'm delighted to give the floor to Sabrina Vorbo from the European Schoolnet. Please.
Thank you so much, Sophia. If we can go to the presentation. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sabrina Vorbau. I'm a project manager at European Schoolnet. European Schoolnet is a network of ministries of education. We are a non-governmental organization based in Brussels, Belgium. And we are coordinating on behalf of the European Commission the Better Internet for Kids project that Sophia already mentioned. And as part of this project, we are also coordinating the network of European Safer Internet Centers. Myself, I'm part of the coordination team, and I coordinate the work that we are doing with the young people. And so I will start just setting a little bit the scene, how we involve young people at a pan-European level in our activities, and we follow a very simple principles and encouraging the young people that their voice matters and that they deserve to have a firm seat around the table when decisions are being made, when it comes to shaping policies like the Better Internet for Kids Plus strategy, but also when industry is developing new devices and new tools. These young people that we are working with at European level are originally coming from the National Safer Internet Centers. At the moment, we have a group of 40 plus big youth ambassadors, how we call them. As you can see here on the slide, I shared a few pictures with you where you see our ambassadors in action in various different settings. The big youth program allows the young people not only to connect with each other, to meet like-minded peers from across Europe, but it also allows them to have a one-on-one exchange with other stakeholders in the field. These stakeholders being policymakers, politicians, but also representatives from industry and IT companies. You also see here that obviously the pandemic was a very challenging time, but it did not stop the big youth ambassadors to continue raising their voice. So you can also see here that we had various occasions during the pandemic to continue connecting the young people with important stakeholders. As I said, when we are talking about shaping a safer and a better internet for children and young people, they need to be part of the decision because they're not only the future, but they're also the present. We are able to do so, as Sophia mentioned already, because youth participation is very well endorsed at a European level because of the Better Internet for Kids strategy that exists for various years already, but was reshaped last May. And it was really built around 3 pillars, youth protection, youth engagement, and youth empowerment. And you can see here that really young people are at the heart and at the front of this new strategy, because we believe that every young person has the right to play online, to learn online, to connect online, to create online, to watch and to listen online, but also to share their content online. As we're talking about a policy on better internet for kids, we also felt important, European Commission felt very important that this strategy, that this policy is also accessible for the young people themselves, so they understand what is actually written in the policy and what their rights are. So we also developed, I'm sharing it here for the room, a youth-friendly version of the strategy. This was developed with the big youth ambassadors. We worked with them together on this youth-friendly version. They advised us on the language of the youth-friendly version, but also on the visuals, on the colors we would use. because we wanted to make sure that this youth-friendly version is really accessible and makes sense to the young people as well. So I think this is a really true milestone, this strategy, because it not only encourages us, but everyone in the field in Europe to apply this strategy. There are also very clear endorsements for policymakers and also industry how they should work and co-create with the young people. To finish my part of the presentation, I just brought a very small video that actually shows our big youth ambassadors in action. We onboard them every year. There's an opportunity for new young people to become part of the group. This has happened through the annual Big Youth Panel, which is organized back-to-back with our annual conference, the Safer Internet Forum, where we give young people the possibility to share their views, where we give them a platform to exchange one-on-one with stakeholders. And obviously there's a very long preparation process in place, as we typically start working and preparing with the young people 3 months in advance to it online. And then a few days before the conference, they come on site and they start working on their intervention. So this is a little bit of a summary video, what happened last year at the Big Youth Panel. I hope this works. No. Maybe I can ask for the technician to click to play the video.
This is the change we want to make. With or without you. The ignored is our biggest fear. We're singing to let you know we're here. With or without you. Our voice will be heard out loud. We build a better.
I think we can stop the video here. I just wanted to have you listen to the first minutes of the video and of the song, because it's really, as I said, really important for us to engage the young people in a meaningful way. So what we typically do, we discuss with them about the skills they have, and you have seen in the video that they come with a lot of talents and how they want to bring their message across. So last year the group decided to write a song about a better internet for kids. They rehearsed this, and these young people are coming from different European countries. They start rehearsing this online, and then they performed this at the Safer Internet Forum. They also decided to create posters with messages, and here they also wrote these posters in different languages, because it's obviously the main common language is English, and the language of the conference is English, but it's also important to promote the national language and bring this across. So I hope the video gave you a little bit of an insight of how we are working with young people. As I said, it's a very long and intensive process, and we get great support from our national Safer Internet centers. But really, last year, the Safer Internet Forum really put the young people at the heart of this conference. We worked also with some of them that helped us organizing the conference, that shaped the program with us. So that's also a bit the philosophy to include the young people from the early stages on, and not only when the end product is there and put it in front of them and say, okay, now what is your opinion? Please use it. We are involving them really when we are starting to share and create our ideas. So I think this is really important if you want to get active in youth participation, to include them from the beginning. And then another important element is also the follow-up process, that after this conference, we continue to stay in touch with them. We try to involve them in other activities, like Joao is here with us today at IGF. This is also important that they don't feel, okay, I've been invited to this one event and now the event is over and nothing happens. So I think involving them from the beginning, but also making sure that you stay connected with them, that you give them future opportunities, that there's a follow-up for them. I think these are the two key elements when it comes to youth participation. I will stop here, and I think I immediately hand over to my colleague Niels.
Yes, thank you so much, Sabrina, for this a very precise overview on what the youth participation has been doing in Europe. And now I will give the floor to Niels. Please, he comes from the Safer Internet Center from Belgium, so yes. The floor is yours.
Hello everyone, so I'm Niels van Pamel and I work as a policy advisor for Child Focus, which is the Belgian Foundation for Missing and Sexually Exploited Children. But in this context, of course, as the coordinator of the Belgian Safer Internet Center. Can we go back to the slides, please? Yes, you've seen my photo long enough now. I'm going to focus on how we include children and young people in our day-to-day work, but specifically in our prevention work. It's already in our name. We are child-focused, so we focus on children and we try to make the internet a safer place for children. So it makes sense that, of course, everything we do, both on the operational level, but also on the prevention and awareness level, we include children in every aspect of it. I'm going to show you just a few tools that we made together with them in order to how our co-creation processes happened and what it resulted. The first thing we did together with children is actually, let's go back a bit in time. A few years ago, just before COVID, we realized that as a helpline, where children can, but also parents, teachers, everybody who works with children, they can call us when they have questions about making the internet a safer place for children. But children were actually not represented high enough, and we were wondering why. We did a study, and of course now it's super obvious, but it took some time for us to realize. First of all, we were a helpline that was only you could only call us. But as we know right now in 2023, children and young people, they don't like to call anymore. They like to chat, and they like to send, they want to use their phones to write words and type them to us. Things that we realized through focus groups and working with children. And the second thing, because the topics that we deal with at Child Focus, it's not only about your privacy settings, but it can also go about cyberbullying. It can even go about sexual exploitation when there's images being sent without consent, even sextortion or grooming. I will go into that later. But children don't always want to talk with their parents about this, and not even always with professionals like us. So we decided to follow the Danish best practice that was shared within the network and to make a peer-to-peer platform called Cyber Squad, because sometimes parents remain an important source of information or help for their children, but sometimes the perspective of another teenager can talk even louder, especially about certain topics that children need their peers for. We created this. It's basically forum based, where you can ask questions and peers can answer. And we really saw that like young people, they stepped up in order to help each other, use their own experience. Made us realize that we really need to put those children in the driver's seat. Like we can even like see them as the experts they are in some fields, and especially in the digital field, they are, and we should really see them like this. Of course, when things get really serious, there is always the help button where they can be in direct contact with a child-focused counselor. Of course, we are not letting children do psychological counseling with each other, but this is something that we are really proud of and really works, and we're seeing that it works. We created this together with a group of children aged 10 to 18 in order to get their perspective. It was tested and also adjusted based on their views. Two other examples, but first I want to say that, of course, we are a big believer in co-creation, and we are seeing children as the experts they are. I already said this. But in the last year, just to give a number, more than 2,500 children and young people were consulted in the creation or testing of e-safety tools and or awareness-raising campaigns, resulting in, for example, I'm going to pick two. Groomix, this is an educational tool that we made to make children and young people aware of and resilient to phenomena such as online grooming. For the people who don't know what grooming is, it's the process where an adult tries to convince tries to gain the confidence of a minor in order to sexually abuse them later. But the process goes on online, the whole grooming process. So, as a teacher or a supervisor, you can make young people in your group aware of some of the risks associated with chatting with strangers online. But, of course, at the same time, you can also highlight the benefits of online friendships and relationships. So we are trying, and this is the hard part with a phenomenon like grooming, we are really trying to to show the internet as the positive place full of chances it is, but at the same time highlight some risks and create resilience amongst young people in order for them to detect red flags, in order for them to become more of an expert as they already are. We have to stop focusing on forbidding things for young people because that is not a long-term solution. We have to make them empowered in order to detect what is not okay, in order to say no. And a last tool that I wanted to show you is the MAX principle. So I already talked about young people helping each other on the Cyber Squad platform, but also children, and that's our dream, that every child in the world has an adult, a person of trust. And this is not the case yet. This does not necessarily have to be a parent, but it can also be a teacher, it can be an uncle, it can be somebody from the sports club, but just in order to make young people, when they feel threatened, when there is something going wrong in their online world, to have somebody to talk to. Max, it's a name, and young people, we are putting them in the driver's seat, they are choosing their Max. So with this whole campaign, if you go to this website, I will show it later, you can see there's a form for young people to fill in, choose their Max, and send an official invitation to this person. And then he or her becomes the official Max. And I knew. Yeah, I think I just wanted to say that's like young people choosing themselves who is their person of trust in order to create a safer environment for them online. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Niels. Yeah, let's then hear from Deborah Vassallo, representing Foundation for Social Welfare Services and also Safer Internet Center Malta.
Thank you, Hal. So I'm Deborah. At our Safer Internet Center, it's called Be Smart Online, and we have the Safer Internet Center and the hotline and the helpline, and obviously also the youth participation. We do different activities, but we try to involve young people as much as possible, especially in the consultation of the resources that we create And we also invite them to assist to some of the calls that we receive on the helpline in order for them also to get an idea of what young people are encountering when it comes to online safety. We try to also, during the focus groups that we do with young people, we try to discuss with them different case scenarios in order to give them as much exposure as possible. And some of the activities, let me go to the slide. One of the best practices that we do every year is the what we call Rights for You live-in, which is a live-in whereby about 50 participants come to this live-in. We go to all the schools in Malta to invite children to come during the summer month. It's usually in August for about 3 days. And during this live-in, it is all about online digital rights, about being digital citizens, about their responsibilities online, their rights. And during this live-in, they have the opportunity to discuss their online experiences. They also, this year, we gave them the possibility of meeting this person who creates a lot of content online, and they had each one of them had the possibility to create positive online content, because we do believe that it's not only about online risks, but also about encouraging young people to develop themselves online content, which can be seen by other young people, and it can be like an example. We also involve them with discussions also at a higher level, when it comes to ministerial level, because we're part of the Ministry for Social Welfare Services. So this way they can discuss also about online issues and what they would like their space to be a safer space. And obviously we involve them a lot in the Safer Internet Day activities. We involve them both on the outside when we go to do information days with the public, but this year we gave them the full direction of all the Safer Internet Day activities, and they have decided to come out with this video, which they have created themselves, whereby they've asked a group of teenagers about their experiences online. And they've created the video. It was all from the development stage to the production. It was all made by young people, and then we have disseminated it with all the schools during Safer Internet Day. So we thought that would give them this opportunity. It was a huge success, because they felt that they were producing something for the Safer Internet Center, and they belonged to it, so it was very successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. And now I will turn to Anna from the Polish Safer Internet Center. So Anna, please, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. Yes, Poland joined the Safer Internet program in 2005, so from the very beginning, when the program in the European Commission started. We deliver all 3 compulsory branches, so we have awareness part, we have hotline and helpline, and of course we also have our young ambassadors. Maybe we will start with, okay. Yes, our youth panel exists since 2010. Firstly, it was called the Congress of Young Internauts, but then we asked our young people if they still want to be named like this, and they said, no, we would like to change this name. So I think 2 years ago we changed the name, and they picked the name Digital Future of Students, so that was something that they decided to have. We cooperate with the youth panel coming from I think 12 schools at the moment, but schools from all over the country, so coming from the big cities and going also to the little towns. We organize about 3 to 4 meetings yearly, and then we consult with them all our materials, like all campaigns that we plan, all educational resources. We invite them to the events. We even work within the InSafe network. We exchange also youth ambassadors. Like, for example, last time, now during our international conference, we had a youth ambassador coming from Czech Republic, and he was speaking about what kind of actions young people need from us, yes, and how to promote our actions in fields of internet safety to make them interesting, to make them like good and meaningful for young people. We also, of course, take part in these pan-European meetings. Each year we pick our representative, and he goes with us to the Safer Internet Forum. And I must say that this time, like the last Safer Internet Forum, was really impressive. I mean, usually we had some presentations coming from young people, but this time, like, they really participated. When we had the World Cafe discussions, they were sitting in each table. They gave fantastic insights. So I think we changed our perspective of work with young people. Like, their voice is really heard. And I would like to exchange with you, and sometimes we also travel with them to spend like 2 or 3 days somewhere and to really have time to deeper discussion, to give them some knowledge that they can be ambassadors in their regions, but also to, of course, what is most important, to hear from them. And also, I think it was interesting initiative that we done recently. We organized webinars. It were 5 webinars. They decided on topics on those webinars. In each webinar, we had a moderator coming from the well-known Polish radio station that is targeted at young people. So it was moderated by the journalist. And then there was representative of a youth panel and adult expert. All the topics were chosen by the youth panel, and it was widely promoted among all schools in Poland. So they could connect and listen to those webinars, and they are, of course, also recorded so the schools can come back to those topics, and it were topics like gaming, like relations, cyberbullying. And the other, I think, very well, like it is with best practices. I think it's really best practice. At the Digital Youth Forum, we organized this Digital Youth Forum since 2016. And this is the big conference, big event for young people. And young people are speaking. These are influencers. These are young social activists. So they are the speakers, and we have young people as audience. So these are events coming like from 400 people in the room, even to 700 people in the room, depending on the year and the conference hall, the conference room that we had. But also it's organized in a hybrid mode, so we invite schools to join the event online, and it's really working very well. I think last time we had like 100,000 kids watching the conference, and we also, this time I will talk about it later a bit more, but now we have lots of children from Ukraine, and we also make it available from Ukrainians. They can join the conference, they can come to the conference, even schools in Ukraine joined also this event, and they watched from their country. And so we deliver, of course, the translation into Ukrainian. So this is the conference that is really, really successful. And I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
And keeping rounds, let's now give the floor to Boris Radanovic from Southwest Grid for Learning.
Thank you. Thank you to the moderators as well and my dear colleagues. I loved your presentations and the quote, I think, from Sabrina, or with or without you, the song. I really hope it's with us and not without us. My name is Boris Radanovic. I'm coming from the UK Safer Internet Center, and I do firmly believe that the voice of youth is the voice of the future. And the sooner we start listening, the better the future will be for all of us. And unfortunately, we need to find ways to respect those voices, but at the same time, find ways for those voices to shine through. And yes, Niels, I absolutely believe they are experts. And yes, Deborah, I do believe that every child does deserve to have a trusted adult, but oftentimes than not, children do not have a trusted adult, or even better, a trusted educated adult. And then the question is what to do there. And we know from science and we know from data that children are 5 times less likely to reach out to a trusted adult when they encounter or are in an online unsafe situation than they talk to their friends. So today, I'm here to talk to you about empowering young people to educate their peers about online safety, and the program we developed in United Kingdom for the UK Safer Internet Center with our partners, ChildNet International. It's a program that champions youth digital citizenship and creativity. It is effective, it's fun, it's an online platform. At the same time, it contributes towards an outstanding whole school approach to online safety. More than 5,000 digital leaders have been educated until now, and they're active in their school communities, and we have reached thousands more as a result of this peer-to-peer learning module, which we do firmly believe is an excellent way of going forward and giving space to those voices of children. Majority of them are 7 to 18 years old. They have learned how to become a digital leader in their school, up to 15 children in each school, through gamified and interactive online experiences and learning modules and group working. The program enhances not only online safety, but the understanding of issues of online safety and the advocacy and power of young people that they can have to make the changes that we all so sorely need in the online space to create a better and safer internet for us all. And in the end, one thing that we all must work to is instills confidence in children not to be passive bystanders, to be active upstanders for many of the issues that we see online. At the end, I want to invite you all as well, our partners, ChildNet International, have a film competition for all the youth around the world where they can advocate but as well engage in activities and create a film that they can submit for one of the biggest international film competitions. And I think it's important to note that INSAFE also has a booth, and please do visit us at the booth so we can continue talking about this. The voices of children are the voices of the future, and we need to start listening to them now. Thank you very much.
Well, I think we should open the floor after this brief introduction of different initiatives. Most of all, we want to make the conversation a global conversation. I already had the opportunity to meet someone in the booth area today. I didn't want to put on the spot, but if you could share with us a little bit about your initiative, that would also be very nice, and maybe linking into what we discussed here. It's mainly because, of course, the InSafe network has most focus on the European geography, but most of all, it's good to reflect that we also engaged in other geographic regions. So the idea here, and please introduce yourself and the initiative, is to find the opportunity that IGF promotes, really this exchange of best practices.
Thank you very much. My name is Brigitte Chelebian. I'm a lawyer and director of Justice Without Frontiers, coming from Lebanon. And I think the only Arab organization participating in IGF, or there is two Arab organizations. Well, in Lebanon, since 2019, we start having the economical crisis, and the percentage of domestic violence is increasing, including the cybercrime. The recent report issued by the Internal Security Forces mentioned that the cybercrime are increasing more than 100%. And last year, we started receiving calls from schools asking us to provide sessions, awareness sessions for school students about bullying and about violence. Because, as they mentioned, the percentage of bullying among students is increasing, and there is kind of there is different way that students are using. So last year we provided awareness sessions for 1,700 students. It was a good number for us, and we were able to reach private schools, and this year we will start reaching the public schools. As well, regarding the cyber crimes, we provided legal consultation and representation for girls who were sexually harassed on online platform. And we had a good cooperation from the ISF because we have a hotline, but not all people are aware about. So for this year, we try to manage ourselves more because we found the need for that. So we are working on a cyberbullying policy paper. It will be done by next month, where we will hold a roundtable to discuss it and to see. We will involve the key stakeholders, and in later stage we will select 4 or 5 schools in Lebanon to conduct a pilot project with them. We will have a bullying policy paper, and we will have a program with to work with students, teachers, and the administration. And in later stage, we will be working on cyberbullying. The issue that I want to highlight and the importance of my presence here is that I am learning more from you and getting tools. Because when we start going to school, we didn't have any material in Arabic language for students about cybersecurity, about bullying, and whatever. So I was going through YouTube to find some, because children, I cannot go to them with PowerPoint. I need just to show them films, and it depends from their age. So we play with them games, and we start through YouTube's getting some short films talking about cyber crimes, what to do. And the best thing that we did is one of the biggest school in Lebanon. They have more than 3,000 students. In their football stage, we put an advertisement for 1 year. It's about what is bullying and what is bullying. Focusing on bullying only among students, what is bullying, how to report, what is the role of each student, and we put this is a crime, and this is when we have cases, this is the police number, and it will be left for 1 year. And we received some feedback that we made it in Arabic language. We received feedbacks from family committees in school to have it in English and to have it as in each class or section to have one poster from that. So this is a short summary about Lebanon.
Thank you, Bridget, very much. And Bridget told me that she's a newcomer to the IGF space, so it's really nice also to have that feedback and have you also included from day zero in the discussion, so thank you for that. May I ask if we have questions from the coming from online?
No questions, but actually it's one comment that is worth mentioning, that now there is a new initiative, like Dynamic Teen Coalition has just started within IGF, that I think this may be a very good opportunity for young people to join and take part in shaping the landscape of internet governance. So.
Thank you. Thank you for your contributions, and I would like to go back to the panel, and we have a question for them. So the question is, how do you ensure your youth participation activities are inclusive and accessible to vulnerable groups? And I will start with Boris.
Easy question.
Okay, so
$1
please
million
go
question.
ahead.
We know a lot, but we're still missing a lot of data. But the data that we have, we know the children at most risk in physical life are at most risk in digital life. That's what we knew, but we didn't know how much. It's 3 to 7 times more likely. If you have any accessibility, disability issues, any special education needs, you're 3 to 7 times or even greater, highly likely to get abused online. So the challenges are in not just creating safe spaces for children, but having them accessible and ready on the go for children and youth and adults who fall into those minority categories. And your adversities, diversities, puts you in a disadvantaged position to all of us online, because the spaces we create online are not safe enough for all of us to be in. So we need to build more inclusive spaces online, and we need to think about much wider groups of people than any group that we are creating the app or a platform for. And especially looking at vulnerabilities, abilities, disabilities, and many of those special categories for minority groups, so we can create those spaces better for them. And we cannot create those spaces in isolation, working just by ourselves. And we know from the online safety space and protection of children that the multi-stakeholder approach is the only way to go, and especially through education. So I would from my perspective, only advise to working with the experts in the field, with those minorities, abilities and disabilities groups, to understand their perspectives and their needs, and then create the spaces around that, not the other way around. They have the knowledge on the ground that we can educate the educators who already know the specific needs and necessities of those peculiar and specific groups who are sensitive to many of those things. So then we can work with them to develop the online spaces that recognize differences, but allow us to adapt to them as well and create better and safer environment for us all, but especially for the categories of children and young people who are most disadvantaged online. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah? I will follow.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, so from our Safer Internet Center, we mainly target children who are in care, in residential care, in foster care, mainly, or in those residing in residential homes. These children, the agency I come from is the Foundation for Social Welfare Agency, so it has the section of fostering incorporated in it. And these children come from a disadvantaged situation at home, and we found that they were vulnerable, especially to online connections, because they would be chatting to people to replace the love, and they want to talk about their situation to someone who's out there who would understand them. So that would put them also in a vulnerable position. So we try to engage them as much as possible into our programs. We invite them to the Rights for You live-ins. We also go to their residential homes. We do practical sessions, even about privacy, about who they're chatting to, like practical sessions. And we give them it's like an express helpline route, in a way that they can call us directly if they experience some form of online harm, so that we'd be able to help them immediately in order to provide them with our help.
Thank you. Anna?
Yes. As a Polish Safer Internet Center, we try to support all the underserved groups. However, I would like now to focus on the refugees, because as we all know, from 24 of February 2022, when Russia attacked Ukraine, the Polish border was crossed by 16 million of refugees. Many of them are already home, if they could. Many of them moved to other countries, but we have still about 1 million people from Ukraine living in Poland, mostly women and children. And we have about 200,000 kids that attend Polish schools. So what we could do as a Polish Safer Internet Center was, of course, to include them into our actions, to give them the support in fields of internet safety. As I said before, we translate all our events simultaneously. We enable also the remote connection to our events. We translate also our educational resources into Ukrainian. We promote them in schools as well. We also did something like to really give the support. So we hired consultants in the helpline with the Ukrainian language, psychologists with the Ukrainian language, to be able to answer to reports from children from Ukraine. Our hotline is also more prepared to work on those reports. And the Polish Safer Internet Center consists of two organizations. It's National Research Institute, NASK, that I represent, and we have also the NGO, Empowering Children Foundation. And at NASK, we also have a special department fighting with disinformation and fake news. And they deal a lot with the disinformation related to the war. So this is like a big part of our everyday actions. Thank you.
And now, to finish.
Yeah, a lot already has been said, so I'll try to focus on a different group. We did a check of our website a few years ago, and we found out that unfortunately it's not inclusive enough for everyone. And now I'm going to talk about like children on the spectrum, so autism spectrum disorder. Yes, for like this is a group of children who first of all need easier language. Also, our website, it was way too flashy when it's about the parts that the resources part and where they can find information. So it's not only about the words and trying to make sure our content is inclusive, it's also in the way you present it. And secondly, when we're talking about like e-safety for children and empowering them, we're talking now about a group who has a lot of difficulties with that. So we're talking about, for example, discovering red flags, having their gut feeling empowered. People on the spectrum have a harder time to detect red flags, have a harder time to trust their gut feeling. So we felt that we really need to make something specific for this group, and it turned out to be the Star Plus tool, co-created with children on the spectrum. And it's really beautiful. You should check it out, Star Plus from Child Focus. And yeah, we're trying to, it's already translated. So initially it was made into Flemish, so Dutch. There's a French version, and now we're trying to translate it into different languages. Also thanks to the InSafe network. Yeah, just to conclude, why is it so beautiful that we are all that we are all here from different countries? We don't need to invent the wheel over and over again. If Boris makes a beautiful tool in the UK, we can take this into the Belgian context, and of course you localize it, but we can learn so much from each other, and that's a really beautiful thing here. Thank you.
Before we wrap up, I just want to make sure that if anyone here in the audience or online has some point or question that wants to. Perfect. It's a great opportunity. If you could stand, say your name, your affiliation.
Hello. Is this working? Yes. Hi, my name's Amy Crocker from ECPAT International, which is a global network of organizations fighting the sexual exploitation of children. Thank you so much for your presentations. This is sort of probably something you deal with often, but one of the things I find interesting about working with young people, and particularly when you have things like sort of youth platforms, is that sometimes you have youth who are very empowered and are used to doing this. How do you reach the kids that are too shy, too reticent to come forward? Because obviously you're building the future ambassadors, but you want to make sure that you're going horizontally. So I'd love to hear a little bit about that.
Yeah.
Sabrina is already saying
this. I can go first, Boris, and then Shibin. It's a good question. It's a valuable question. Of course, many of the young people that we work at European level, as I said, they have been working previously with the colleagues here in the national field. So they're kind of already experts. They have a good knowledge in English. They know how to articulate themselves. But what I always find very impressive with these young people, they're so aware of their responsibilities they have when they come from these meetings, what they have to do at home to kind of like, you know, in their community, in their local community, with their families, with their schools. We recently invited, and this is just to give a very concrete example, we recently invited 2 of our big youth ambassadors to come to a European Commission event in Brussels. And while we were waiting, sitting in the audience, I was actually with one of the youth ambassadors from Malta. And it was a hybrid event. So it was streamed online, and the youth ambassador told me, oh, actually I shared the link with my classmates. And I said, oh, wow, so they're gonna watch you and maybe they get like interested and they would also like to do this in the future. And he said, oh, well, actually my best friend, he's really shy. I don't think he would ever do this, but it's not a problem because I'm here today and I represent also his concerns. So I think these young people have a very great sense of responsibility, and they come back from these meetings, they go into their community, they share what they're doing, and I think this way they make sure that, you know, also those who are maybe more introvert, and that's perfectly fine, not everyone needs to be on stage all the time, that they make sure that their voice is included as well.
Thank you. I think it's Boris, 1 minute for each.
I'll be quick.
Me too.
Split the minute.
Split the minute. Okay, 30 seconds, Niels. I think it's important. What Sabrina said, absolutely agree. But I think that's the power of peer-to-peer led programs. You can educate the leaders, but the leaders need to educate the others and create those cohorts of people, of young people who support them. But I would emphasize, as well as Sabrina said, using tech that enables exactly that, like equal participation, anonymous participation, participation where you don't need to stand in front of a camera. You can be the director, you can be the screenplay writer, you can be some other part of that environment that enables everybody to take part. You as an educator, you as a facilitator need to make sure that all of the voices are included as much as possible. But in the end, children are remarkable of having that broad appeal. Is that 30 seconds?
Something like that. Just to add, I really like this question because it's an everyday struggle, to be honest. To really, and I'm not only talking about shy kids, but just in general, if we just reach out, just throw out some lines through the audience, we will always have the same public. We will have privileged people, and you create the Matthew effect. Like you are just preaching to the choir, and you need to be on a day-to-day basis aware of like that there's people out there that you don't reach if you don't do your darn best. So this is like, I really like this question. This is something that we should all be aware of. Reach out.
No, I just want to say that when we organize the competitions, before they go to this big pan-European youth panel meeting, and they send us videos, they never start like, for me, important is, or I think they always say, my friends, my generation. So I think they really feel that they are the voices of their generation. Yes, they are representing.
Yeah. Go ahead. So I've been asked to kind of wrap up and bridge a little bit this session from day zero with the rest of the IGF, also from and with the youth work that we'll be conducting throughout the sessions. And I think that we can wrap up saying that with or without you, children and young people help each other, but need having someone to talk to. They most often are engaging in these initiatives that we heard, being consulted, and sometimes they also feel that it's easier to talk to each other than talking to an adult. The important point, and also addressing this last question, is that each young people or each young person feels supported in the process, being shy, being a leader, and engage in different levels. For instance, here at the IGF, we'll be having in the afternoon, from the start of the afternoon, the Youth Summit. The Youth Summit, for instance, if you want to know, it was a process throughout the year, organizing different workshops, regional workshops, and the one in Europe was about nurturing digital well-being, addressing the impact of the digital environment on youth mental health, which was exactly, which could have been also one of the topics that we could raise from the last question that we put to the participants here. So I would say that kind of wrapping up is understanding the different roles. We provided great examples, and I bring the InSafe structure example and how it works, and give it as a best practice also in other forum, because I do believe, and Sofia kind of introduced me in the beginning a little bit like that. I did start in youth participation, youth engagement, youth awareness through one of such programs. Was part of the consultative youth program for the Safer Internet Center of Portugal. And throughout the years, and Sofia was making a joke also about how I keep my skin still very intact, although 26 already. And it's been a while, but hopefully we're making positive change, influencing even the more shy, and also, as so many also very well said, making sure that the voice of the shy are also heard by us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we are on time.
Yes. thank you so much for your presence, and I think that we can move to the next workshop. So enjoy IGF.
Test, test. Sorry, if I can ask people in the room still having conversations, we're going to start our session now. You're welcome to stay or thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Do we have anyone in the room? And welcome to the General Assembly for IGFSA. My name is Amrita Chaudhary and I welcome all of you along with the EC members to this meeting. The agenda for today is approval of the summary of records of 2022 General Assembly, the adoption of the contents of the report and financial statements for the year, approval of the annual budget for the next year based upon the recommendations of the Executive Committee, some discussion on the fundraising, a discussion on the election of the Executive Committee, release of obligations of the Executive Committee members as per the Swiss law, and if there is anything else anyone wants to discuss, we could have it under the any other business. Is this agenda okay with everyone and okay to be adopted? Okay, thank you. So I would now pass it on to Jennifer, who would be sharing more on the summary of records of the 2022 General Assembly. Jennifer, over to you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jennifer Chung. I am the secretary for the IGFSA. And in this role, I'd like to present to you the summary record of the 2021 it should be 2022. Sorry about that typo. I will definitely change it. And this was a General Assembly that was held on the margins of the Ethiopia meeting in Addis Ababa last November. Just a brief presentation and summary. We held our 9th General Assembly during the IGF in Addis Ababa. And we have received quite a full attendance, actually more attendance than we have today. We've had 51 IGFSA members and observers, both in person and online, and also a remote hub also attended the meeting. The agenda item actually does not change too much from year to year, as you can see on the screen here. I won't go through each one individually. I will move down to probably the item number 5. As we're doing right now, every time during the General Assembly, we ask our IGFSA members to approve the summary record of the previous year's summary of the General Assembly, and then we're able to actually adopt and post on the website. Moving on down here, last year in Addis Ababa, we actually did postpone the 2022 Executive Committee elections, and we actually had the elections at the beginning of 2023. Where we also have had it earlier this year during February, we have inaugurated 2 new executive committee members. I see one of them in the room today, Professor Flavio Wagner, and also Amado Espinosa, who is in Kyoto but not currently in the room right now. So they are our 2 executive committee members that we took on during the year between General Assembly 2022 and now. Moving on very quickly, as our usual agenda, we adopted the contents of the activity reports and the financial statements. There was some questions regarding the disbursements, and as this year as well, as you'll hear from me later, there's a lot of back and forth when we're working with the IGFSA bank account in Switzerland. There's a lot of compliance requirements that we need to fulfill, and we of course always thank the IGFSA members and the NRI recipients of these grants for their patience and understanding while we work through all of these issues. So when we look at the activity report later on the 3rd agenda item, you will see asterisks next to some of the requests. This means that the request is still ongoing. Some of them have been approved and are ongoing, and the others would be in progress pending some approvals as well. So moving on quickly to agenda items, in this particular report, item number 8. There was a presentation by our treasurer, Nigel Hickson, who actually today has sent his apologies. He's not able to make the General Assembly in person. So he does present then the financial reports that are prepared by our accountant, Michael Parrott. And usually after that, we do then show a projected budget for the upcoming year, where we ask the IGFSA members to take a look at and approve for our use in the upcoming year for IGFSA. And then finally, we had the fundraising agenda item in Addis, and I think we also have it this year as well. There's always a lot of learnings that we can take in from IGFSA members and suggestions. I think IGFSA Executive Committee will also put in some work this upcoming year to fulfill these suggestions as appropriate. And moving on quickly, if we look at the ending, actually paragraph 5 here, our previous chair, who is actually in the room here, our chair emeritus, Marcus Coomer, has suggested dedicated calls to fundraising, especially including the IGFSA membership and other ways that we are able to raise funds. Unfortunately, this year we weren't able to schedule so many of these calls, but of course, again, we will look forward to being able to do that in the upcoming year. And now we've gone on to the very end of the last year's summary record. We have at the very end there our election of the new chair, who's our current presiding chair, Amrita Chowdhury. So I'll stop here, and this is just a presentation of the summary record of the previous General Assembly. I hand it back to Amrita to see if there's any questions and if it's okay for the membership to adopt and approve.
Thank you, Jennifer. If anyone has any questions, you can raise it, and I see a few more people who have walked into the room. Perhaps we could have a round of introduction of who all are there, at least the names. That may be helpful. And if anyone had questions on last year's summary, any queries? Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Jimson Olufuye from IGF SA Executive Committee member. I want to congratulate our chair and executive member, secretariats for a job well done thus far. It's a very good summary, but I just wanted to know whether there was any form of follow-up to some of our donors that did some contribution before. For example, like the ICANN BC. Okay, so if it's something we're interested in, they donated some small funding. I think it's good to follow them. Is there any interest in following that up? Thank you.
I think, Jimson, it's a very valid suggestion that we should be following up the previous donors also. And this is what we were actually, Chris isn't here in this meeting, but this is what was being planned, that there have been many sponsors in the past whom we have not even reached out to. Perhaps it may be good if we can reach out to them and see their interest on what is, if they want to, reignite their interest in sponsoring, to also informing them what we are doing. And for that, I'm just jumping the queue. We have Wim out here who's making a report for us. It's still working, and once the draft is over, we would be sharing. That would be a report which would be summarizing things. We have been showing what we've been doing, but we want to and we have been doing it in-house, but this time we are using a specialist who can make it and draft it well, which people would appreciate in different ways, the communication. So with that report, we want to go back to people who had supported us. Many of the lists are not there. We have the names, but Chris and others in the fundraising team had been working on trying to get that list in place. Or getting in touch with who the persons are. Perhaps we may also reach out to our members. You may have connects that this is the person in this organization who could be reached, and even the email IDs, because everyone is a volunteer. They have other things also which they're doing, but your support would actually help, because we want to help more NRIs, we want to give them more funds, and now the requirements are also increasing because everyone is going into a physical mode. But we cannot increase the funding levels to that extent because we also have to keep some reserves. And as Jennifer mentioned, this year we did have some issues with our banking system. There was, the transition thing, signatory change, etc., was taking a lot of time. We just resolved it now. So, so that is why there were delays in making payments. Not only delays, there were also delay in us getting the list from IGF Secretariat, because normally what happens is our Secretariat looks at the list. We get a request list. Jennifer again rechecks it with Anya. When she said, yes, it's okay, then we make the payment. So even that list was delayed because IGF was also looking at funds from places and they had not got. So at one point, there was slight delay in that. But in the interim period when the bank for us started working, we kind of cleared things up as much as possible. So that was a bit of a difficult situation, but we hear from the accountant that things are okay, and we hope we can streamline it a bit more. I hope I've been able to answer your question. Any other questions, anyone? Okay, so we can do a round of introduction. I think everyone is there, and then we will go into the financial thing. Jennifer, if that's okay? Yeah? Yes.
Hello. Yeah. Hello everyone. This is Mohammad Abdul Haq Onu, Secretary General Bangladesh Internet Governance Forum and Coordinator of Bangladesh School of Internet Governance.
Good afternoon. This is A.S.M. Buzlur Rahman, working with Bangladesh IGF. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Avi Doria. I've been a member of this sort of since it began, and am short timer on ICANN board.
Not too short. Edmund. Edmund Chung from Dot Asia, also supporting Secretariat here with Jen and Jasmine and others. Have been a member at the IGFSA and former board here, and I guess that's the introduction. Thank you.
Hello, also from my side. I'm Janne Hirvonen, representing here the Finnish Ministry for Foreign Affairs. First timer in IGF. I'm responsible for digitalization, technology, internet governance, standardization at the Finnish MFA. Thank you.
Hi everyone, here's Flavio Wagner. I'm a member of the Executive Committee of IGFSA, professor for computer science at the University of Rio Grande do Sul in Brazil, one of the members of the coordinating team of the Brazilian IGF, and also president of the Brazilian chapter of the Internet Society.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Kirama from Tanzania IGF. Also, I currently serve as the president of Internet Society Tanzania chapter and a member of IGFSA. But it seems my records have not been updated, I think. I appreciate if, because I paid my dues. Thank you. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Joyce Chen. I am an IGFSA EC member. It is also the end of my term this year. And I am also concurrently an IGF MAG member, also my final year. I'm in my third year as a MAG member. And I am the senior advisor for strategic engagement at APNIC, which is the Asia Pacific Network Information Center. So very nice to meet all of you. Thank you.
Oh, hi, this is Jasmine, Secretary of IGFSA and also APIGF. So I'm from Dot Asia with Edmund and Jennifer. Nice to meet you.
Hi, I'm Judith Hellerstein. I am here representing the Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability, where I am a co-coordinator. I am also a secretary, the treasurer of both the ISOC Accessibility Standing Group and also the Accessibility SIG, which is a project of ISOC New York, and I'm a member of the New York and the Washington, D.C. ISOC chapters, and been involved in IGFSA for many years.
Hi, I'm Marcus Kummer, the former chair of the executive committee of the IGFSA, and I've been with the IGFSA since its inception. I'm currently also a senior advisor at Diplo and Geneva Internet Platform, and also a member of the Swiss ISOC chapter.
Hello everyone, Kusai Al-Shati from Kuwait. I'm a proud IGFSA member since its establishment. I would like to take this opportunity first to thank the previous chair, Mr. Marcus Comer, on his whole activities and effort to initiate the IGFSA as it is today. And I want to congratulate Madam Chairwoman and your new position, wishing you all the best.
Okay. Once again, I'm Jimson Olufuye. I'm the chair of the Advisory Council of the Africa ICT Alliance, which I have the privilege of founding in 2012 with 6 African countries. Now we're in 41 African countries. I also have my private business, Contemporary Consulting, as a principal consultant. And I was also part of the founders, or those guys there that pushed the initiative of IGF SA. So it's been a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Yes, hello everybody. My name is Amado Espinosa from Mexico. I am member of the executive committee from IGFSA, former MAC member of IGF. Nice, pleased meeting you.
Good afternoon all. My name is Germán Valdés. I'm the executive secretary for the Number Resource Organization.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. My name is Raúl Echeverría. I'm the executive director of the Latin American Internet Association and one of the founders of IGFSA and first chair of the board.
Okay, and hi all. My name is Wim Dirkzelle. Most of you will know me as I have been for a couple of years with the Secretariat as a consultant supporting intersessional activities. And as Amrita said, I'm helping IGFSA with compiling a report, mainly with the idea to do better outreach to help present what has been achieved, because I learned that you start at your 10th year, as this is the 10th General Assembly. So next year, this time, will be a great birthday party. So in the head up to that, I think it would be great to come up with a document that clearly says, clearly shows the value of the organization. So I'm working on that and hope that I can present something very nice very soon.
Hello, I'm Marcelo Valenzuela from NIC Chile, a technology center, part of the University of Chile, public university. We are in charge of the top-level domain of our country. And in June, we had our first ever IGF forum. We're very proud of it. It was a lot of work to assemble it, and now we want to start working in many more fields, in more things, so thanks.
Thank you, Jen. I think we have a few online speakers who may want to speak. I can see Oksana expressing gratitude to Marcus and Jennifer for, for the support to the Ukraine IGF and is there any other comment? No, I think Alexander is here from Macedonia. Yes.
This is Jennifer. I'm happy to read out from our online participants. This is the message from Alexander. He says, good morning from Macedonia. He is the founding member and former coordinator of IGF Macedonia for 5 consecutive years, and now member of the supervisory board. And he would like to express the gratitude to IGFSA as the financial support received for the 2 first annual events, 2017 and 2018, were of critical importance to our sustainability. And thank you, Alexander, for acknowledging it. We appreciate it too.
So thank you, everyone, and thank you, Marcus. You are still, even though Marcus is not the chair, but he is like a mentor, and we are always running to him when we have issues. He helps us in firefighting most of the things, and he's a part of the EC as Chairman Emeritus. So we will go to the financial statement. Nigel, unfortunately, isn't here. Nigel looks after the the finance part, but I think he's passed on the message to Jennifer to, share it here. So Jennifer, do you want to share something on the screen?
Sure. I'll do a share screen right now, if you would bear with me one moment. So once it's loaded, you'll be able to see. Right. So this is the financial report prepared by our accountant. We would like to also note that this is the actual financial report prepared for the end until the end of 2022. He will then also prepare again one for the end of 2023. I think the gap here is that we always have our General Assembly before the end of the calendar year, so it's more difficult for our accountant to prepare a statement that is that way. Once the 2023 financial statement report is prepared and signed by our chair, we will then find an opportunity to be able to circulate this to our membership as well. So as noted from our treasurer, he would like to express gratitude to Michael Parrott, our accountant, for the preparation of this particular financial report. I think for this one, when we're looking at it, it does not reflect the current total funding that we do have in the Swiss bank accounts. As noted by Amrita earlier, we had to go through a series of compliance requirements when we changed the actual executive director from our previous chair, Marcus Kummer, to our current chair, Amrita Chowdhury. It took quite a little bit of time to make sure all the documentation and all the steps were taken completely and accurately. I'm happy to report that we are current, and we are also, we do have Amrita officially as our executive director of the legal part of IGFSA in terms of the bank accounts here. So when we are able to then have a more comprehensive look at the financial situation of 2023, we would be able to then circulate again to the membership. But in here, I would do like to note there is an asterisk that we need to probably ask our accountant to fix. As you can see in the line item regarding contributions to the IGF Trust Fund, we have been supportive of them since the IGFSA's inception, so we do need a small correction here. In fact, this year when I present the activity report, which is part of the same agenda item, we will note that IGFSA has agreed to increase the funding to the IGF Trust Fund from the previous $10,000 to the current $15,000. So I am fortunately not able to give a more comprehensive ending fund balance for the current situation for the bank accounts, but I do want to stop here to see if there's any questions or suggestions or any comments. I'll hand this to Amrita to do for the queue.
No, one thing is the challenge this year was also because the IGF cycle was shortened. Like normally you have the IGF in November or December, and so you have a better understanding of the funds, the situation, as in whatever has come in is a different thing, but what you have spent, becomes much more clear. So this year we've not been able to present a much more clearer picture, primarily because one is the bank account, but that's not an excuse, but also because the cycle is not concluded, and that's why there is an item in the AOB which was suggested by Henriette. We would be discussing it, but I see, Avri, you have a question.
Yeah. Is it on? Yeah. Yeah, I have a question in terms of, and it probably was in some newsletter or some communication that I ignored, and I apologize for asking. Why did we increase the amount given to the IGF itself? Did we not have enough NRIs and others that needed it? Was there some sort of thinking beyond it that they deserved more now because they had fixed all the reasons that people weren't giving them as much? And I mean, I'm just wondering the why. Thanks.
So the reason was this year there was an intern whom they wanted to fund to bring here, and IGF was running short of funds, and they requested it, and since it would help in the operation, so we supported it. And I think Jennifer wants to add a bit more.
Thank you, Amrita. This is Jennifer for the record. To answer Avri's question as well, some context, the IGF Secretariat also issues grants to the different NRIs and youth initiatives that do apply, but their assessment process is much longer than ours, and the criteria is very stringent. And in addition, I think they also are not able to fund meetings that have already passed, even though their assessment process is very, very long. So the flexibility that IGFSA has gives us the advantage to be able to fill this gap. So in actual fact, we talked to the IGF Secretariat to see if they can give us a list of the NRIs that originally were considered for the IGF Secretariat grant, but because of logistic issues and the length of process issues, then we would be able to try to fill the gap as much as possible.
But wouldn't that be a reason to give them less because it was going directly to the NRIs and not more? I'm just trying to understand.
Avri, when an NRI receives funds from IGF, it is higher than what we give. But there are many who do not meet their criteria because they have limited funds. So that list comes to us and we verify it and we release it. So that's what I was referring to when we said the list from Secretariat, because if they have given someone some fund, we don't want to kind of double dip and provide them more funds. Any more questions, comments?
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification provided. Jimson again speaking. Maybe a good idea, because in the past we always have opportunity to see the list of donors, so that we can know if there's any clause attached to any particular donation in any case. So is that still coming up? Maybe to know the list of last donors. Thank you.
The donors normally have been the NROs, ICANN, Tide Foundation. This time the request from Tide Foundation has come in. Unfortunately, the delay has been at our end because their requirements were something we were not being able to comply because of our banking issues. So only now can we start working on it. So that was a concern. But we've not had any new donor coming in this financial year, to answer your question bluntly. We have been looking at the list. We tried to go to some companies, but many of them this year is having a bit of a tight budget, especially tech companies for other reasons. But and we were trying to internally look at the list of previous donors, because I would say it is much easier to reach out to people who already know of IGFSA, who have supported. Might be they had different reasons of not supporting. And that's the list we were trying to kind of, Chris and we all were trying to kind of come up with, but there has been no additional donors this year.
If there's no more questions regarding this, I'll move on now to the activity report, and I will share a screen. If you bear with me one moment. Okay. And I'll wait for it to load on the Zoom room. And it has loaded. Okay, so this is actually part and parcel of the financial report that we do need to also send the 2023 one when we do get it from the accountant. This is the activity report reporting on the IGFSA activities between the previous General Assembly back in 2022 and today. I'm going to skip over the introduction. It's actually quite self-explanatory because since the pandemic, there's a lot of the NRIs and the youth initiatives that are still really in hybrid mode, and some of them are still in completely remote mode. And as mentioned before, IGFSA has more flexibility to be able to fund these meetings as opposed to the IGF Secretariat grants. So going on briefly, as I mentioned previously, we had our 9th GA during the ADIS meeting. And this is just in brief summary of the longer draft summary record. And I did mention, and now we do also have Amado in the room. For the 2022-2023 cycle, we welcomed 2 new executive committee members, Dr. Flavio Wagner and also Dr. Amado Espinoza. There is the more details that I've already gone through in the summary record. Now I'm coming to the executive committee. We held a series of 7 meetings over the course of this activity period. There were several other meetings that were more dedicated to communications, and there was one dedicated meeting regarding fundraising, and there were several others that unfortunately didn't meet quorum, but 7 official meetings that did meet quorum. 5 of them were held in a virtual setting, and 2 were held in the hybrid manner in the margins of the ICANN meetings in Cancun and also in Washington, D.C. In fact, I think we're looking forward to another hybrid in-person and remote meeting in the upcoming ICANN meeting in Hamburg. In its operations of day-to-day, the executive committee is supported by a secretary and a secretariat. That would be myself, Jennifer Chung from .Asia organization, and we also have our webmaster extraordinaire, Kelvin Trong, who does support strenuously on all the website items, the membership items. I think you have received this email about the problems that you receive about looking at the standing list or the active members list, and he's extremely helpful. As I mentioned previously as well, we have an accountant, Michael Parrott, and he's based in Geneva. Coming down to the membership category, there is 2 very simple categories. There is the individual membership, which is the which most of you, I think, in this room are, and it's with the annual membership dues of $25 and there's the organizational membership with the annual membership dues of $100 to date. And right now, I just got a message from our webmaster. We increased actually our members. In here you see 306, but now we've added 2 new members that he just sent me maybe 10 minutes ago. And now we also have 30 members that are deemed active, so these will be corrected as well. Active membership confers the benefit to be able to run for the open executive committee seats, and also it gives you the right to receive a ballot with which to vote during these elections. So now coming on to the activities of the organization. As mentioned by Amrita earlier, we are still going through the process of working with the Tides Foundation with their pledge of the $100,000. And for the membership fees, I need to update this few as well because we just included 2 new members. This is more of a nominal amount. It is not really a huge part of the donor, but it does form part of the contribution to the general funding that we are able to allocate. So the allocation of funds, the IGFSA's mandate since 2017 is to be able to, in a very flexible manner, prioritize the NRIs, the sub-regional, regional, national, and also the youth initiatives. Just to mention as well, we've received actually a lot more requests from youth initiatives, especially ones that are having their first meeting or the second meeting this year. And we've noted that there is an increase also with the type of structure that surround the youth initiatives. In particular, of note, and when I move down a little further, on the next page, but I'll mention it now. We did receive a request from Youth IGF Cambodia, who very successfully completed their first meeting this year, as well as we also considered an increased funding approval for Youth LAC IGF, because they were also the only physical regional meeting in the LAC region this year. So as part of this priority support funding was allocated to 4 regional and sub-regional IGFs, 8 national initiatives, and 5 youth initiatives. As you can see, the cumulative total of the IGFSA support to date brings it to $548,500. In addition, there are 6 more funding requests that are also in progress. I do note that we are still in the early days of October this year. There are a few more initiatives that will be holding their meetings actually this month and next month and also in December. So with the approvals of that, that will bring the IGFSA support this year another 17 to 18,000 US dollars. Moving on to the projected funding allocation for 2024, and I'll pause after this for any discussions and questions. In this segment, we are allocating 50,000 US dollars to the national, sub-regional, regional, and youth initiatives. And this is looking at the kind of the trajectory of the requests coming in this year. This year, with the 6 additional requests that are still in progress, that will bring the IGFSA expenditure to just over 40,000 US dollars. So our projected funds allocation is quite conservative, but does still include another $10,000 US dollars in budget for this. Mentioned earlier, for the UN IGF Trust Fund, we're keeping with the 15,000 US dollars. Of course, this is also a point where the IGFSA membership can give us direction and comments and suggestions whether or not this should be kept or decreased or increased as appropriate. As we mentioned earlier, there's the additional support to the IGF Secretariat operations and logistics. And the reason why this is teased out from the previous line item, it's because there's a lot of compliance requirements. Once the monies go into the IGF Trust Fund, it's very difficult for them to then be able to support interns that are currently working from the day-to-day operations for the IGF Secretariat, especially if those interns are not from a particular global region or under a particular UN requirement. So this is the flexibility that we are able to give to them. And under here, the next line item, you see the accessibility, the captioning, and website improvements. Previously, this was actually quite a high number, but because now there's a different fund that is available to DCAD, and also the captioning that IGFSA still supports, having looked at the previous records as well, 5,000 US dollars right now is actually quite an increase from the actual invoicing that we do receive from Caption First. So perhaps here we can also take a look at any increasing the remote participation and accessibility requirements for other supported or related IGF or IGF ecosystem meetings. And then finally, there is the administrative projected expenses. This includes the secretariat's fees, the accountant fees, and the bank fees. I will skip over the contribution to the IGF Trust Fund since I've mentioned it twice already, and now we can move on to the list of initiatives that we've supported this year. So part of the regional, sub-regional IGF initiatives that we have supported this year or will be supporting, since there will be an asterisk because there are some that are still in progress. We have supported EuroDig, IGF Central Africa, the Pacific IGF, and the Youth LAC IGF. We've also notably increased funding amounts for these particular requests. In previous years, I think the funding amount for regional, sub-regional initiatives was set at 2,500 US dollars. This year in 2023, we've increased it to 3,000 US dollars. And the following national IGFs were approved to support funding, and there's the Liberia IGF, Moldova IGF, Belarus IGF, Tanzania IGF, Mauritius IGF, Uganda IGF, Bosnia and Herzegovina IGF, and Colombia IGF. So you see in the asterisks down in the 7th and the 8th lines, it is still in progress right now, but we don't expect there should be any problems going forward with that. I do also want to make note here, we did receive a list from the IGF Secretariat especially from the lists that they weren't able to fund. So some of the initiatives you see here are such initiatives that we then took up to fill the gap in funding. And finally, as I mentioned earlier, the youth IGFs, we have had an increase in support and also requests. So these are the Cambodia Youth IGF, the Bangladesh Youth IGF, Youth IGF Ghana, Youth IGF Benin, Youth IGF Colombia. So let me move down to the Accessibility Fund. As mentioned, we do have this contribution, and it's actually not earmarked so much right now regarding being able to just use it for accessibility, but we do still provide the real-time transcription into intersessional calls of the MAG, of the DCs, and also the NRIs. We have supported the continued subscription to certain accessibility requirements of the IGF's website. And also mentioned earlier, we also have the additional support to the operations of the IGF Secretariat in providing the travel support funding to the IGF Secretariat intern to travel here to Kyoto. Finally, in the outreach, communications, and miscellaneous, Wim has already taken the mic earlier. IGFSA Executive Committee have agreed to take on to produce a more comprehensive annual report that can be used for outreach and also fundraising purposes. It's currently being finalized with input from the EC and assistance from the Secretariat, and I think this is also a line item for us to discuss as well. So I will pass the mic right back to Amrita for any questions.
Thank you so much, Jennifer, for this. And as Jennifer mentioned, some places we have increased the funding for few NRIs based upon requirement. It was Ghana, for example, and other places when they specifically need it, we kind of have looked at it on a case-to-case basis and increased it. And we look forward to your views. I'm sure this report would be out for our members to view. You can look at it and also comment. Oh, it's already up, so you can look at it if you have some suggestions. The crowdfunding initiative which we started has last year was, I would say, not all that, I would not say successful. We tried it, we've not pushed it that much. Perhaps that is something we could look at, but again, we look at your suggestions on whom we can reach out in terms of donors, supporters. We would like to support the NRIs with more funds, but we cannot use all the funds available. We need to keep some, in the kitty for future use too. So this is where we wanted your, suggestions. And I'm just skipping a point. We had another point wherein we discussed the election, right? So normally what we've had is in the election, and Jennifer will take us through the particular, EC positions which is coming up for election. Another thing has been that our meetings have been AGM to AGM, GM to GM, or from in the cycle year of IGF meeting to another IGF meeting. Like last year was an end of November, December. It was December, right? And this time is November. So the fees, the membership fees, which is coming up, is kind of tricky because we didn't have last year's election. Exactly last year we had it this year. So some people had made their payments at the beginning of the year and then asking them to make another payment this year, kind of, many people may feel it to be a bit too much. So this is what we wanted to kind of discuss, that in such situations, if you all have some views on how we should have the membership fees, should it be on a year-to-year basis? Because many of the EC felt that if someone's paid in January, again making them pay in October actually doesn't sound too good. Though $25 is not much, but in many parts of the world it is a lot of money too. So any thoughts on that? And yes, I think Jennifer has more to add.
Oh, no, not yet.
So I guess we have 10 minutes. So Jennifer is kind of saying we need to, she wants to discuss the executive election. But do think about it, and you can always let us know. Perhaps we can cram it up, and you can go through it fast. And if someone
If we can please go back to the presentation. Thank you. Yes, this is perfect. So just a moment of order regarding the yes, just a point of order, because we do need for item number 4, we need the approval of the annual budget, the projected budget for 2024, and we also do need for item number 7. So these are the two procedural requests for the membership. Regarding line item number 6 or agenda number 6, with this more of the discussion of the or going through the timeline and details of the elections of the upcoming executive committee. So I'll pass it back to Amrita for number 4 to see if there's anything.
So, Onu, do you have particular points on item number 4? And if you could be a bit brief, because we'll be pushed out of the room in the next 10
No,
minutes.
item number 3 is
Yes.
the report.
Yes.
Jennifer is seeing the screen. Can you go previous report?
Are you talking about 2023 or 2024?
2023.
Okay. 2023. The financial report?
Yeah, yeah.
Financial report of... We don't have the financial report of 2023 yet.
Just previous report slide is...
It is the projected one for 24.
No, this not. Is the previous slide.
Yeah, the last slide we were
Yeah,
talking,
last
that
slide.
was projected
Yeah,
for
yeah.
2024.
Okay,
She'll just
okay.
share it.
Anu,
Yeah.
do you, where would you like?
Yeah. I just mentioned to you. You mentioned somewhere is, I'm just find out now. You mentioned here is the intern facilities in the IGFSA.
Yes, not for
what-
IGFSA. I'll just clarify what
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
saying.
yeah.
It was IGF Secretariat had to bring, you came in later, I guess, had to have an intern brought into IGF because she was responsible for certain assignments here, and IGFSA supported that intern to come here.
Okay.
That is what. The expenses which we did, some 3,000 or 4,000 USD, was for that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yes, we have been supporting IGF Secretariat in the past too, when they were short of fund on the website, on other interns also, Anya for that matter, and others. We have done it in the past historically. Is it, can we, as in, would you approve the annual budget for the next year? Thank you. So then we go to the election quickly.
So I will, if we can move to, I really realize that I can do this. All right, so moving very quickly to this, since we are running out of time. IGFSA members should have received emails from me and also from Kelvin regarding checking your active or standing member status. And here's the projected timeline. We're starting the expressions of interest submission today. Hopefully, if people in the room are interested, come up to me afterwards, or we will then need you to send in, a short statement of interest. And this period is a whole month until Tuesday, the 7th of November. Of course, bearing in mind there are other meetings later on this month, so please do take the time to think about whether you would like to run. We do have 4 EC members who are up for renewal this year. Of course, we have received some statements of interest from the current EC members. I'm looking at one of them in the room right now. But of course, we do welcome IGFSA active members to send in SOI if they are interested. And then to make everything easy for everyone to remember, the deadline will be Tuesday, the 7th of November for everything. So it's the same deadline for submitting your statement of interest if you want to run. It's the same deadline if you want to pay your membership dues to be able to run. It's the same deadline for you to pay your membership dues if you want to receive a ballot to vote. And we do want you to exercise your right to vote. It is important for you to elect your EC members, so then we can work on how to distribute the fundings to the different NRIs, or of course make any changes or improvements to IGFSA. The ballots will be sent out roughly a week later, Monday the 13th of November. We'll have a full working week for you to cast your ballot. There will be automatic reminders to those who haven't cast the ballot. So it will end on Friday, the 17th of November. We do have an elections officer who is part of our compliance team in .Asia. She has served as an elections officer last year as well, and she will do again this year. After the results are verified and ratified by our elections officer, we expect the announcement of the elections results in mid to late November. I'll pause here for Amrita.
Thank you, Jennifer. I believe this will be up on the website too, or would be, yes, it's up, and we would be emailing it to our list, or they would be looking at it from the website. Okay, right. We hope that they have seen it. Yes, we will be sending it over email also, because not many people may look at the website. Everyone has other things to do. Even I don't look at the website always, sorry. So with this, we move on to the 7th point, which is an obligatory point in terms of the Swiss rules. And do you want to? So there is this release of, what the rule says is there would be no obligations on the executive committee members in terms of financial or anything else, and that would have to be approved by the group. Is that okay with all? Thank you. So we come to any other business. I know we will have to rush out from the room, but again, this was a suggestion which Henriette had suggested, that while we have our general assemblies face-to-face during the IGF meeting, since sometimes the cycle is too short, Henriette was also thinking that perhaps we may want to have our general meeting online at a particular duration, and we do meet at the IGF. There were a few other EC members who were of the opinion that perhaps IGF gives us a good backdrop to come and meet everyone. Our members are here, we are there at some times. Some of the NRIs also drop in to speak to us, so perhaps we should retain that culture. If you have any thoughts on that, I know we do not have much time. Perhaps you can mail it, or quickly say a yes, no, without any explanation at this point of time, because we'll be thrown out of the room.
In other business, I had 2 points. Number one, we need to update our website. I think it's very important. The picture that has been there forever. Number two, we need to have a fundraising committee for the grant makers to come in and help us with the fundraising. So that those are my 50 cents contribution.
Yeah, you want to raise a point? Yeah. I think those are very valid points while Raul comes in. The website needs updation, and please tell the NRIs to send us some good pictures which we can put up, even in our reports and your reports, because if, we need the pictures. Nowadays, everyone's taking selfies. We might as well get some good pictures from you, please, especially the youth. Raul, please.
Hi. Very quickly, thank you very much for the report, and thank you for a very professional work of the Secretariat. So just to congratulate you. Thank you.
So on the point of our meetings, I'm quite happy to keep the General Assembly, with the IGF. I think it's good to have everyone face-to-face. But I think if we have some intersessional work or meetings in between online, I think that is fine as well if we have some content for them. Just on another note for AOB, I wanted to say thank you for the Secretariat for all your hard work that you've put in the whole year in managing this whole process. As well, one final word from me, which is that I think today is Amrita's birthday. as our chair. So happy birthday.
Wow.
That's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. But yes, thank you, Jen. And Jimson, over to you.
Yes, plus one to that. Happy birthday. Well, since my brother from Tanzania made a good observation about pictures on the website, I don't think it's a bad idea for us to have a group picture here, right here, before we go. At least that could be part of the content on the website. Thank you.
Yeah. I think it would be a good to have a meeting in between wherein our members can come in, because I personally think we do not have much messages going to our members. There's nothing. So if some communication is there apart from the annual meeting, it would be good. I know I'm putting more weight on Jennifer's shoulder, but I think some communication may make people feel more belonged, more responsible, rather than, you know, a show at the end of the year every time.
And I'll just really come on to your suggestion. If there's a mid-year kind of gathering for IGFSA members, we'll be able to take in more comments and actually course correct or improve mid-year and be able to listen to more of the suggestions from the membership. I think that would be a good idea. Whether this is a hybrid, whether this is online, or if we're able to, you know, out of any of the current meetings where we have a lot of IGFSA members, then we'll be able to figure out something. I think that would be a very good idea.
Yes, and thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Perhaps next time we should keep 2 hours, you know, where people can. We had 1 hour, right? We could have at least 90 minutes where people also can share their things rather than having a one-way broadcast. And with that, may I thank all of you, the donors, and all the members for supporting IGFSA. And let's take a picture. And we'll put it up on the website.
introduce everybody, and then I'll do my presentation. It's out now, but it doesn't make double noise.
Well, you start the session. Do you want to ask everyone to introduce themselves?
Well, that's maybe neat.
Do you want me to start? I don't mind.
Yeah, you start, because you'll be moderating at the end. So you do that.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Today we're here to talk about, well, it's a call for action, building a hub for effective cybersecurity. We are going to briefly introduce you to the speakers, but before I begin, I want to warn you that we have a couple of questions for you. We'd like to know your viewpoint. Therefore, have your mobile phones at the ready to respond to the questions. So, I'm Janice Richardson, French Australian. I am chair of the Education and Skills Working Group, and let me hand over to Wout, who will introduce himself, and then the speakers will all introduce themselves.
Yes, thank you, Janice. My name is Wout Natris, and I'm the coordinator of the Dynamic Coalition on Internet Standards, Security and Safety of the IGF. I was supposed to moderate this session, but unfortunately they brought the two sessions I have today at almost the same time, so I'll be dropping out quite soon. And Janice kindly took over the moderation of the session. I think that is enough introduction for me, so I'll hand over the microphone so that everybody can do a very fast introduction of themselves, and they're on both ends, so we'll see how that goes.
Let's begin with Anya.
We have such a long row here. Yes, my name is Anna Rewczyńska. I represent NASK, which is National Research Institute, and I'm coordinating their Polish Safer Internet Center since 2006. And we do awareness activities. We also have the hotline and helpline that we cooperate with the NGO that we have a center with. Thank you.
Maciek?
Hello, my name is Maciej Groń. I work for also for NASK Research Institute. I'm a lawyer. I deal with the regulation, especially in the cybersecurity, and also the cooperation with the universities. Thank you.
I think Hoki is, yes, thank you.
Hi, my name is Hikohiro Lin from the PwC Japan. And my focus is product security, the manufacturers, IoT devices, security things. And I'm facing all the Japanese manufacturers and also the hiring the students or something like that. And nice to see you guys.
Hello, my name is Ismaila Jawara, and I am from the Gambia, chair of the Gambia Information Security Community, and also work with the Gambia Revenue Authority.
Hello, my name is João Falcão. I am Brazilian. I'm the vice chair of the Youth Standing Group, and I also work in cybersecurity field as the tech lead for development of cybersecurity tools.
So if we can pass it along to the other side and introduce the rest of our speakers. And we do have one speaker online. Is Emmanuel ready to introduce himself?
I go ahead while we wait for that. My name is Denis Susar. I'm from the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. I mostly cover e-government and IGF in my work.
Good afternoon. My name is Julia Piechna. I work at NASK in the Cybersecurity Prevention Department, and I'm mainly involved in children's safety project.
I'm Larry Magid. I'm CEO of Connect Safely, which is an NGO based in Silicon Valley. We work in the area mostly of child safety, but also safety for all stakeholders, as well as privacy and security. And if you see me typing, I'm not checking my email. I'm actually the rapporteur, so my job is to try to remember some of what happened today and summarize it at the end.
So Wout, sorry.
Good morning. My name is Raúl Echeverría. I'm the Executive Director of the Latin American Internet Association.
Sorry about that. This is Yuki Kadobayashi from Nara Institute of Science and Technology. I also do cybersecurity education and research, and I also lead some cybersecurity training program for industry. I'll talk about the program later on.
Thank you. Is Emmanuel? No. So
Okay.
we've all introduced ourselves. What can I ask you to tell us a little bit about the IS3C, please?
Yes, thank you, Janice. So the IS3C is a dynamic coalition within the IGF system, and we announced ourselves at the virtual IGF of 2020, and we made sure that we had something to report on and plans in 2021 in Katowice in Poland. And last year we use this maybe. This better, I think. Thank you, Raoul, because I have no clue if you can hear me or not. So in Poland, we introduced our plans, and last year in Addis Ababa, our first report was presented, which was made by Janice Richardson and her team on education and skills. And this year we'll be presenting 3 reports, a tool, and the announcement of another tool. So we are really hitting our stride, more or less. And what we're going to discuss today is that it's very nice to have a digital report on a fairly obscure website called Internet Governance Forum, but how to actually make sure that it moves into practice. Because this dynamic coalition, we want to make a difference and not just have a nice report out. And what Janice is going to present on today, and we're going to discuss together today, is an idea of a cybersecurity hub. That's where I will start work, and not that part of my introduction, and not to take anything away from Janice. But how do we actually start moving? The question we face as IS3C is how do we move from theory to practice? That goes for all working groups. So we have a working group on security by design of the Internet of Things that will produce its report over 2 days' time in our dynamic coalition session. We have a working group on procurement, on government procurement and supply chain management. How are those ideas going to be translated into action so that governments start procuring ICT in a secure way and not in an insecure way? We have a tool that is going to be developed to help them with that, so that they have a list of the most urgent and important internet standards and ICT best practices that they can start using when procuring. I'll stop there. There are more working groups. One that's going to start, hopefully, is on emerging technologies. What we're discussing today is the report we produced last year on tertiary cybersecurity education. And what we found is that the curricula, most universities and higher education schools do not match what industry demands from them, let alone what society as a whole demands from them. And this is a gap that needs to close, and it needs to close in a few different ways. Obviously is the content of these education curricula. But what about facilitating a mid-career change for people who may want to start working in cybersecurity? How to close a lack of experts in gender, and how to make it more attractive for youth to work in cybersecurity. And that is something that is being discussed for probably 2 decades, but the gap is not closing. And we have some ideas to close that gap, and that is what we will be discussing today. But how to proceed? We think that it's important to bring the right people together, to create the context wherein people can start discussing this on an equal level. And what better place to do that is the IGF, because at the Internet Governance Forum is one of the only organizations where no matter if you're from government or just somebody with a private interest in a topic, can discuss at the same level, at the same amount of importance and equality. So how to bring these people together and get them out of their silos? How to make something work that so far seems to have been beyond reach? And how to motivate people to join? how to find funding for this important work that determines all of our future. In this workshop, ISVC, in cooperation with Insight, which is the company of Janice, and NASC, who've presented themselves as well at this table, we present the concept of the Cybersecurity Hub. A hub where cooperation starts and concepts are turned into actions and capacity building is developed and supported. In this session, you will be invited to share your views after the presentations of our panelists. And unfortunately, I cannot be present for the whole of the workshop due to a schedule issue that could not be solved. So I wish you a fruitful discussion, and I certainly look forward to see your input online when I'll look at the session. So instead of being the moderator, I'm handing over the microphone now to Janice, who will take the rest of the session. And when I leave, you know why I have to excuse myself. So thank you very much, and I hope we have a very good session.
Thanks, Wout. And as Wout said, if you wish to intervene after each speaker, you can ask questions. We would like this to be an interactive session. I'm going to tell you a little bit about the study that we did in 2021. We managed to reach 66 countries. We began by 30 interviews from countries as far-flung as Australia, Nepal, the United States, and of course, many centered around Europe. What did we learn? Firstly, from people from industry and business who participated, we got a very clear idea of the profile of what they're looking for in cybersecurity. Firstly, creativity. Of course, critical thinking, that's top of everyone's list. Teamwork seemed to be extremely important, but holistic thinking. This was the big complaint. Young people who leave university, who come to the workforce, are not holistic thinkers. They do have good communication skills. This is very important. They are insufficiently diverse. Women are not joining the workforce. Young people don't seem to be very keen, in fact, to be part of the cybersecurity industry. We got quite a different picture from the people from education who participated. Yes, they agreed critical thinking. They agreed in theory, but where are we in practice? They seem to place a lot of focus on coding, on learning about specific products, and I'm glad to see that many of us agree here. But industry points out, they are not teaching young people how things function. Young people arrive, they do not really understand how the internet works. What is the backbone of the internet? How does cloud security work? All of these issues remain the gap, I would say, between what industry wants from people who join the workforce and what tertiary industry is putting out. Of course, we know what's happening. Companies are training their own young people, school leavers, but this leaves us with a workforce who know today's products, but they don't have that very broad education base to permit them to adapt to all of the changes. And we've seen so many changes over this past year even with ChatGPT, Bard, and all the rest of the generative AI that's rearing its head everywhere. So what is the cybersecurity hub that we're dreaming of? It will be a place where industry and tertiary education sector are present. And as an educator, I would like to say that all education should be present, because if we don't learn how things function from a very early age, we're not going to jump in and learn when we reach our teens. We need authentic resources for young people to learn with. And this could be an area of exchange also. We need to understand the best practice. For example, in Denmark, they're already doing something like this. So how can we do it at an international level? As Wout said, who are the people who should be involved? How do we get them around the table? These are some of the questions that we're hoping to answer during this session, and we're hoping that you will participate now, but as we move forwards with this cybersecurity hub. I'm going to continue the discussion, unless anyone has any immediate questions, by handing the floor to the team at NASC. NASC has been our partners way back since we actually created the InSafe Safer Internet Network, Safer Internet Day, etc. And once again, they've been our partners in the report, in the study, and as we move forward. Can I ask you, Maciek, to tell us a little bit about the experience in the field of NASC?
Thank you very much. I think that we are one of the few stakeholders that are who came to the global IGF straight from the local IGF. Just this Wednesday, we had our local IGF in Wrocław in Poland, and that's because we have the lucky to have the stopover in our own home city, Warsaw. But I can boast that our IGF in Poland there was almost 800 registered people, and first time youth IGF constituted the majority of participants. So it's the big difference, and this year was really fantastic. Before I talk about our experience on building the awareness and education, I will tell you just a few words about the NASC, because the NASC, which is a research institute connected to who has connected Poland to the internet over 30 years ago, and today it is a register of internet domains, but also we are responsible for many issues related to digitization and especially cybersecurity. We are in our national cybersecurity system. We are the computer security incident response team. We are responsible for cybersecurity for everyone except military and government. And that's why education and building awareness is for us very, very, very important. And the last years, we trained thousands of people. We have our so-called secure VIP training, and there was more than 1,700 trainings. Sessions were held for over 3,000 people, individual and multi-person training. We have trained the members of parliaments, of government, ministers, independent authorities like Financial Supervision Commission and many others. We also training, the local government authorities. Recently, we have also started training in the healthcare centers. We also have a large influence on the legislation of the legislation. We work out our opinions and recommendations to the ministries, especially the Ministry of the Digital Affairs. We are entering into increasingly better and closer cooperation with the Chamber of Lawyers, especially the attorneys at laws and barristers. Also, from our point of view, disinfo has been a big challenge, and we train not only ordinary people, but also the journalists. also, we have 2 years ago we have established the cyber science center. This is the coalition of 3 universities in Silesia, and we also provide with them. We have launched postgraduate courses in cybersecurity management, and the last one. Last thing which I want to underline is we have also established a partnership for cybersecurity. This is the new platform when we meet people from the private sector and the public sector, and we still see that the cooperation between private and public sector, and especially we want to combine the education sector and the private business. We deeply think that it's very important, and that's why we want to cooperate with the rest of the world, and that's why we think that the hub is something what is very important. Thank you.
Thank you, and if you could please pass the microphone to Julia. I'll pass this one along. Julia is in charge of IGF Youth Poland and wants to look at this from the perspective of tertiary students. Julia. Is it on?
Yes, it is. Hi, everyone. Yes, so I would like to share with you our experience with involving young people, tertiary education students. So since 2020, under the patronage of NASK, the Youth IGF Poland has been run as a part of international global IGF that is operated under United Nations. And the main goal of Youth IGF Poland is to create an open forum for exchange of experience and views among young people and experts from different fields and backgrounds. And one of our main objectives is also to establish a community of young professionals interested in new technology, in internet governance, while encouraging youth participation in national and international events. For example, IGF, global IGF, or our national Polish IGF that was initiated in 2016. And just a few days ago, like Maciek mentioned, we organized IGF Poland, and actually the IGF Youth was a very focal and very important part of the event agenda, and this is a case actually each year since 2016. And this year, inspired strongly by the research that Janice presented you, we decided to strengthen our force and activities addressed to reach young people even stronger, and also to involve universities, involve representatives of academia in our activities, because these are two very important and vital target groups that should be addressed while talking about bridging cybersecurity skills gap. And from March to June 2023, we organized 7 meetings with tertiary education students at several Polish universities. The topics covered during these gatherings involved, for example, cyber policy, internet governance, and privacy and human rights in digital realm. We also presented them opportunities available to join IGF Youth. And we also discussed and presented them the opportunities that that are available in professions connected to new technologies. And what is also very important, we invited them for joining competition, with a prize being attendance here in Kyoto. So today we are delighted to have 2 competition winners with us, Alexandra and Jakub. And the last very important thing is the questionnaire that we prepared and invited young people to participate. And this survey is not meant to be a representative one, but it's rather serve as an initial analysis of students' attitudes and concerns in online security and career prospects. So I will just present you a few findings from this questionnaire. For example, the top career interest for young people is artificial intelligence and cybersecurity. And 15% of our respondents attended university cybersecurity courses, while 21 participated in external cybersecurity trainings. 71% believed that cybersecurity training during their studies should be mandatory. Also, they think that education about cybersecurity should be involved in all educational levels, even in preschool. What is also important, they think that according to soft skills like teamwork, communication, were considered by 89% as crucial as technical skills. Also, they think that cybercrime, according to 99%, and data leaks, according to 97%, were identified as major cybersecurity threats. And 63% expressed concern about future cyber attacks. These are only selected findings, and 139 respondents went and participated in this questionnaire. Thank you.
So if I can now turn to Anya, and some of you may be thinking, but where is this initial report? How can we see the results? Well, you can very easily go to the IS3C website, and there you can get the report in English and in Polish. Anya.
Yes, in my few minutes, I would like to relate very strongly to what Jenny said in the very beginning, that the cybersecurity competences education is not actually the question only for the tertiary education, but it's also the responsibility of primary and secondary education. And I think we strongly believe that the idea of the hub, that one of the goals of the hub would be also to create recommendations on adopting school curriculums to the digital transformation. And having at NASC cyber threat prevention department and having a Safer Internet Center for over almost 20 years or 17 years, we are in a permanent dialogue with schools. We prepare educational materials for them. We organize events for them. We have youth panels that we talk a lot and consult all the situations. And I'm very interested how it is in your countries. I hope to learn a lot during this workshop. But in Poland, there is really a significant need to focus more on media education in schools. And lately, when we were preparing educational materials for schools, the school scenarios, we did the research with our teachers. We asked them what are their needs, just to prepare those scenarios exactly like meeting their needs. And I would like to share with you a couple of results that we got from them, like asking them what they think about actual media education at schools, and especially in the fields of cybersecurity. And according to the majority of teachers, it was 57%, they said the existing curriculum is not adapted to the realities of technological development. Almost 30% believe that they don't have sufficient knowledge, like the teachers don't have sufficient knowledge, even to recognize if something is happening bad for children, like if there is any sign of a problematic usage of internet among students. 57% of teachers that we asked, they say that they have only like 2 lessons, like twice for 45 minutes a year to talk about cybersecurity and internet safety. And of course, they think it should be multiplied. Mostly when they talk about the obstacles why they don't raise media education at schools, they say that there is like lack of time, like that the curriculum of schools is totally not adjusted to the need of coming future. They also consider a big problem the lack of cooperation with parents and the general kids environment. So I think in Poland at the moment is happening a lot. Like there are many very good changes. But we need a bigger focus to change the curriculum, and all what they say was that we need to include digital competences since first years of education. That was what the teachers ended their questionnaires when talking to us. So I think we will talk a lot also about this primary and secondary education in fields of cybersecurity competences.
Thank you, Enya. So we've looked at some of the necessities and from what age we should start integrating these into education. We've also looked at the local or the national level, Poland. Let's jump now to the international level, the United Nations. And I'd like to ask Denis Souza to take the floor, please, and to tell us a little bit about how we can push for this cooperation at the international level and the multi-sector level.
Thank you, Janice. First of all, I would like to start thanking the National Research Institute, NASC, IS3C, and also Janice to you for inviting us here. I think it's very good learning opportunity for us as well, like turning this theory into practice and what can actually do in action with governments, with other stakeholders in the field. I think this is a very good example, and it has great potential. So I while listening to the participants, I was thinking like where we can use this actually, in which area, and I prepared some like major cybersecurity related activities from the UN, but I think this group here is very familiar with what I'm going to say. So instead of that, one thing that comes to mind is in our division, we look at e-government, how 193 member states are using ICTs to deliver services, as well as the most populous city in each country. We look at them and we do a lot of capacity building in the area of e-government, including with the local public officials, and cybersecurity, both from the supply side, from the government, but also from digital skill side, from the demand, like how people is aware of the issues, the threats. I think this hub could be a great resource for both sides. So I just want to put that on the table. Other than that, please stop me when I run out, because I think I just want to highlight the main things from my notes. This group is familiar with the UNGGG and open-ended working group, etc. But one of the things that may not be familiar is the Secretary General recently, in 2022, established a high-level advisory board on effective multilateralism. One of the significant recommendations from the board is expanding the definition of threats to peace and security to include digital harms. And then in their recommendation, they also call for greater capacity building. So this is, again, it fits there. But other than that, the Global Digital Compact, etc., these are all security part of it. But I will not go to those principles. I see that this group is more action-oriented. So I'll stop here, and if I have any other ideas, I'll come back.
Thank you very much, Dennis. And I think it's important that we do look at e-government also, because that's where the necessity is, and governments are also doing their own capacity building, as we hear. We are now going to turn to industry, and we're going to call on Professor Yuki Kadobayashi.
That's right.
Is it right?
Yeah.
Here is the microphone. Please, let's hear about it from your point of view.
Thank you. So this is Yuki, and I work for a graduate school, and I have many PhD students here. Also, I have many trainees from industry. I run a cybersecurity education program in industry, university, as well as cybersecurity training program for industry. So I would like to very much resonate what Janice said in the beginning. There is a huge gap between what university is doing versus what industry wants. But there is a valid reason for that. For instance, university needs to innovate. University wants to, for instance, invent AI, whereas industry needs to use AI. So there is huge gap because if we, for instance, try to develop industry training program, we teach them how to use AI securely. Versus in the university, we teach them how to invent AI, right? So there's black box versus white box thinking. So there's a huge contrast, and this is with valid reason, and there's a huge gap. But I know, because I know I do both, I mean white box teaching as well as black box teaching. And the industry training program, for instance, in Japan, which is a huge program, which is funded by METI, and $20 million every year, it's a huge program. And we actually teach them how to use devices, how to use cloud security, for instance, how to implement zero trust, how to implement DX with security. And this is kind of multi-disciplinary, like you need to, how to use cloud, how to use zero trust, how to use AI security, how to implement IoT security, versus in the university, you have to implement IoT security, for instance, secure coding, etc. So this is like two sets of different same problem, right? And in the industry training program also, we invite them to do a good teamwork, work in a team to solve this huge problem, because the problem is multifaceted: IoT, AI, robotics, cloud, in a huge corporate system. So you need intrinsically teamwork for problem solving. But in the university, you must be first author of some paper. You must insist, I did something, right? So you must prove that I'm innovator, I'm excellent. So because of that, I cannot invite every student to do teamwork and graduate all along because of the credit requirements and the graduation requirements, etc. So I think the university system is a bit old from the cybersecurity perspective. So I stop here, and for further questions, thank you.
So it seems that really we have a dilemma here. How do we put together the black box and the white box without getting a gray area? I'm wondering, is Emmanuel online now? Right. Well, you're going to do the work now. If you can take out your mobile phones, can we let you lead us on this, Katerina? Yes, do you have a microphone? Yes. So you're going to have a question. You're going to have to think about the various options that we give you, which will come up on the board. But first, we need to tell you where you go with your mobile phone.
Okay, give me a second. I need help.
You need help, okay.
Yeah,
Who
I
do you
need help because I
from?
need to share my screen. Where should I click? Oh, probably somewhere here. Oh, it's here.
If you tell them where to go,
No,
they will.
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, you're good. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Great.
Okay, so yeah. So we are going to have 2 questions for you. Let's start with the first one.
Can you enlarge
of
the
course.
QR code a little bit, maybe?
Yeah. Let's do it full screen. Yeah, well, I'm going to. So you can join us by using the QR code or just going to menti.com and putting in the code 67413964.
So let's go more slowly. Menti.com.
That's right. And the code is 67413964. It's also here at the bottom.
It's there, very large now. They can see it.
Yeah.
Are you online? Do you have the question? Yes.
Yeah, we have 13 people online.
Super.
So what we would like you to do is to prioritize. Very good. Good job. Yeah, so you have to drag the answers from the most important for you to the least important. And our question is, what should be the key functions of the hub in order of priority?
And of course, we are relying on your input here so that we can really see what you think should be the priorities.
Okay, we are still waiting for answers. Don't be shy. We have 19 people and 8 answers only.
How many now?
13.
We want to give you time because we do want you to think about it.
Exactly.
It's a very complex question. And if you have finished doing it, I'm wondering, is there anyone who has a question that they would like to ask at this point? We've been throwing information at you, but we haven't heard very much from you yet.
Okay, I think we are ready.
Okay, we'll move on then to the next question immediately. There is a second question, and I will give you the microphone, Joe.
Let's go to the second question. Which practical steps should be prioritized to launch and build the hub? And please vote on the most important. I know that here on the screen it looks small, but if you look at it on your phone, it's probably more visible. But we have defined a strategic plan, like goals and objectives, secure funding and resources to establish and maintain the hub, create an online platform to deliver training, workshops, and so on, seek accreditation or recognition from relevant industry bodies or government agencies, and develop marketing and outreach strategies to raise awareness and attract partnerships. You can pick only one here, yes. We are picking the one which is, in your opinion, the most important.
Joe, you want it? You get it.
Thank you. Well, I would like just to comment on our last question, because about the necessity of bringing the the companies closer to the students, because, well, I have the experience of learning and the problems I had, because most of the systems that we try to test the security are very expensive, very specific, very difficult to put your hands on. So connecting the people that want to learn with these kinds of resources definitely eases the learning process. Well, it makes it possible.
Thank you. And I think that's an extremely pertinent comment, and it's one thing we hope that we'll manage to do with the hub. I think we have our answer. Please tell us, what is the priority according to the people here?
The priority is to define a strategic plan. So first we are going with goals, objectives, of course, long-term vision of the hub. This is the most important for 12 people. And then I think a good one is also create an online platform to deliver training, workshops, and networking opportunities.
Great, and that's really something that came up with the students, or the PhD students, that we were working with on the interviews and the survey. Samoa, for example, Nepal, both said there is no opportunity in our country to actually do this type of training. We are now going to move on to our speakers. As Dr. Emmanuel is not online, I'm going to ask now Raul Echeverria if we could please hear from you.
Thank you very much. I was asked to speak about how prepared are the companies, private companies in Latin America. But let me provide some context. I think that's everything that has been said here is applied to the whole world, I think. It's not a regional issue. But in 2022, according to a study that was was disseminated broadly in the region, almost 70% of the companies, different kind of companies, declared to have had some kind of security problems in the region. It was unfortunately we don't have monthly studies, but to see how those issues are evolving. But everybody could see this year, just in the press, very big events and big security incidents in the regions, both at the public and private sector. And two governments faced serious attacks, Costa Rica and Colombia. In the case of Costa Rica, the government was really in difficult conditions to continue working in several areas, and the case of Colombia was also very recent, but also private companies have been in the press, even in delicate areas like law firms, very famous law firms that have been attacked, and all the information of their customers have been compromised, and we don't want to know what kind of information they had. So the point is that companies are becoming more concerned about this, what is good. They say in every survey the companies seem to be more conscious about the risks, and to consider the security risks as important issues. But the point is that it is not reflected at the time of allocating resources. And when in difficult times, as we faced the last couple of years, it was demonstrated by some studies that security is one of the areas where the resources were cut first. So there is at the end of the day, it seems that it means that they don't understand really the risk that they are facing until they have a problem. Like usually the problems are in the form of RAT attacks and access to information blocked, and the criminals ask for ransom to free the access to the information. And in those cases, companies in average are losing a few millions, 3-4 millions for attack. That they could have spent less money in trying to prevent those situations. I think that there is a need of massive programs. And I think that it is very interesting what we are discussing here about the skills and human resources, because this is a problem in I have read in the news in Mexico, the study says that only in Mexico there is a need of 200,000 people to work in this area. So this really is an impressive number. But so we need to implement some scalable solutions and massive programs. It's not enough that some with public resources we support the companies to implement or try to educate. We need to do something in a massive manner. It is very interesting that the number of companies that say that they are adopting new measures is increasing approximately 10% per year, but the tax are increasing in 20%. So we will not win this battle in this. And so we one of my hats is that I belong to the Uruguayan chapter of Internet Society, and we started to work with the Global Cyber Alliance to disseminate some measures for SMEs. I think that this is something that could be done, one of the things, but we should try to find for solutions that are scalable, as I said before, and try to reach much more bigger audiences than we are doing now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Here, I think a few important points came up that who we're talking about when we talk about the cybersecurity industry. Well, in fact, we all have to be cyber secure. The farmers, the trades, everyone needs this cybersecurity. The second thing, I think, of specific interest, attacks increasing by 20%, but resource allocation increasing by 10. So we are not going to get along very far if this situation continues. Our next speaker, I think, is going to tell us more about the expectations of the private sector, if I'm correct. And I'm going to pass the floor to Hiko, who works here in Japan. Over to you, Hiko.
All right, thank you. I'm Hiko. I'd like to share something the graduates after finish the school and join the companies. And currently I'm working in the PwC, do the consulting for the cybersecurity for all the industries. So we are also hiring those people. And before that, before PwC, I was working for the Panasonic 18 years. So I was the interviewer for those grads, more than hundreds people. And what I think about, I like to share is, well, those graduates, they have very plenty basic good knowledge for the cybersecurity, which means that it's all passed, very good, very good. And why? Because I think maybe in Japan, we collaborate with those universities, like Professor Kadobayashi, and we go to all the university school to meet the professors and introduce those students what we are doing. For example, what we are doing for the cybersecurity for the Panasonic or the PwC, we explain those people and let them understand what we are doing, so that maybe make them interesting. And so we communicate, not the student, to communicate with the university, the academia, industry. It's the very important things for the kids, I mean, for not the kids, graduates. So I think this is the one good idea. And also we very encourage the internship as well, you know, for the not pay or we pay, but still, if those people are very interesting about to do something internship, we always open to let them work, to feel like what they are doing, so that maybe they have some imagining for the cybersecurity job. So this is also important. So it's make more opportunities, chance to give them. And also what we can done to have more specialists that meet the business needs. I think this is a very interesting story. 3 months ago in Japan, there is one high school, very major in technical high school. with the cybersecurity companies together trying to do the workshop for the hacking the ship, the maritime, yes, with the real operation one for the ship, with the student and cybersecurity companies together trying to attack and defense exercise for them. And I think it's so very exciting. You can use the ship and trying to attack and feel like what they are doing. And so those high school students, very exciting, well, maybe we can do some maritime cybersecurity job in the future. So we need to give them some experience, real experience, which is very important. And also, usually the corporation doing some cybersecurity conference sponsor. So we also invite those students for free. You know, sometimes the cybersecurity conference is very expensive, right? 1,000 USD or 500 USD, I'm not sure, but the thing is very expensive, but we give them for free to join. And of course, maybe let them do some volunteer to do some small job, but let them also introduce those cybersecurity people, introduce them, and so that they can make the connection, and maybe you can help support those their future. I think I'm gonna stop right now. Okay, thank you so much.
But I have a question for you, because the cybersecurity industry, or what we learned from the research, is that they're really looking for a very diverse workforce. They need the younger, the older, the males, the females. It seems to me that you're talking about students. Do you have any great ideas to help along these mid-career shifts? How can we get a more diverse population involved? Do you have any ideas on that?
You mean the mid-career ship? I mean, does that mean that once they work for different job and trying to jump into the cybersecurity?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I think this is a very important thing. Yes, actually, some people are not very good at software engineer, or don't know about the cybersecurity, but they're trying to jump in to the cybersecurity job to career change. We also accept those people, because I think the cybersecurity, they have very different point of view. I mean, they have the engineering technical, and also the governance or regulation, and I think cybersecurity have many jobs involved. So I think I'm very encouraging those people to jump in, and if you need some training, we're willing to support them and to let them make some different career for the cybersecurity. Yes, we do that.
Okay, because it seems to me that a lot of people in their career aren't aware that in fact they could do this switch. I think that you have something to say here. Yes, please do.
Yeah, for such kind of career change, actually, industry needs it, not the employee needs it, because maybe they are, have been working for factory for 10 years, but they are not aware, but the company needs cybersecurity people in factory, because factory is becoming more digitized. And because of that, we have industry-sponsored training program where a company chooses those nominees, not the individuals. And they send us the trainees to the one-year program. So it's huge one-year program, right? Full-time 1 year, from 9 to 5, every day, from Monday to Friday. They come to our facility and study and do cyber exercise, programming, penetration testing, defense exercise, everything, from like July to June. It's whole 1 year. And they do a lot of teamwork, and they do a lot of presentations. They do a lot of simulated exercises like briefing to CISOs, briefing to the boards, briefing to accountants, reporting to those lawyers, and lots of those business-oriented exercises. So it's 1 year program. It's huge, but we have a lot of alumni by now, like more than 350 alumni, and everyone say, I was new to IT, but after finishing this program, I'm actually a cybersecurity specialist, and being able to defend the company, I'm very proud of it. But this regards 1 year, and there is huge industry backlash against, like management saying, do you actually require 1 year? But from our experience, this kind of cybersecurity training needs 1 year because of those huge technology stack and lots of regulatory and legal and developments like standards and regulatory developments and you know like lawsuit and case laws, and every complexity has to be taken into account in business context. So this requires huge amount of time. But with this 1 year investment, one person can change from some person like lawyer or salesperson to cybersecurity professional. We have many, many living examples in Japan. Thank you.
Thank you. So that does seem a very interesting, good practice that other countries could benefit from. I'm going to pass the floor now to our youth. Joel, I'm sorry, I have a lot of trouble with your name. Can you please remind us where you come from and tell us your point of view on this?
Hello, thank you, Janice. I think the best way to start talking right now is actually telling a story that happened to me last month. I was visiting a factory, and as a cybersecurity specialist, I need to really understand what these factories work, how they work. And I sat with them and spent like a couple of hours asking everything, how each one of the machines worked. And I said to the person, okay, we have 2 weeks to me to understand everything and point your errors. So the person looked to me and said, okay, so you are like a generalist specialist. And yes, so to me this shows the most difficult part of cybersecurity, which is that you need to have a transversal knowledge. You need to deeply understand how these machines work to know what they shouldn't do. And this makes a huge barrier. So when we have people like pivoting their careers, you can take advantage of their knowing the sites, their factories. But when you are bringing young participants, you don't have this advantage. So the person needs to learn all of it. And this is incredibly difficult. Like, I had the opportunity to sign up for a course on industrial security, and the first task was, okay, tell me more about the space you work for, because we are going to work on it. And I said, what? Space? Machines? I don't have any experience with these machines. And the person said, oh, okay. And this became a major issue to me. So being a young person entering on this subject in the beginning was actually a very lonely task, because it was just only you and your computer learning how to work with these systems and how to exploit their vulnerabilities. And at least I am seeing a strong shift now. Like, when I used to go to cybersecurity events, most of the people were just curious, and now they work in the field. And these experience shares really evolves the field, really evolves the community around it. But we really need to make it closer the persons coming to this new field that have almost none prior knowledge, because, well, we know the basics of how to program, how to operate some machines, but this deep knowledge that you get from the experience of running it, we will not have. And this is a great barrier for us. Thank you.
So you're really underlining the importance of transversal knowledge, and yet in our report, 67% of people who responded from the business and industry sector consider that the cybersecurity graduates have insufficient capacity of transversal skills. So it's really something that they picked up on. Ismailia is from Gambia. Where is Ismailia? Oh, sorry. Over to you, and I think that you're going to tell us a little bit about how you think we can diversify the cybersecurity workforce and encourage more women into it.
Of course. My name is Ismaila Jawara, and I am from the Gambia, West Africa, a small country, but a little over 2 million people population. And I am the chair of a cybersecurity community called Gambia Information Security. And I also work as a security analyst, senior security analyst for the Gambia government. And I will share the same similar story as my brother here. You know, I am from a developing country and a country where cybersecurity education is not offered in any university or college. And it's literally impossible for someone to be encouraged to pursue a career in cybersecurity. And I stumbled upon it, you know, through one of my mentors, a Peace Corps, a US citizen who was in the Gambia, actually on a boot camp. And being a curious guy, you know, I always was with computers. And, you know, for some reason, which I regret, you know, I had the computer network. And, you know, it was very, very serious, little bit. And then she brought me in, mentored me, you know, this was back in 2014, 2015. And this is where I kickstart my cybersecurity career first, you know, gave me, you know, some online courses. Now, fast forward to 2019 when I started working for the Gambia government as a security analyst, you know, first, you know, cybersecurity officer in that revenue authority. I realized over the years that women and youth, you know, are really interested in the industry, you know, more especially Africa, you know, in general. And this obviously looking at the skill gap and also the resources that are needed at the global level, cybersecurity expertise needed at the global level, could be an opportunity for African governments, you know, to get youth, you know, into these industries, which is actually going to address youth unemployment at the end of at some point. So I started the community, Gambia Information Security Community, to see how best we can involve the academia, you know, and also the government and the youth, you know, leading that discussion and the initiative, organizing, you know, boot camps and cybersecurity education programs. And, you know, through our process, we were able to graduate about 50, you know, university students. And this obviously, there is this notion, as he mentioned, that many people think cybersecurity is an IT business or technical job. And that cross-cutting, you know, from moving from legal, you know, to cybersecurity, HR to cybersecurity, you will be surprised. When we first went to the Gambia University, you know, University of the Gambia, you know, we conducted a research to ask participants from cross-cutting, you know, departments, not just computer science, but also development studies students. You know, you have the sciences, the legal department, and you will see, you know, almost 80% of the participants that actually show huge interest in cybersecurity are, you know, not more from the, you know, computer science department. Many of them want to become developers from the computer science department. They want to develop AI and some other programs. But then you see the legal department, you know, GRC in place, they want to get into the industry. So what we did was, thank God to Cisco, and we have to give kudos to Cisco and the ISC2, you know, certification, ISC Square recently. They have actually done a great job recently by providing free cybersecurity scholarship for underprivileged communities and those that want to, you know, get into the industry. And we use that opportunity to train, you know, over 100, you know, youth. in getting this program. And I am really happy that we have 25 people that have done the ISC2 certification, and obviously out of these 25, 15 of them are, of course, female, women, and 10, male. So, and then they have all get their cybersecurity certification, that is the ISC2 initial certification. So literally, this is what I have to say, and then I also encourage collaboration and participating from a different level, when it comes to internationally, to involve the Global South in these processes as well.
So interesting, because the young people that we talked with during the research told us there was simply not enough online courses, not enough ways to access the cybersecurity sector. I'm wondering, how many people here in all, raise your hand if you're looking at cybersecurity from the point of view of industry, if your background or your workplace is industry. Please raise your hand so we can see who we are talking to. Industry? One hand. A big one. Yes, please go ahead.
But people like, in my situation, for example, I'm not dedicated 100% to this topic. So it's one of the things that it's less, this is why I don't raise my hand.
Well, does that mean that everyone in the room is more or less working in the education sector? Raise your hand if you consider that you are working in the education sector. There are some hands that weren't raised, and I'm just wondering, which sector do you represent? Yes. A microphone.
Thank you. Actually, I had a bit of difficulty to raise my hand because I'm half and half between education, because it's hard to define, whereas either you provide some guidance or knowledge, or you inspire policy, or you educate as such. So I think there is an overlap between these two areas directly.
Can you please tell us a little about yourself? What is your profile?
My profile is, actually I'm a former police officer. I used to work at Europol, and obviously we are looking at cybersecurity from a bit different angle. But to this discussion, I think that this profile is especially of interest because for us, police officers, there is no barrier between cybersecurity and cyber safety. And I think this is a dilemma here, that we should never look at either of each, but at the both at the same time. So, because whenever you take a perspective of a victim, it doesn't matter, really. So I would appeal here that whatever is planned, as far as the strategy is concerned, let's address both, because in the end, it will not matter to the end user or to the end victim. That's the perspective of law enforcement, at least. Thank you.
Thank you, and that is really interesting, because I think almost everyone here is involved in safety almost as much as the security. And you'll remember that here we are, internet standards, safety, and security. But thank you for reminding us. I'm wondering, from those people that we haven't heard from yet, do you have any really great example, some good practice from your country that you think that we could all learn from, and that it would help us as we go forward in building the cyber hub? Is there anyone who'd like to take the microphone and tell us about good practice in their country to add to what we've learnt here so far? No? Would you like to take the microphone and tell us your point of view? Anyone? Yes, take it around. No one? I'm sorry. I didn't know there were people behind us.
Thanks so much. I'm Clay from FIRST, the Forum of Incident Response and Security Teams. My previous job was working with the Pacific, and I think you mentioned Samoa earlier. So I can use an example from Samoa, but it's an example that you can see in Tonga, Solomons, PNG, and across the Pacific. You know, obviously being small island countries, they have a lot of challenges with retaining and building cyber skills, just like the rest of us, but almost more amplified just due to the size of the countries. And one of the most effective ways that we've seen to build a more sustainable cyber skill community is through kind of organic cyber community groups, potentially like what you've been working on from. So in Samoa, a few years ago, a bunch of folks came together just over breakfast and created something called Samoa Information Technology Association. This creates a space for training to occur, not just from external donors coming in and delivering training, but training between professionals within Samoa. It creates an informal space for industry knowledge to be shared, so similar to what happens in network operator groups. So very much an informal place to talk shop. And for what we've seen, this space creates kind of that missing gap that folks were mentioning between the academic side and the industry side, because it's where newcomers to the field can talk and meet and network and learn lessons directly from current active operational experts. So yeah, Samoa Information Technology Association, you have Tonga Women in ICT. Again, that was just started over coffee at a coffee shop. So while hubs are really, really great, I think it's really important to leave that space for informal information sharing as well, not just formal trainings and things like that.
And that really is, I think, a very interesting idea, training each other, and this idea of community, which you mentioned. Is there anyone else who'd like to tell us a little bit about good practice, something that they've been involved in, they think really made a difference, and we could take it on board as we move off with this hub? Yes, please, take the floor again.
I hope it will be useful. My experience originates from the EU policy cycle. So it very much helps as far as the strategy is concerned. We used to base, when I was working at the EU agency, we used to base our strategy on findings of the research. So first, as you've mentioned, the report is obviously very useful, but it's necessary also to look at what is current experience and what are the threats of online threats. As you said, there is a nice bridge between practitioners and the learners. So it's always very important to look at the real cases and investigate them, research them, and then plan accordingly the research cycle or the policy cycle. Because I have also witnessed facts and instances when policy was not relevant to what's happening online, for example, when there was a big gap and strategy was prepared in silos. This is the worst case scenario. So as far as EU policy cycle came into the force, maybe this will be a useful good practice for this forum as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I do think that's extremely interesting, because one of the first things that we were thinking of doing with the hub was going into universities, perhaps with a survey or beginning by interviews, to understand how cybersecurity is being taught. But what you're telling us is that we should also be looking at the cases. And so our hub should have an easy mode of recording cases so that we can really link the two. Are there any other ideas? Because we're really starting out now. We're over the next days pushing forward to see how we're going to develop this hub, what it will really look like. We really thank you for your input and your input. Are there any other ideas? We'd really love to hear from you. You've come to the session. I'm sure you've got ideas at the back of your mind, so please ask for the microphone, or speakers, what have you got to add? Yes, please.
Thank you. I can add a quick idea. Maybe what the hub can consider doing is like retaining the talent. As we know, maybe colleagues from the private sector can comment more, but the job is very stressful, and I think most of the cybersecurity experts leave their jobs. So what do we do to keep them at their posts? So this is something, a question for the table.
Yes, the cybersecurity job is very stressful because there are many incident response you need to take in care. You need to do to the clients to be safe for the defense those attacks or something. So it's very stressful. Sometimes 24 hours, you know. And sometimes some people leaving that they don't want to do this job anymore and go back to the software engineering, coding, or do something other job. And what we have to do is, of course, you can raise the salary is a good idea, but it's just temporary. Yes, I think we need to think about their quality of life, no pressures. You need to take care of the quality of life, more something. Different ways to make them to be comfortable to work for the cybersecurity job. So I think that's why we do like if they want to attend this conference, let them go, or if they want to do the training, I just let them do it. Or we always think about something what they want, and maybe if we can accept, then we just give them that kind of offer. Yeah.
I think we could have also a mind shift, because usually the cybersecurity team is responsible for the cybersecurity. And if you put the whole responsibility into like this team, which are usually very small, you bring a lot of stress to them, because it's kind of difficult to work when you are in this cybersecurity team, because everybody, even inside the company, see you as an enemy, because you are trying to impose, you are trying to push things and make things harder, more difficult to them. And so you have this kind of difficult relation, because you are responsible for the security, and you also have very difficult to implement the security changes.
Right, I'm going to, and it's really interesting. We haven't talked about that stress, about that quality of life. So we see more and more things that the hub should take into account. Katerina, can you please remind us of the priorities? What were the answers of the first question, please?
No problem. I can even show them again.
Yes, I think
it's the best idea.
And then we're going to have a brief summary of what we've looked at. Larry's going to raise some of the points so that we can do some final discussion about these issues. So, yes.
Okay, so let's, I think, the first one, yeah, because we haven't talked about the first one. So key functions of the hub, and the first priority for most of our audience is to promote collaboration between industry, universities, and the cybersecurity workforce. And I think that we all know that this is something very popular here, that we are working between different stakeholders. Then the second one is enhance cybersecurity skills at all levels of education. The third one is gather and scale up good practice from cybersecurity and tertiary sectors. The fourth one, raise interest in careers in the cybersecurity industry. And the fifth one is provide online training from top experts on emerging topics, which I find is quite interesting, because in our second question, creating an online platform for trainings and workshops is the second best, right? And here it's the last one.
And that is interesting.
Yeah, it is.
If we can get you to reflect on that, if we can figure out why that might be, I'm going to ask you, Larry, to give us a brief rundown of what you've picked up. Larry is also from the United States and a CBIT. Well, come on, you should tell us a little bit of your background, a little more than what you've told us, so that we can see the angle that you're coming from.
Well, I'm a recovering academic. It's been many years since I've been at a university, but I came to technology from an academic perspective and then became a technical writer, wrote a newspaper column in the United States, actually still write it. It's been running for almost 40 years, written for the Los Angeles Times, the New York Times, now the Mercury News. Been on national radio and television with CBS News. I've worked with the BBC and other news. So I've come in from a variety of angles. I guess I can't keep a job, so I keep switching careers. I'm a mid-career person, changed myself. Really thinking about how you can take the kinds of things that we're talking about here, or the kinds of things we talk about at universities, the types of things that engineers talk about, the types of things that policy people talk about, and translate them to average people, to people who read at an 8th grade level, parents, kids, teachers, folks, the kind of people who listen to me on radio, which are just any everyday people, most of whom have never been to an intergovernmental forum, most of whom have never taught at the university, most of whom have never worked in the tech industry, but they probably have a smartphone, they probably have a computer, they probably have kids that are using the technology, and so they have a very strong vested interest. So that's where I come from this. But I have been listening carefully to your conversation today, and clearly my notes only reflect a small portion of what was said. And so if you said something brilliant and I didn't get it down, accept my apologies, but this is sort of what I took away. One is well, first of all, I want to put another context. About 20 years ago, I attended a conference at Carnegie Mellon University in Pittsburgh where this very problem was being articulated. So this is not a new conversation, as everybody in this room knows. It's been an ongoing issue for many, many years. So I just wanted to kind of throw that in to the hopper, which is to why we need to make it more attractive to youth to work in cyber security. A couple of people pointed out that the gap is not closing. I think it was that the problem grows by 20% a year. The human power to solve the problem grows by 10% a year. You don't have to be an MIT graduate to figure out that that math is not working. So that was a really clear statement that was said. Also bringing the right people together to create the content, and that gets into something I'm going to talk about in a few minutes, which is the interdisciplinary approach. What I heard over and over today is this is not something that simply comes out of the engineering side of the equation. You need to bring in you social scientists, humanities, people from all walks of life and all disciplines need to be approaching this problem. You can't solve it simply by code. Code's important, but there's so many other factors, including social issues and norms, et cetera. Janice, I think, made a really good opening statement that I think it should be part of the overall discussion, sort of the foundation, which is what companies looking for critical thinking, creativity, holistic thinking, and diversity. And that's so important, and those things tend to get overlooked when you're looking for people who you think just have the right technical skills, but don't necessarily have the creative skills, critical thinking skills, the holistic look at the world, and of course, as many people have talked about, don't necessarily reflect the workforce and the communities that we should be serving, and that's where diversity comes in. I love this comment someone made. I apologize, I don't know who it was. Educators tend to focus on coding, but not teaching young people about how things function. What's the backbone of the internet? How does cloud computing work? Understanding the gestalt, what it is you're trying to fix, is really important if you're trying to fix it. It'd be like if you were a refrigerator repairman who's never used a refrigerator. You might know where the parts go, but would you know what they do and why they're there? I love the comment about cybersecurity is important for primary and secondary education. Some think it should be mandatory, but clearly it needs to be something we start talking about very early and getting people excited about. I mean, you know, we have, yeah, it's true, we've got, right now, at least in the United States, we have close to full employment, but that's a temporary thing. There are many, many periods where we have far more applicants than we have jobs, and there are, I don't know, thousands, hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity jobs that are open in the world, and certainly even in the country I come from. Also, I think another person, or several people made the comments, talked about factories, farms, that this is not just a tech sector problem, that no matter what it is you do, whatever industry you're in, you need cybersecurity specialists. I mean, it's almost like, you know, every company needs a chief financial officer or someone to do the books. You know, every company needs somebody to, you know, clean the floor, whatever it is. Well, every company needs somebody to watch cybersecurity. I don't care if you're a small organization or a multinational corporation, someone there needs to be thinking about cybersecurity. Even in my little NGO, we don't have a dedicated person for it, but we sure have to pay attention to it because, like everybody, there are attacks against our infrastructure as well. Let me just find, okay, a couple people mentioned creating opportunities in developing countries. Gosh, that's important. First of all, there are problems in developing countries that need to be addressed. And second of all, there's a huge talent pool in the world that is not being used, not being exploited. I don't mean exploited in the negative term, but taking, you know, all the terms are negative, taken advantage of, but you know what I'm saying, not being utilized. That's the word I'm looking for. And we really need to utilize people from around the world. You know, we tend to think about that. I pick up the phone, I call a company, and I get somebody with an accent somewhere in the world, usually doing a relatively entry-level position. Well, there are very smart people in other parts of the world besides the developed world who can be doing high-level work, and we just can't afford not to take advantage of that talent. I really like the comment about giving high school students real experience, really getting them involved. There's such talent among high school kids, and I shouldn't even call them kids. Many of them are capable of actually doing serious work, and while I would never advocate child labor, I do advocate taking advantage of young people's ability to be part of the solution, and young people, and also to see cybersecurity as a place where they can go into college, or maybe not even go to college, maybe find jobs in cybersecurity directly out of high school. There's certainly plenty of work and probably talented people who could work with or without a college education. Someone made the comment, and it gets back to the comment I made about the sort of joke I made about the refrigerator. Visiting a factory as a cybersecurity specialist, needing to understand how the factory works and how each machine, I believe it was you that made that point. And again, you can't fix something in a vacuum. You really have to understand the context in which it works. And I think that should be generally very important to any kind of a hub based on what I heard today. Lots of graduates have insufficient knowledge about real-world applications. Again, the same notion, you need to have a gestalt, a real understanding. Someone made the comment about networking, and I'm going to combine that with the suggestion someone made that more young people should be coming to conferences like these. And I have to tell you something, 90% of what I learn at conferences like the IGF doesn't happen in meetings like this. And with all due respect to the brilliant people who just spoke, and all of you were very good, it's the conversations you have in the hallway, it's the connections you make, that networking. It's just the same thing you get at the university. Why do Harvard students tend to do better than people at other schools? Because they meet people who can open doors for them. In the last 12 hours, not even that, I guess I've been here probably 8 hours, I've already opened so many doors and so many things that I can do with my little NGO based on people I've talked to since I got here this morning. It's amazing to me what I've accomplished in the last few hours just walking around talking to people. And so getting young people as part of those conversations are so important. You know, connecting them with mentors, connecting them with each other, it's just essential. The other, I guess the last one, which I thought was very interesting, is this comment about how cybersecurity is stressful, and I could see that. It's probably one of those jobs, like the joke they talk about airline pilots, you know, a flight is, 6 hours of pure boredom and 3 seconds of sheer terror. When the system goes down, and maybe it doesn't go down that often, but when it does, it's hard for you to imagine what the cybersecurity staff have to go through. I mean, I kind of imagine, because our systems have gone down, and we had connectsafely.org go down literally an hour before Safer Internet Day event. And we had to panic, and luckily we found somebody who could bring our system back up in time for our event when we were going on national television promoting what we were doing. And like that was the worst possible time for our system to go down. Well, those moments are very, very stressful. And finding ways to encourage people, to retain them, to promote them, to compensate them properly, to provide them with career advancement, all the things you need to keep a workforce happy and productive is very important. And I would say that, you know, for a hub, and again, I came into this knowing very little, just taking notes. What I think I learned today from listening to all of you is that this hub that you build has to be something that goes from the highest level conceptualization about what it is you're trying to do, and we also learned this from your little survey, what it is you're trying to accomplish, what are the goals, what are the frameworks, all the way down to the nitty-gritty of how it operates. And I would even argue maybe even some kind of a job bank where you help people, link people who are looking for work to the jobs that are out there. So, you know, it's a big effort that you're taking on, but it seems to me, despite what I said about going to sessions, this session was extremely productive because you came away with a very kind of rich blueprint of what you need to do, what we need to do, what the world needs to do to have a more secure cyber infrastructure and to provide good paying, meaningful, and important jobs to probably millions of people around the world.
Thanks very much, Larry. And I'm going to start with Raul. And I would like each of our speakers to just have a few words, some last thoughts to wrap up this session. But of course, if there are people in the audience who also want to have a few words, you are most welcome.
Yes, thank you. I found every comment very interesting, and but especially what Hiko said about that we have to understand that this is probably, this is very interesting because maybe the companies should start to hire people already with the idea that these are people that will work in these positions just for a short term, and so maybe just to offer a plan, growing plan, so to move to other area of inside of the technology area of the company. I think that's all the what's really concerns me is that the idea of scalability is because we speak about providing training on a platform, yes, but how many people we can train on a platform? I think what we can do really to achieve things that in a different dimension, quantitatively different. So I think that, we say that there is a demand of talents that is not satisfied, but at the same time, I don't know how it's being calculated, because if we calculate how many people we need to face those challenges, so yes, we need more people. But on the other hand, how many people, at least in Latin America, how many companies are really hiring as specialists? So I think that's probably if they look for more people, if the demand is increasing, so more people will want to work in this area. And so this is a complicated equation, because probably that's we need public support for private sector to understand what's the challenge and what to do, but we have also the same problems at the public sector, because public sector don't understand either. That's the problem. I mentioned 2 cases in Latin America that were very serious in the last year. So maybe we should work with intergovernmental organizations more, trying to convince them about the dimension of the problem and how we can involve them as to be part of the solution instead of being part of the problem. Say, okay, how we can work together to work with the private sector, but an education system. So really to understand that this is a problem for the country, for the region, for the world, and to elevate the level of the priority.
Thank you. Yes, Katerina, also, has anyone come online? Do you see anyone who has raised a question?
Unfortunately not, but we have some listeners. So.
Okay, great. And do you have anything you'd like to add to this discussion?
I can have a question. Okay. I think my opinion might be either controversial or very boring. It depends how you look at it. But I think that we are at a point where each company should have a cybersecurity specialist, like we have work safety specialist. Yes, so we learn that when you see water on the floor, you should avoid it because you will slip on it and fall over. I think it should be the same for cybersecurity now, because we all use computers at some points. And even if we think about industries that normally we would say, oh, they do not use computers, we have now a situation in our country, in Poland, that many, many more people in medical industry are starting to use computers. The system for doctors is in the computer, so nurses also should have access there, and we are going to continue to spread this thing. So I think it's just necessary to have this awareness that there will be more and more specialists needed in the field, and we should start training those people, because it might shock us soon.
Thanks, Katerina. Dennis, sorry, there's one here.
Thank you. I think very quickly, at the end of the day, it all comes to incentives, either to people or to companies. Like a major company will not be able to afford their online, like Amazon, to be off because of cybersecurity. There are incentives there. From the UN perspective, if we want to reach out to stakeholders, Global Digital Compact discussions coming up in 2024, WSIS plus 20 overall review, which is also coming up in 2025. I'm just putting those on the table. Those are the areas that we can hear your voices, and you can lobby. And this cybersecurity hub, whatever you are developing, if it's good, it will be used by governments. So it's again back to incentives. If you put a good product out there, then it will be used. But it's all, I think, all for all of us to improve it.
Super, and that is an incentive.
Yes, many important things were mentioned here. So maybe I will just focus on a thing that comes from my professional experience. So I think that what is really important, among, of course, other things, is education from the beginning, and integrating cybersecurity, safety education into curricula, into education, and maybe resigning from traditional methods for the sake of unconventional and involving methods to really, well, that was mentioned many times here, that really make these young people to understand the tools they are using, and not like understand the mechanism. Yeah, so thank you.
Thanks, Julia. I think I don't know if you wanted, no? And I really love that fun idea. We have a project running in the Scandinavian countries. It's been running for about 4 years, where we write a scenario about internet safety for 11 to 14-year-olds, but then we find a local magician. And the magician and I worked together to figure out what are the best tricks. And of course, the tricks in Iceland are quite different from the ones we do in Finland or Norway. But this fun element seems to be so important. I'm really glad that I think it was you who mentioned it.
Yeah, so I think security hub is very interesting concept because in our training center also, we were discussing internally we should be collaborating with other global entities. We have some friends in UK and France, etc. But we can have more possible diverse collaborations. But one thing about security hub is that we are all busy. So if security hub is going to be super complex stuff, then nobody will be involved. So I want to have it less demanding or less workload. In terms of workload, it should be less binding, so that everybody from all scales, like non-profits and the government agencies, etc., like IGF, everybody on all sides can join on non-binding basis. But this should also be network of trust, because this can be abused by criminals. So network of trust is very important for this project to be successful. Thank you.
Yes.
I have a message for industry, business, and sector, and this is also the goal for us, because I want to say that the education sector is open for cooperation, and I mean not only the IT business but also the motor company, fashion industry, food industry, and so on. And I deeply believe that next year we'll find more people from the industry, and thank you, Raul, once again that you are with us.
So let's think out of the box.
Yes, and I would continue with this stress from Dennis that came on diversity. Some time ago, I took part in a panel about women in IT, and women participating in this panel, they also said that this kind of a stress and war field that is somehow related with work in the cybersecurity discourage men and women to take part in this business, to go into these careers. So maybe extremely important is to repeat that not only you have to work really in this war field to be involved in the cybersecurity, that there's so many different competences involved, like Jenny started in the beginning, like that you don't really have to be in this gaming area that some people perceive the cybersecurity is. And second thing, I think it's extremely important also talking about diversity to open eyes of parents to really be able to motivate their girls, their daughters, to see their future in this field, because right now you always see boys in the coding extra classes and the girls go to dancing classes. So it needs parental awareness.
All right, thank you for everything. Actually, I learned from you guys a lot about your insight, comment, and new information from me. And actually, next week I have my daughter is high school, and the high school principal asked me to talk about cybersecurity job. So actually, I have to do this since we've discussing this kind of session. So I want to tell them, I will tell them the cybersecurity is very fun job, and it's very important job, and also it's very proud job, and it's also challenge job. It's going to be a very interesting job forever. So I just want them to more interesting about the cybersecurity job. And also I want to think about something, maybe we need something, the cybersecurity hub ecosystem, so that we can do more to the sustainable, like SDGs. We need to keep thinking to keep maintain this kind of conversation in the near future. Thank you so much.
Well, I will spend my last words talking about the importance of the the culture on being this facilitator, this how they help to create the imaginary, they mold people to like cybersecurity. And For that, I would like to remember about two films, Hackers and War Games, which were very important for the 80s generation to see hackers as these very cool people that were hacking things, and how this created the cybersecurity imaginary. And also, when we talk about it, we need to think of the gender perspective because, well, I opened a position in my crew to recruit a woman, and I couldn't. Like, it stayed for 1 month open. When I gave up, I hired a man in the next day. So this is really a cultural thing, and we really need to work on it.
So Yoki is going to have to be very convincing when he goes into that school next week.
So, yes. My last inputs will solely, relate with what he said, but more importantly, having more women, participating in this industry. And I think obviously this we are unaware of, but it's some form of a culture. Like, for example, when I take my niece and nephew to the shop, to get toys for them, for Christmas, you go to the boys' store, shop, you get amazing stuff, so many amazing cool toys. You go to the girls' shop, you get some unicorn. I'm not saying unicorns are not nice or whatsoever, but my point is, culturally, we need to also, it's as if we are actually grooming, them not to be innovative and also involved in these creative industries. And that being the case, I think industries like companies or businesses should also be giving priorities to women, to participate in cybersecurity. And my advice for my brother, I also experienced similar in my office, but then what I did was, rather than giving them, because it's a stage level, step by step, rather than looking for, an expert in reverse engineering or someone who has, years of experience, I, went for JRC, personnel. So when I was not able to get someone, I just got a lady who studied law and then gave her, opportunity, and then she did tremendously well. So I think, the bar also, or how we get them on board, need to be looked at. If you want to peg them from a perspective where we are looking for expert, we are going to chase them out. Thank you.
And thank you. I'm wondering if the audience has any last word that they'd like to add. It's really important that everyone feels that they've had their say. Anyone over that side want to take the microphone for a last thought about this hub? Because we're going to be calling on all of you. Yes, someone behind me. We're going to be calling on all of you to really support us in this. It seems so important. Would you like... You would? There's a microphone somewhere. No? No? No one further? Well, I hope that you're going to join us in this enterprise. We are determined, after what we learnt with the report, that we really have to move forward. We have to move forward together. And we talked about safety and security, but in French, sécurité is the same word, and possibly in other languages also. No one can be safe if we don't have this security. I hope we're going to continue working together. If you have any ideas, please come up and tell us, because we're chasing ideas now when we're working on this strategic plan. Thank you very much for joining the session. Thank you, speakers. Thank you, Larry. And we'll be meeting in the corridors and talking further about this. So thanks for a very interactive session. Right. Brilliant. Thank you.
So I couldn't say more.
Oh,
But it's
but
great.
we really want to hear from you. It's
Probably
really
not sorry,
important.
we will be connected for sure.
Okay, you've got my, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Thank you so
we'll be in
much again.
touch. Shall we go and join them somewhere, or?
What do you think of having a photo together?
Oh yes, I think it's a great idea. Yes. Yeah. You don't have yours.
But we have to go outside. I think that here will be the next workshop. Yeah.
Photo time.
But I think that this is next workshop here, so we should go outside.
No, we've got 10 more minutes.
Yes, we have 10 minutes, so we can make a
Yeah.
good photo. A nie ma tam jakiejś ścianki takiej?
Są ścianki. Yeah.
To jest do tego.
Thank you very much.
Ale nie wiem, czy
Really
będzie dobrze wam
interesting.
świeci.
We have met before.
Yes, we've met on several occasions.
Yes.
You remember my name, and we lastly had a discussion with Jean-Christophe Letouquin
Right.
on sextortion and
Yes.
on Take It Down.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, and also within Council of Europe.
That's where it is also. Yeah,
I'm an
the
observer to the Council of the Community.
Okay, okay, I wondered, I knew that we was in each other. Please join us because we appreciate what you have to say.
I have 3 phones now, and only one is unlocked. Make it difficult. Give you my
And please send it to me also, so I'll put it up on LinkedIn. Do we all agree for LinkedIn? Yep. I think he went to his room to get something.
No, it's okay. All right.
Hi, everyone. We won't judge you if you are doing emails, so please come to the table.
No, we need them to pay attention. But you should come to the table and pay attention. All right. All right, let's go. Let's start this. Okay. Hi, everybody. Welcome. My name is Farzaneh Badi from Digital Medusa, and today we're going to talk about algorithm transparency, and we are going to workshop a workshop. So we are going to ask you for your feedback and ask you to do some work with us. We have Nick Souser here that we are going to set the scene with Nick and talk about like what transparency actually means. And then we are going to have a presentation on life of a query with Zoe and Charles there. And so I'm just going to introduce Nick. Nick researches the regulation of network society. He is a professor at the law school at Queensland University of Technology. And he has many more affiliations, and he's an award-winning educator. He has loads of medals, and one day he will probably get the Internet Governance Medal. But he has worked on various internet governance issues across the internet stack. I always say in these transparency conversations that if we don't know what we want out of the transparency conversation and what the purpose is, then we end up not getting what we want, and that we also is something that we need to clarify. What do we mean by we? And as academics say, we might end up transparency washing the whole issue. So today we are going to be very objective. We are going to talk about algorithmic transparency by going through life of a query and have a discussion about how algorithms work in search engines. We also discuss why we are asking for transparency of algorithms, and then also who we are in the first place. It's not an existential question as such. We mean like users and researchers and civil society and policymakers. We also discuss some good examples of algorithm transparency and what we mean by transparency and kind of explainability of algorithms. In a nutshell, we aim to contextualize AI. Oh, I said that word. We are going to contextualize algorithmic transparency, and we would like to also have your feedback on the life of the query presentation to make it better and streamline it for policymakers, researchers, and other stakeholder groups. So now I pass it on to Nick to tell us more.
Hey, thank you. And good to see everyone. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm actually really keen. I haven't seen this workshop, so I will be experiencing it with you, and we're going to find out whether it answers all of the questions that we have around transparency. So this is a pretty big, it's become a big buzzword, transparency, but it's taken us a long time to get here. When I started in this work, I guess transparency reporting was just starting really around government requests and copyright requests, mainly because, you know, some search engines got sick of how many copyright notices they were getting and created a scheme to lodge those copyright notices with the Chilling Effects Clearinghouse. And it was used from the very start as a way to push back against influence from either state actors or from private actors. So it's no surprise that the next big transparency reporting movement was around the right to be forgotten after the European decisions required Google and other search engines to remove content. There was all of a sudden another big chunk of data that was made transparent. All right. The problem is, I don't think any of us really spent enough time specifying who transparency was for and what they actually wanted to do with it. You can think of at least two audiences, right? The individual, the person who's been affected by a decision, wants, presumably, we hear this a lot, to know why am I seeing what I saw? Why is this ad targeted at me? Why are these query results different from my friends? Whatever it is. I think about this more as a notice, more as an individual procedural aspect of transparency. When I think about how we use transparency, or how we might use transparency as a tool to drive greater accountability, that's not the audience, I think, that at least I have in mind. The tools that people, realistically, when we're talking about decisions made at the sort of scale that we're talking about, whether that's Google, whether that's any other company, that is continuously making small-scale decisions in continuously changing environments with continuously changing software that's being A/B tested continuously, that's being updated according to continuous changes in the world. Transparency about one particular decision is basically meaningless. And one of the big flaws, I think, I am impressed with how far we've gotten on transparency reporting. The Santa Clara Principles and have now come up with the second draft of the Santa Clara Principles, and we saw many more companies sign up to provide voluntarily information about content moderation problems. Now we're seeing more government-mandated transparency. All this information is going somewhere, and I don't know where it comes out. Because one of the big challenges is from my perspective, the information goes in without context. So you can know that 100,000 pieces of material were removed under a hate speech policy. But what does that tell you? You have no idea what that means if you don't know the denominator, like how many pieces were actually uploaded, and you have no idea what it means if you don't know the error rate. How certain are you about these particular decisions? More than that, if you accept what I said this morning, which is there are going to be power differentials that are evident in these processes, that they will impact some communities much more than others, then you don't know, that number doesn't tell you anything if you don't know the distribution of errors, of false positives and false negatives in that data. That's what we don't have. It's what we've never been able to get because of, primarily of privacy concerns. The moves after Cambridge Analytica in particular to lock down APIs really worked to prevent researchers and civil society from getting access to the types of thick contextualized data that would be required to answer some of the questions that people actually care about. You know, am I being targeted? Is this subset of people getting significantly different job ads? Whatever those questions are, they're never answered by how many job ads did you serve? You always need thicker information. So that, I think, is where we are now when you've got debates about the algorithm. You have concerns about ranking and curation, in addition to concerns about takedown and leave ups. And you see Twitter release the algorithm, right? And it's a couple of pages of code and it tells you, again, very little. You don't get the weights, you don't get the information about what they regard as most important. You just get the mathematical formula for feeding those signals in and extracting out a prioritized list. So what I'm hoping that we will be able to do today is, in this workshop, I think, improve the level of sophistication that we use when we're civil society, government players, talking about transparency, talking about particularly algorithmic transparency. I think it's incumbent on us here to really particularize what that means. What do you want, and how are you going to deal with the privacy concerns if you want live, actual human data, which is still basically an unsolved problem, and what sampling techniques, what other bits of the pipeline you might need, so it's not just decisions, but now we want training data. Well, what training sets, what training data on what date? At the Oversight Board, we've been trying to think through some of these questions, and I'm stuck. I'm stuck because I don't know where the next logical step is in terms of what is the next slice of information that we would need to be able to hold these systems to account. And I think, I have some ideas that what we really need is particularly a more task-focused, rather than trying to understand an entire system as it exists at one particular point in time, developing a set of metrics, a set of measures that you're concerned about, and reporting on those continuously in a way that gives us, information that we can build on to better understand how a system is evolving. But there are other, really big challenges. Like getting me to shut up is a big, big challenge. So I will do that now. And hopefully, Zoe's going to fix all of this for us.
Thank you so much, Nick. And Nick is always such a tough act to follow. So I was encouraging people to actually come up because you'll be doing a couple of activities. If you want to do those on your lap, that's also fine. But you have 2 Post-it notes. So the first thing that we're going to do, actually, you know what? The first thing we're going to do is I'm going to show you an example of what we've tried to do to give in-product algorithmic transparency. So I want someone to raise their hand and shout out a query, anything that you want me to search for. Keep it clean. Joy Band? Jordan. That's a good example. Could it be Michael Jordan? Could it be Jordan the country? Let's see. Okay. I'm from Chicago, so we think of Michael Jordan, but here we go. So One of the things that we have here are these 3 dots. You can click on these 3 dots. This is called About This Result. So the first layer of About This Result tells you one thing. It tells you, A, is this personalized or is this not personalized for me? Then the second thing it shows you, well, it shows you lots of things, but I'm going to only show you 2 things because we have a limited amount of time. It shows you this piece of what we call search literacy. Why do we not call this algorithmic transparency? We don't call it algorithmic transparency because how do you, in this limited number of strings, actually give algorithmic transparency to billions of people for every single query? So what we've done here is our best to show you what is your search in this result. And what we found after doing some limited diary studies, small sample size, is that people's mental models change after they see why a certain search result is appearing to them. So here, what we're telling you is the search is not personalized, and that the reason you're seeing Nikes is because the search term appears in the result, Jordan. And this has images also related to your search, and then there are other websites with your search terms that are linking to this result, and the result is in English. But you can see on the rest of the search results page, some people aren't searching for Nike. Some people are searching for the country. Here are also some results clearly relating to the fact that that search knows that I am here at IGF in Tokyo and giving me some results in Japanese, even though my search is in English. All right, so that is one way that we've been giving in-product transparency. Now let's talk about why this is so complicated to do. So what we're going to do, actually, Charles, do you mind advancing for me? Do you mind? Is that okay? So our agenda today is we're going to do some welcome and introductions. So I want you to take your first Post-it note, write your name. It's PII, so totally optional, guys. You can opt in. Write your name, write your organization, and then complete the sentence, to me, algorithmic transparency means ... And then give me one sentence. I'm going to give you 45 seconds to complete this. And then Charles is going to come around with a board, and we're going to collect all those answers. After we're done with that, I'm going to go through a very abbreviated, caveat, very abbreviated version of the same training that we give to all new search engineers and product managers. Normally, this training is 2 days. We lock you in a room. We teach you everything from front-end engineering to back-end engineering. We don't have the luxury of that time. So we're going to do this in about 30 minutes. And what we want to hear from you afterwards is what works. We've never given this workshop before. What works? What doesn't work? Is this a good enough baseline then to have a deeper conversation about algorithmic transparency? Because a lot of times it stays at the 10,000-foot level. And then after that, we can have some Q&A. So, all right, as you are finishing your first exercise, we have another group activity, because I told you were going to draw. So take your second piece of Post-it, trademark, 3M. My copyright person is in the room here, so I'll give all due credit to our colleagues at 3M. Take your second Post-it and draw your mental model of how a search engine works. How do you think a search engine works? You do not have to be a good artist, but you have to be great at internet governance. Okay, we'll set a timer for 60 seconds. And when you're done, you can come up here, put your intro on the board here, and then put your mental model of a search engine on the board over here. I'm going to linger over the Google employee. No, let's do it, Kate. Draw. So we did have one question about how a search is not personalized to you, but in English and recognizing that I'm in Japan. And so that is not personalized to me because everyone in a certain coursened location area and is in searching in that language which I chose, which was English, is getting the same result. There's nothing specific to me about that result being shown. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Customized but not personalized. You know, great one is soccer. In the U.S., we're going to give you, or sorry, football. In the U.S., we're going to give you that game played by the best athlete ever, Walter Payton, Chicago Bears. But in England, we'll give you that game played by, thank you, Jim, David Beckham. I couldn't even think of one. All right, so when you're done, please put your Post-it on the boards. They don't have to be perfect. I bet when you signed up for Algorithmic Transparency Day 0 workshop, you didn't realize it was going to be an art class. Okay, so what I see here from what algorithmic transparency means to people are a bunch of different responses. So making visible the way that algorithms work, knowing why a result is showing up when I think that, provide an input. To me, algorithmic transparency means openly knowing the quality and biases of data sets that feed the algorithm, a way to understand why and how your experience on a service is influenced or displayed or organized or shaped, To me, algorithmic transparency means being able to understand how the results are output from the algorithm. So lots of different things, very hard to display on a screen about this big. So how do we actually do algorithmic transparency? On the other side here, we've got some amazing grade A art that I'm gonna make NFTs out of, become very rich. Quit Google. But I think Charles is gonna try to show what some of you art majors drew. There are a lot of squiggly lines, but my particular favorite one here, I'll just describe it to you, says user, arrow, query, arrow, magic with asterisks, arrow, and then results. And we do talk a lot about Google Magic, but it shouldn't be necessarily so mystifying that it feels like magic all the time. So hopefully, maybe you guys can see some of this. I encourage you to come up afterwards to take a look at all of your contributions. So this is how search actually works. We drew it kind of like a vending machine. And so here, if you can think of you in front of the search results page, that's like the vending machine. And then that is what we call front end, what the user sees and experiences. And then back behind, this is the Google Magic, you've got natural language processing and query understanding. You've got crawling, because you got to find all those web pages. You've got data retrieval. Once you've crawled, how do you go get something from that index? And then you have all of the web pages, which here we are pretending to be soda cans. So let's build together Gurgle, the search engine for the thirsty. And so we are going to use this lovely vending machine to really quickly go over how search actually works. So the first step when you're building Gurgle is you have to find as many drinks as possible. And so to do that, you have to crawl. And so how would you find as many drink options as possible in the world? So returning to our trusty vending machine, this is where we are at the process. We used to have this as a spider web, and my very, very senior software engineer said, that's gross, Zoe. You're going to gross people out, that they're going to think spiders are in their soda. So now it's a shopping cart. And if I were to ask you to find as many drink options as humanly possible, you might come up with 10, 20, 15. But in one day, we at Google are able to crawl millions and millions of pages. So, group question, anybody can shout out, no drawing involved. Just raise your hand. If you were going to start crawling and building your search engine, where would you start? How would you start crawling?
Perhaps like surrounding me.
Great, past searches. Anybody else? Where would you start crawling the web? DNS, okay. Anybody else? Fars at the juice bar. Yeah.
I mean, this is kind of content specific, so I'd probably trying to feed it something that was content specific. So maybe a magazine or something that was specifically about beverages, because that's what we're looking at. So I'd start from there, and then maybe a blogs or something about the topic.
So those are all great answers. They're all correct answers. And this was also sort of a trick question, because you can start anywhere. With the web, once you get to a few links away from any other page, you're basically able to get to other pages, and eventually you're able to index crawl and index a large proportion of the World Wide Web. All right, so next we are gonna swiftly go through crawling and talk about indexing. So once we have all of our drink options, what do we do next? You have to organize all of them. Next one. Great. So now we have all of our cans, and we're here in the data backends. This is the inside of our vending machine, and it's rows and columns of drinks organized perfectly, but they're not organized when we get them, right? Because if we're having a Pepsi and then the next person says, oh, I like Coke, and then the next person says, oh, soda's bad for you, I only drink seltzer water from La Croix, then eventually you're going to get a collection of drinks, but they're not going to be well organized. So indexing is what actually organizes the content that we found. And so I'll skip over a lot of this because I think, oh, actually, sorry. So before we go on to serving, what do you think it's important to put in your index for each drink? What would you want to know about the drink? Color, nutritional value, price, is it artificial or is it organic? The result is not sponsored, Jim. It is organic. Anything else that you would want to know? Is it alcoholic? That's a good one. Past recalls. Do I really want to drink this poison drink? Yeah. Great. So in this analogy, this is kind of what we're doing with pages. We want to know, what is the page about? We read the metadata, find out what the title of the page is. We kind of group it. Are these pages all about soda, or are all of these pages all about seltzer water? Or are all of these pages about alcoholic beverages of the type that hopefully we're all going to enjoy later? Great, 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 amazing. Search engineer here. So we have how many reviews, how many people have been talking about this particular drink? Similarly, how many people are linking to it? That's a signal that we can use, although that's also a signal that can be gamed pretty easily through fake links. All right, so then let's go on to serving. All right, so we've made it now to the part of the vending machine that provides the drink we asked for. So now that we have all of our drinks indexed, we can serve the user the results that they'd like based on their query. But the computer inside the machine is registering your input and helping you find what you want. But in a search engine, this looks a bit different. While a vending machine is responding to an alphanumeric code that matches exactly one drink, you want a Mountain Dew, I don't know why, you want a Mountain Dew, you press the Mountain Dew button. But for a search engine, you have to take your query and match it with annotations of index pages. So is it about a drink that's 24 ounces? Is it alcoholic or non-alcoholic? All those things that we mentioned before. And then the claw here is doing the data retrieval. It's getting our drink and depositing in the tray. So let's take a specific query here. So this query is soda. And without any additional context, when someone puts in the word soda, what do you think that they would want? Kate wants a fizzy drink. What else? Okay. Nick is baking some delicious cake and wants baking soda. Anything else? Okay, most people aren't even looking for soda. They would call it pop or soft drink. Yeah. Yeah, so it really depends on where you are. So that is why we do use course and location, for example, to try to do that query understanding. So for example, my favorite example of this is Super Trooper. am I going to age myself? Please tell me somebody knows. Anybody? Super Trooper? Super Trooper. Okay. It's an ABBA song. So most people searching for Super Trooper are looking for ABBA. But ABBA actually named their song after a type of light. So if you are a Broadway lighting designer, you may actually be looking for a specific type of stage light. And so synonyms are one of the things that are really hard for us, and actually started before all of this AI, before Gen AI, before all of this, we really were starting with synonyms. And so if you have one person looking for pop and one person looking for baking soda, what are the type of signals that we should be using? You kind of got there already. How do you know if somebody wants a drink or baking soda? Location. Previous search, somebody wants personalization. Time of day, also a good one. Yep. Habits. So what I'm hearing is that actually some personalization would be really useful in some cases to understand the difference between what somebody is looking for. But we actually don't personalize a ton on the search results page at the moment. The amount of personalization changes over time. So what we try to do is actually use advancements in language understanding and query understanding. So the signals are the bits of information that help us understand its relevance to a query. And this can be about how recent a page is. So for a query like soda, that may not be as important. Another signal that we may use is the location of the word. Is the word soda the title of the page? That might make us think it's more about soda. Is the word soda down there on the third paragraph, penultimate sentence? May not actually be as relevant. So those are the types of signals that we use. And they help us get as close to what we call user intent as possible. But we don't actually have a set weighting system for queries. And I think this is what's really hard when people say, I want algorithmic transparency from you, Google. You need to tell me the exact, A, B, C, D, and E for how you're returning results, because it's dynamic and it changes over time. So can anyone give me an example of where something like freshness might be important? A query where you might want something more. Game scores, great example. If you are searching for I'm trying to think of soccer teams to draw a connection with you all, but it's eluding me. Arsenal versus Chelsea. Oh, thank God. Arsenal versus Chelsea. You want the game that was played last night and not the game that was played last week. What about you, Jim? You said time of day. What's a type of query where time of day might be more important? Weather, right? What's the temperature going to be? Because if you're searching in the morning, you might want to know earlier. Elections. For elections, you'd want something fresher, right? The elections that are happening sooner. Yeah, these are all great examples. Or the actual results. Great. So for newsy types of queries, freshness is more important. For other types of more stable queries, like hair braiding, I failed, but I tried to braid my hair today. If you look that up, you may not need the latest hairstyle, and so freshness might not be as important. All right, so you guys gave us all sorts of great signals that we could use. And if we used only those, one thing that we would miss is spam. So the reason that these calls for algorithmic transparency get complicated really fast is because we are constantly in an adversarial space with about 40 billion pieces of spam a day. Next slide, please. Great. So I am almost done. So despite everything, search is a total work in process. We are always launching huge updates sometimes to core ranking, to small tune-ups to make sure that we're giving the right soda at the right time. All designed to make search work better so that we can find the most relevant, highest quality results as possible. And the last thing I want to mention is page quality, because that's one thing we haven't really talked about. And that's actually one thing that's very important in discussions about algorithmic transparency. How are you actually rating what the quality of the page is to determine how the highest quality results can float to the top? It is not magic. It's actually through a combination of hundreds of algorithms, at least, plus on top of that, our search quality rater program. So we do use humans not to rate individual pages, but to take a sample and to say, your systems are working as intended here, they're not working as intended there. And so our page quality is summed up by the acronym EEAT: experience, expertise, authoritativeness, and trustworthiness. And so I think a lot of people want algorithmic transparency to be like, step into this closet, show me the code, I will know how it works. But actually, we've been really transparent about this and put it in a 160-page document on how we understand page quality. How many of you have read the Search Quality Rater Guidelines? Fars gets a free drink at the bar. Kate gets a free drink at the bar. That is what we consider to be a huge effort towards algorithmic transparency, because it tells you exactly what our biases are. Our biases are for high page quality and experience, expertise, authoritativeness, and trustworthiness. But people, I know, are busy. They don't have time, like Fars, to... It was a research project. It was her job. To read 160 pages. But a lot of times, based on what we saw you guys put up for what you want algorithmic transparency to be, it really is about reading 160 pages about what a company says they are biased towards in terms of quality. But I think what people really want is something simpler, something easier, like the About This Result feature that we showed at the beginning. So thank you very much for indulging me. Thank you for your art. That was amazing. Really, really good. And I'm going to throw it back to Fars and Nick so that we can have a discussion with the rest of our time. Thanks.
So when you're looking at page quality for rankings, and this is horizontally across time, if you look at the kind of let's say advertising that is coming in, and a lot of the search links becoming oriented towards gaming the Google algorithm, as you rightly said, and the quality of content on the web itself degenerates. How do you handle that? I mean, your quality of results will drop because the quality of content on the web is gamed towards selling and not towards the kind of internet you saw in the early 2010s or 2012s. I mean, it's a general user's perspective, but happy to hear your thoughts on this.
I mean, that's the heart of it. How do you, because it is super adversarial, and if people know, okay, the moment people realized it was about how many links are linking your page, then everybody was just like linking to their own pages, right? And now I think what you're talking about is what's often called the SEO-ification of web results. I think the other thing here is a shift in the information ecosystem, where a lot of content creation is happening more in hosted content platforms or walled gardens. And so if people are incentivized to interact either in a platform, a closed platform, or a chat group, or whatever, they're not creating on the open web. And so I think there is a larger ecosystem question to be had about how do we want to incentivize, and also how do we incentivize content creation in the golden age of the internet. When I grew up in the 90s, when I had an maybe more than one X-Files page hosted on Lycos and Angelfire. So yeah, great question. Any other questions?
the words personalization and customization, are they used like, do you use it interchangeably? Like for me, if I give an example, I'm not a soccer person or a cricket person, whereas my husband is that. So if I search about football or cricket, some things will come up, which is like more preliminary things about cricket, like this is cricket, this is football. But if my husband searches, it will be more of the advanced source of search results. So do you call this personalization or customization?
I mean, Zoe might answer that, but I would think of that as personalization. If the system knows enough about you to know that you don't know much about cricket, then that's a personalized result, and the changes are personalized. But
Yeah, the way we think about personalization is it something unique to you? Is it your search history? Is it because, you know, something about your past searches seem to imply that you're a cricket person over a soccer person? That, to us, is personalization. That's why we say location, course and location. Doesn't matter if I'm searching in Queens for best pizza near me. Everybody else is going to get the same result. There's not something about me they don't know, as Google should, that I really like Sotto Listelle over Domino's. Yeah.
Hi, John from the AI Foundation, for the record. So we were talking about potentially personalized results. We didn't see any example on the search that we did before, but if it was personalized, would the interface tell you how did they get to that conclusion? What was the process that it went through?
So for right now, this particular feature doesn't say we know X, Y, and Z about you, and that's why it says it's personalized or not. A good example of where a search might be personalized is for more like a feature like what to watch, what to read, what to eat. And so if you're searching for a lot of recipes about cassoulet, maybe after a while, and you have personalization on, that's the type of search where we might give you Julia Child over, say, oh, who's that? Am I on the record? I won't say anything bad. Rachel Ray, for example. So you might want a higher quality cassoulet recipe if you're a true French chef connoisseur. I'm sure Rachel Ray's recipes are great.
Depending on the Google search I do, I get a number of sponsored ads that come up first. And sometimes the whole page will be sponsored ads, like if it's a hotel. How did Google decide how many sponsored ads to show me before I get to the actual search?
You've caught me out. I am an organic search person. We have people who work specifically on ads. There is a limit for the number of ads that you'll see on the top of the search results page. I won't give you the exact number because I'm going to forget. I think it's something, Kate, do you know?
Like only certain sets of queries. So if you're searching for a product or searching for a hotel, so certain queries will have more ads than other queries just because they are ones where people are kind of looking, right, to shop or to buy something or book a hotel, etc. And so it's different depending on the query.
Yeah, like for example, the first query that you saw me show, which was Internet Governance Forum, there were no ads on that one. But there are, even for those that are more shopping journeys, there are limits for the number of ads that can be shown.
Hi, Enrique from the Brazilian Network Information Center. So if you use an incognito window, Google still knows your location and time of your search, but does not have access to your history, search history, right? Could you use the difference between the incognito window and the normal window as a measure of personalization you get on the search?
I mean, you could, or you can just turn personalization off. So if you go into the three dots it'll show you personalized for you or not personalized for you. And then there's a link that says manage my personalization settings. So even if you don't want to go into incognito, you can use that link to turn personalization on or off. And then it's the same as comparing between an incognito window and a regular browser window.
Charlie Warzel published a piece recently about the fact that Google might be boosting commercial queries. What does transparency would look like to make that more publicly available, if it's true?
Great question. So I actually, maybe what we'll do is pull up, Charles, do you mind pulling up Danny Sullivan's tweets on this? Because our search liaison actually provided a public response and rebuttal because it was it was a misconception of how we would handle those queries. So there's not a magic Google fairy behind saying, I put in the query Kate Sheeran, but really in the back end, and we're not telling you we're putting in Kate Sheeran Nike, for example. Yeah, go ahead.
Let's say I didn't want to take your word for it. How would you demonstrate that to me? What sort of information would I need to answer that question?
Algorithmic transparency. That's a really great question, Nick. And you know, I would love to know what we can do beyond what we've already done through in-product transparency, through publishing 160 pages of search quality rater guidelines, through having Danny Sullivan put out regular tweets saying, no, we do not do X, Y, and Z. It would be interesting to know what we could do to show people that. If us saying it over and over and emphatically is not enough, then what can we do? And that's why I made the joke, do we open a door and let people into the closet? I don't mean to be facetious, but I'm not really quite sure what is that thing that we can do to prove it.
What about closed independent third-party audits? Would that be a mechanism?
That's a great question, Nick. Maybe since you're at the oversight board, you might want to answer about what you know of the DSA or some of the other content regulations about third-party audits. I know that's one thing that the ecosystem is thinking about.
Yeah, so I think it seems to me that in many cases, what you would want is someone you trust to have done a thorough audit of that code. So what do they need? You've got, one, the problems of how do we define the people that we trust? We can do that. We can sort of figure that out. How do we ensure that the personal information doesn't leak? And you know, probably as part of the same assurance process, you can figure that out. Then you're pretty quickly like whittling down the pool of people that are going to be in a position to be able to do that. I think there's a lot of room for civil society organizations to work with journalists to provide that level of support, but we haven't seen it because typically we don't yet have those relationships between technology companies and journalists that would allow a technology company to be assured that that the results were not going to be misconstrued, that the results will not result in a leak of personal information, while at the same time allowing the journalist to actually publish what they want. Will the DSA fix that? I'm happy to defer to other people in the room on that, but I do think that fundamentally, what you are probably looking for systems accountability is some sort of external measure. I think you're probably right on this point that when Zoe says Google can provide you all of these assurances, you're not going to be satisfied usually until you've had someone actually go through and spend a whole heap of time understanding what's going on, which is pretty expensive.
Hi everybody, my name's Tom. I'm from New Zealand, so apologies for my accent in advance. I'm project lead for something called the Action Coalition on Meaningful Transparency, and I think just wanted to offer a couple of observations. I do think the audit mechanisms under the Digital Services Act are going to be something that is really important for effective transparency. I think the kinds of materials that auditors can access are extremely detailed. If you look at a sort of laundry list for the different kinds of things you might want from companies in order to provide meaningful transparency, the auditors essentially have access to all of those things. They can ask people questions, they can ask to look at models, all these kinds of things. So I do think audit is going to be a really important component of the DSA. I think probably the next conversation we might be having, though, if we're relying on independent third-party assessments, is going to be how do we have any confidence in those assessments. So at IGF next year, we might be looking at the first round of DSA audit reports, but everybody will be saying, how do we know these are any good? And how do we know that the auditors have said the right things and seen the right things? So it's going to be sort of an ongoing issue, I think, as to how we get this kind of transparency. I just want to flag that one of the things we're thinking about as well is, given that we have so much transparency information, and I think you're referring to that from a sort of Google perspective, the question of how people can effectively make use of that is a whole other question. And I think that's going to require things like funding, for example, because having the time and the expertise to look into all of these things takes a lot of time and money, basically. So I think another component of meaningful transparency is going to be funding. And then I'll just call out one other thing, which is being able to find all of those disclosures in one place. So one thing we've heard through our conversations with various stakeholders is that it can be quite hard to find the information that's already being disclosed. So what we've tried to do is pull together a portal that anybody can submit information to. It's called the Transparency Initiatives Portal. And the idea there is that we will try to have a useful piece of community infrastructure for accessing various kinds of transparency information and initiatives. So hopefully that will be something that we can talk about in the future.
Thanks so much. Any other questions? We have about 5 minutes left. If not, I'll pass back to Faraz for closing thoughts.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. When you were going through the presentation, I was thinking that for each of the steps that you actually explained, there's like hundreds of algorithms are involved. So I think when we are asking for algorithm transparency in that kind of context in the life of a query, what do we actually mean by that? Why are we asking for transparency in the first? This is why it's so important to know why we are asking for transparency, to hold Google accountable or to do certain research. And sometimes when we are asking for transparency, we might actually want access to data and not necessarily transparency in a way that transparency and clarity in instruction. So I think that's kind of like talking about transparency at granular level might also help civil society and policymakers with their effort to govern the internet and search engine and Google. So I think that this was a useful exercise, but I think that we need to provide more feedback for like how to make this actually, like how we can use this example and what more we need and want through these processes to in order to kind of feed into our conversations about internet governance in general. Do you have any closing remarks? Really? Why not? You were going on.
I'm just really keen to hear from those in the audience. We don't have any more time now, but I invite you to write down on a Post-it and leave it with us, because I think this is a really tough challenge, pitching this at exactly the right level. Do you want more detail? Do you want the 2-day workshop version? Do you want something that is a little bit more technical but a smaller component? Or are you happy with the sort of level of abstraction for your own users as advocates, as people in industry and government, other stakeholders? What would actually be useful? I think that's always the hardest part when you're asking for information from a company that they've never given before. Their first impression of what you might be looking for is probably doesn't align with exactly what you need. So I think gathering that data, and if you want to write some feedback, we'd love to hear it, would be incredibly useful.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you guys. Thanks.
Well, we didn't. Oh no, that's sad. Nobody. Oh, hi, it's happening. How are you doing? Good, good. You're pretty on time. The ones before us, they weren't. I enforced it on the previous one. They were not easy. But you see, we are very, well, not yet. No,
So, how many of our panelists are So, Bill. reciprocate, but in a much lower tech version.
Usually you are the one who introduces his session.
I know. It's a pleasure to have it the other way around. I've seen you per screen.
Same here, and I had the feeling that we know each other.
Well, let's particularly after this panel here, let's hang out together, perhaps as a group or the two of us. I'd like to hear more about as the mainstay of the internet process. I'd love to talk to you.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. We're going to get started in a couple of minutes. We're just having a little late logistic stuff to get sorted, but it'd be good if people could start to take seats. We are in need of, let's see, we have you here, we have Ellie here. Who am I missing? Rick and Chris online. Mako. We don't have Mako. Okay, well, we'll see how this goes. IGF process is a little different this year, so just bear with us while we find out how things work. Good to see you, Marco. What? Rick is joining online, at least he should be, but I mean, Salmons. Yeah.
Yeah, Bill,
If you get
I'm
the
here.
Zoom up, they should be in the room and we should be able to call on them.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm online, Bill.
Yeah, I can't do both. You don't have a computer? Yeah, you have to log in.
This is the room.
Are you Michael?
Yeah,
Hi, I'm Bill.
Sorry.
Good to meet you.
Good to meet you. I'm slightly confused that I'm in the right room.
No worries. Sit.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
somewhere. I'll
We're,
find a seat.
we're having a little bit of a glitchy getting going, but we'll get there. Yeah, sure. Anywhere. And I guess we have to just hand this microphone around. So we'll do that. Okay, well, I'm going to just go ahead and get started. So if somebody could close the door, that would be great. And then we'll have a little bit less ambient noise in the room. Hello, everybody, and welcome, and thanks for being here. On a busy Sunday, there's a lot of competing events, so it's good that you're with us. We appreciate it. I'm Bill Drake from Columbia Institute for Teleinformation at Columbia University in New York City. And this is the session on Can Digital Economy Agreements Limit Internet Fragmentation? At last year's IGF in 2022, I organized a Day Zero event on understanding internet fragmentation concepts and their implications for action, where we tried to talk through some of the definitional issues that have plagued the discussion of internet governance over the past decade in order to try to get some greater clarity and try to set up discussions about how we might move towards policy responses to some of the main challenges posed by fragmentation. And I said at the time that that would be the first of two sessions that were linked. This is that second session that's linked, that's attempting to begin to look at policy responses using more innovative and interesting mechanisms that have not necessarily been discussed a lot in the IGF context to date. You know, there's been long running, for those of you who've been around internet governance discussions over the past 25 years, you know that there's been long running discussions around the question of institutional innovation and how do we create new mechanisms to respond to new internet governance and digital policy challenges as they arise. And the discussions around that question have been often very divisive and tended to polarize around questions like multi-stakeholder versus multilateral frameworks, or when to have hard law versus soft law kinds of responses, the relative merits of treaties versus guidelines, declarations, MOUs, other kinds of mechanisms, etc. And none of these have proven in recent years to be terribly helpful in responding to some of the issues that are most directly relevant to fragmentation that people have been talking about a lot in recent years around data flows, data localization, things like that. So it's in that context then of the larger discussion of institutional fragmentation and the question of how do we respond to internet fragmentation challenges that this topic becomes interesting. We're going to talk today about digital economy agreements. Digital economy agreements, or DEAs, are new kinds of approaches to international cooperation and policy convergence that have emerged alongside and been informed by the laborious and difficult digital trade negotiations of the past decade. The center of gravity on these DEAs has been mostly in the Asia-Pacific region, with Singapore being very centrally involved in many of them. The most widely discussed examples of DEA is the 2020 Digital Economy Partnership Agreement, or DEPA, between Chile, Singapore, and New Zealand, which Korea just joined, and Canada, China, and Peru are seeking to join. And that will get particular attention in this context. But there have been a variety of other DEAs formed as well between Singapore, Australia, UK and Singapore, Korea, Singapore, and now the 10-member ASEAN, Association of Southeast Asian Nations, has launched negotiations to try to come up with a DEA framework for the 10 countries. And the DEAs that have been reached have tried to promote policy convergence on a broad range of digital issues, from data flows, enforced data localizations, to online customs duties, trade treatment of digital products, protection of source codes, e-invoicing and certificates, supply chains, digital identities, digital inclusion, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, consumer protection, you name it. The whole range of issues that are out there on the international agenda, many of them have been addressed in these DEAs, and many will be addressed in DEAs to come. And what's interesting in particular about the DEAs is that they follow a modular architecture. That is to say, each set of issues that is addressed under a DEA is treated on a kind of standalone basis within an overarching umbrella framework, which means that these different issues different issue streams can all be addressed in different ways. You can have different formulations of interests and move faster or slower depending on how mature an issue is, et cetera. You can have variable commitments in terms of hard versus soft law kinds of commitments. You can try to institutionalize dialogue through a variety of different modalities that are bespoke to the particular issues in question. You can use this kind of architecture to be much more agile and adaptive to changing environments, because they're not, the modules can be evolved separately in different ways. So there are very interesting kinds of approaches from an institutional standpoint to trying to figure out how do we establish ongoing institutionalized cooperation between countries around digital issues. And the European Union has begun to do something similar. It's launched a series of what it calls digital partnerships, and it's cut a series of these last year with Japan, Korea, Singapore, and is planning to do more. And these two follow this kind of like decentralized modular architecture where you have a range of different issues being addressed in different ways as part of an ongoing umbrella framework. And their DPs have covered a wide range of issues, including 5G questions and quantum, everything else. So all of this has been interesting kind of institutional innovation that we thought is interesting, in particular here in the IGF context, because we've had an ongoing concern over the past years around internet fragmentation, and some of what's been attempted through the DEAs and DPs is directly relevant to internet fragmentation. So we want to explore the question of to what extent are these new kinds of institutional arrangements interesting? Do they provide possible avenues towards addressing fragmentation-related issues in more creative ways that might overcome some of the barriers that have prevented effective cooperation between countries, and so on? To do that, we have a very interesting panel. Now, I'm a little puzzled about how things are a little different here from previous. On the Zoom, do we have our we have 2 remote speakers, but I'm not sure. Are we going to see them on the screen here? Are you going to be able to show the Zoom on here so that the other speakers, all right, good. I see Stephanie and I see Rick, that's fantastic. So let me, we have all our speakers, it's fantastic. So online we have Stephanie Honey from the APEC Business Advisory Council. Stephanie was formerly in the government in New Zealand and was a WTO trade negotiator who is very directly involved in the DEPA negotiations. And she's joining us from New Zealand, different time zones. So welcome. We have Meiko Meguro here from the government of Japan. She's the Director for International Data Strategy in the Digital Agency, and she's been centrally involved in the government's Data Free Flow with Trust initiative in the G7 and other contexts. We have here to my left my co-conspirator in this event, Neha Mishra from the Graduate Institute in Geneva. She's an assistant professor of international economic law. We have Elie Noam, the founding director of the Columbia Institute for Teleinformation, where he's been for 40 years, and professor of economics and Garrett Professor of Public Policy and Business Responsibility Emeritus at Columbia Business School in New York, my colleague. Online we have, I hope, Chris Riley. Yes, okay, I can't see in the little box. Chris Riley is a distinguished research fellow at the Annenberg Public Policy Center at the University of Pennsylvania in the U.S. Chris is also the executive director of the nonprofit Data Transfer Initiative, and he was previously at the U.S. Department of State, where he worked with Hillary Clinton and others on digital freedom initiatives. Rick Sammons is online, joining us from Geneva, Switzerland. Rick is the director of the International Labor Organization's Research Department and has been its Sherpa to the G20, the G7, and BRICS processes. Previously, Rick was founder and chairman of the Climate Disclosure Standards Board and the managing director of the World Economic Forum. So he's with us in Geneva. And we have Marta Soprano, a fellow in international political economy at the London School of Economics in the UK. So what we're going to do is that each of the speakers will talk 3 to 5 minutes to get started, putting out some ideas relevant to the themes of this topic about how they see the importance of digital economy agreements as responses to the challenges that we have in terms of governance of the digital economy. Then we will have a little interactive discussion around the policy questions that are listed on the announcement for this event. And then when we get to the top of the hour, we have a half hour for open discussion among all participants, when we very much hope that you will choose to join into the conversation. So that's the game plan. So let's start. Which of you would like to start with giving us some overview on digital economy agreements and their relevance to fragmentation? Neha, as the co-conspirator here, I think you could be the first victim.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and a big thank you to the organizers. So what I'm going to do is to try to zoom out a bit and look at digital economy agreements and digital partnerships from a global digital policy, digital law perspective, and kind of tie in some of the ideas that a lot of people here might be interested in from an internet governance, internet regulation perspective. The larger point that I want to make is that because, and I think Bill already introduced the idea that these digital economy agreements and digital partnerships as a broader category offer several bright lines for involving a lot of people who are involved in internet policy making, because they defy a lot of traditional boundaries and architectural features of traditional trade agreements. But at the same time, while I offer a lot of promising prospects, I think it's important for us to be cautious, because these agreements have been agreed upon by a limited number of like-minded countries, and a lot of provisions in these agreements and broadly in the partnership agreements that are not necessarily like trade treaties are soft disciplines, which means that there is political will necessary to take them further. So just in terms of characterizing, as I mentioned, they really challenge the traditional boundaries of trade law, and this is both in terms of scope and in terms of the institutional mechanism. So Bill already outlined the kind of provisions included in these agreements, provisions on digital inclusion or data innovation or creating trust-based regulatory frameworks, creating different kinds of avenues for multi-stakeholder participation, covering areas such as online safety, cybersecurity protection, technical standard setting. That's quite unusual. So if you look at e-commerce chapters in FTAs, you don't see such a broad range of issues. But also in terms of the procedures and mechanisms that are available, these agreements are quite unique because they provide many avenues for broad-based dialogues between different groups of stakeholders and not just governments and regulatory bodies. There is a high focus on interoperability and trust-based solution making. And this, to me, as a trade lawyer, is fascinating because the vocabulary has completely changed from binding rules and dispute settlement and market access to how to build regulatory cooperation and find trust-based solutions. The other point I'll briefly point out is we've spoken about a range of agreements, digital economy agreements, digital partnership, and they all have very different legal characteristics, but I think it's important to remember that the thrust of these agreements seem to be in the same direction, that they want to create more partnerships which are based on finding synergies in different areas of digital regulation. And they are also quite unusual because they only focus on the digital economy, unlike trade agreements where you could be bargaining for automobiles in exchange of data flows, which doesn't make any sense, I know, from an internet governance perspective. So quickly then, for our discussion here at the IGF, I think I highlight a few possibilities of synergies, or at least exchange of ideas between this trade and internet world. And one of them is, as I mentioned, because of these procedural or institutional mechanisms that are in place that allow for these dialogues. But also to keep in mind that these digital economy agreements cover a lot of areas that the internet multi-stakeholder community is really interested in. So this is also something, areas such as net neutrality, data innovation, AI, principles for data sharing. This is exactly what people at IGF, for instance, are interested in. I also want to briefly highlight that across these digital economy agreements and the digital partnerships, you will find language that supports the global open architecture of the internet, focuses on interconnectivity, and highlights its role in creating more opportunities for innovation and growth in the digital economy. And what is remarkable is that, and perhaps this might be in the long run, we'll see if it's a successful experiment, but definitely a few small open economies who have started negotiating this are making a clear statement that they would rather have common standards and common consensus and global norms rather than to have to side with specific digital powers and build on this narrative of digital sovereignty, which has also taken over the trade world. I end by just drawing some points of caution here. While it's good to be optimistic, it's important to remember these are very new agreements. They have just started in the last couple of years, and they have so far been between countries which will be seen as like-minded open economies. And while the softness, the flexibility, the modular structure is a blessing in many ways because it allows for these dialogues and trust-based mechanisms to develop, it is highly contingent on political will. So the real testing point might be when we see how countries are going to react when these agreements may interfere with their domestic regulations, especially on cross-border data flows, which are contained in their privacy and cybersecurity laws, because that would be a testing point. And the worst-case scenario might be that a few years from now, in some IGF session, we will be sitting and talking about DEAs and how it was such a great initiative to address some of the problems with multilateralism, but eventually, because of lack of political will, it fizzled out. But this is the worst-case scenario, and certainly none of us on the panel are hoping for that. Maybe I'm speaking on behalf of the entire panel, but thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you, Neha. And that has certainly happened with many agreements in the internet space. So look, why don't we go to some of the online folks to get them engaged too? Because so Stephanie, are you able to take the mic and speak to us?
Let's see. Can you hear me?
Yes, fantastic. Hi.
Wonderful. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Bill. You know, there's so much to agree with in what Neha has said. In fact, I feel a little bit redundant, but let me try to add some other insights to her comments. I think it's quite interesting to pick up on the point that she made about the fact that the authors of these new style of agreements are really very like-minded, particularly the first of these digital economy agreements, the Digital Economy Partnership Agreement, or DEPA, was between New Zealand, Singapore, and Chile. And, you know, I guess if you had to make a generalization about them, they're all small economies, very open economies, very trade oriented. And I think, as Neha pointed out, the fact that those countries, you know, why would they need an agreement? I think there's a very important sort of modeling and demonstration effect that is very deliberately the purpose of these new style of agreements. In fact, very explicitly, the authors of the DEPA intended that it should be a model for others and a mechanism, if you like, for coherence in internet governance, and particularly when it comes to things like cross-border data flows and avoiding forced data localization. And this is reflected in the structure of the agreement. It has this modular structure that you mentioned in your own introduction. And I think the idea is that countries could either seek to join the DEPA, so they could accede to the agreement. And as you mentioned, we have already seen quite a momentum building on that. But also, very explicitly, they could, if they liked what the DEPA has said on one particular element, e-invoicing, for example, or AI, or any of these other myriad of topics, they could choose to pluck out that module and put it into their own trade agreement. And in this way, I think the authors of the DEPA intended that it's a model, a kind of a model agreement for how to develop good, coherent internet governance and seek to populate that around the world, rather than necessarily everybody having to join the same agreement. Because from a business perspective, if the rules are largely homogeneous, that's a good outcome for business. It enables better cybersecurity outcomes and so on. So that's a really important concept in the DEPA, that it's a building block towards greater international coherence. And we have a parallel process going on in the WTO at the moment, the World Trade Organization, which is trying to develop, shall we say, global rules for digital trade. And I think the three countries that originated the DEPA also intended that this would be an influence on that. And I think, as you mentioned in your introduction, we've seen quite a number of these DEAs now being developed in digital partnerships, which very much are part of the same legacy of the DEPA. And I think in that sense, we can see that this concept of trying to develop a sort of model approach is in fact starting to gather some momentum. It's being picked up by quite a number of other contexts. And in fact, in DEPA itself, as you mentioned, we have Korea that has acceded, so there are 4 members. And in the queue to join, we have Canada, China, Costa Rica, Peru, and the UAE. So there's quite a queue now forming of countries that would want to come on board this model. I think there's one other really important concept. I know that Marta will pick up on many of these other issues as well, but I think it's really important conceptually that the DEPA is about trade in the digital economy. This is a sort of a new approach to regulating economic activity in the data-driven economy, if you like, and very explicitly talks about trade in the digital economy rather than digital trade. And in the preamble of the DEPA, it talks about a lot of socio-technical and sort of civil rights and human rights and other issues that have a bearing on what happens in the digital economy. So just to touch on a few of the terms that are mentioned in the preamble: corporate social responsibility, cultural identity and diversity, environmental protection and conservation, gender equality, Indigenous rights, labour rights, inclusive trade, sustainable development, and traditional knowledge, as well as the importance of preserving their right to regulate in the public interest. And let me just close by saying there are a number of specific provisions on that through the agreement, which I'm sure we can talk about later on in the conversation. But let me finish there. Thanks, Bill.
Thanks, Stephanie. That was very helpful. And actually, I didn't know about Costa Rica and the UAE. So that means there are 4 members now in the DIPA and 5 countries waiting to join. So this is a growing kind of phenomena, which is quite interesting. Let's flip back to the panel here. And Marta, would you like to go next?
Yes. So I will basically build on what Stephanie and Nea said, and I think it is important when we talk about digital economy agreement and DIPA, first of all, to understand the origins of these agreements and why, especially in the trade community, it is important to understand how different these agreements are. For those who may be not incredibly familiar with trade, at the basis, the institutional framework at the basis of the World Trading System is characterized by the World Trade Organization, which was founded in 1995. The multilateral trade agreements that govern trade in the world were negotiated between 1986 and 1994. So before or at the incipit of what we could define as the fourth industrial revolution. This means that already in 1998, when at the WTO they launched a work program on e-commerce, there was an understanding that the internet that became publicly available in 1995 was going to revolutionize the way we will trade and we will produce and distribute goods and services. What has happened is that basically the rules of the game at multilateral level, so that apply to all WTO members, are rules that were negotiated over 30 years ago. And not much has been done in terms of negotiating new rules adapting to the 21st century. The first attempts to do this were preferential trade agreements. In 2000, with the US-Jordan bilateral agreement, and New Zealand and Singapore were the first agreements to include a provision on paperless trading or a chapter on e-commerce. So something started in the early 2000s, and that was the approach that became basically the most typical to try to create new rules of the game for the digital economy up until 2020. In 2020, big things happened, and that is the negotiation of DIPA and the negotiation of the first properly named Digital Economy Agreement between Singapore and Australia. And that is because they realized that it was not enough. Multilateral negotiations at the WTO were not proceeding, but technology was advancing. A lot was happening in that context. And therefore, this is why countries like Singapore, Chile, and New Zealand were the first to basically open the gates for this new approach, modular approach to negotiating this topic. As Stephanie mentioned and Bill mentioned, one of the most important aspect of these agreements is the modular structure. So the fact that we are no longer negotiating all the issues together related to e-commerce, but all the key issues are negotiated already separately. They have separate treatment. But also, DIPA was the first standalone agreement that was focused entirely on trade in the digital economy. So completely delinkages this issue from anything else that had been discussed from trade. One of the characteristics of this, and this will be the other point that I want to make, is in terms of content, one of the key sort of novelties of this agreement is, for example, that DIPA is the first to ever mention a provision on artificial intelligence. This is how forward-looking these agreements are. With best endeavor language, they introduce topics that will become the dominant topics in the decades to come. The other important issue that I think we need to underline regards the membership of these agreements. As it was pointed out, we have the first countries were Chile, New Zealand, and Singapore. There are other countries that want to say DIPA. The United Kingdom has signed similar agreements with Ukraine and Singapore. The United States have done a digital partnership, digital trade agreement with Japan. We have something going on also at the European Union level. But what is interesting is that the vast majority of the countries that so far have been involved in the negotiation or signing of these agreements are developed economies, or in cases of some developing economies like Chile and, for example, Costa Rica, that is interested in acceding DIPA, these are countries that are high up in the index of digital readiness. Singapore ranks first, and it might explain why Singapore is sort of heralding this kind of like new era of DIPA and digital economy agreements. But it means also that most likely countries that are maybe not developed, but less developed countries, may be interested in these agreements at the moment if they have a higher level of digital readiness. So for the future, these agreements could be, of course, the basis for example, future negotiations, and could lead the way for other countries. But probably the first to follow will be countries that are higher in digital readiness. One of the characteristics of some of these agreements is that they do not explicitly include provisions on capacity building. So maybe this is one thing that we need to keep in mind, that this model could be useful if we also start thinking of extending this module to other countries by attracting them, for example, by having a little bit more explicit provisions on capacity building. And I end here.
Thank you very much, Marta. That was excellent. Let's go back to our online participants. We've been talking a lot about the modular nature of these agreements. Chris Riley has been thinking a lot about modularity as a way of trying to foster cooperation among countries on internet governance and digital economy kinds of issues. Chris, would you like to say a few words?
Happy to. Thanks for having me, Bill. Thanks for having me. Great to be able to connect virtually. Sorry I can't be there in person. This is going to be a little bit different because this is not modularity. What I want to talk about is not modularity in the context of international trade agreements, but rather modularity in how it can be useful as a tool to mediate disparate regulatory regimes coming online at the national and regional level. As my colleague Susan Ness and I use the term, modularity is a multi-stakeholder, multinational paradigm for digital platform governance. That part sounds the same. We start from the assumption that national and regional laws are expanding quite rapidly in their influence in the modern era. The EU's Digital Service Act joins the e-safety law in Australia. On the horizon, we have the Online Safety Bill in the United Kingdom, codes of practice developing around the world. Now, this thicket of forthcoming regulation is quite arguably necessary, but it comes at a cost. And in particular, it comes at a risk of fragmentation. It's the same landscape that digital economy agreements are coming online to try to address by fostering substantive agreement. As Susan and I work on modularity, we propose a sort of parallel modular operational alignment to complement that and try to foster alignment at that level. Regardless, we know we are at risk of heading for a future of disparate regulatory lenses, greater inequality, greater difficulty for the protection of fundamental human rights and other challenges if we don't get this right. So let me be a little bit more specific about what I'm talking about. Transparency into platform practices is something that we sort of expect universally. It's appearing in laws all around the world. And we see efforts like the Action Coalition on Transparency, I know there's some representatives of that work here, building global best practices for transparency as a means of ensuring that platforms can meet these individual legislative expectations in an efficient way with internal development and reporting that can be shared across regions. There are two other operational challenges gaining in their popularity in digital governance laws as they are adopted around the world. And neither at the moment is on track for an effective multinational alignment. One of these is researcher access. So the DSA in Europe requires some platforms to make available internal data to independent researchers solely for the purposes of allowing those researchers to study whether the platforms are in compliance with the DSA. There are a lot of other proposed laws that would have parallel but slightly different researcher access obligations. Now, the work of the European Digital Media Observatory and Rebecca Tromble of George Washington University, this work has gone far to show the value of multi-stakeholder input into DSA compliance and implementation. They released a flagship report that proposes the use of an independent intermediary body that would handle some of the implementation necessary for the researcher access mandate within the DSA. They would propose a creation of a body that would accept requests from researchers for access to platform data under this law. They would vet the researchers. They would ensure that their proposal is consistent with the purposes of the statute, that it has necessary safeguards and so forth in it, and then they would issue a recommendation. Now, the hesitation here is that this is solely within scope of the DSA, so it doesn't get to this broader challenge that this conversation today is about, which is about how do we foster alignment across multiple jurisdictions as a means of discouraging the sort of splintering and disparate regulatory lenses across the world. So the question is, can you take that body, that concept, and have it be multinational? The promise of modularity, it gets realized if you imagine that same body taking requests from researchers outside the EU and vetting them in the same way and working to make the same kinds of recommendations available on a multinational basis. And where we really see the promise of modularity is if future laws in the online platform governance space look to those same bodies and structures, that same researcher vetting body, and say, if you say a researcher is okay, we're going to give you a presumption of validity under our law as well. There's a separate operational challenge, arguably even more important, it depends on your point of view, which is risk assessment and audit. And in the same way as researcher access, multiple laws in multiple jurisdictions are on track to require risk assessments and audits to be done by platforms to show that they are behaving in a responsible way. A modular process would see the development of a shared transnational knowledge base that can guide those assessments and can train those auditors against a common standard. That increases alignment in the outcomes of the operational steps necessary to implement these researcher access mandates. But at the end of the day, and this is important, it does not undermine sovereignty in the individual governments to take direct enforcement action where they see fit. Modularity in this sense offers three advantages over relying solely on government enforcemental actions. First, it resists the development of inconsistent international norms and standards, very much like digital economy agreements in that way. Second, modularity reduces the effort needed for governments to implement and enforce their laws. They don't have to vet every researcher request that comes in. They don't have to set up their own frameworks for auditors and for risk assessment. They can rely on the shared multinational body. And yet at the same time, they would retain the right and ability to do their own thing when push comes to shove, when they need to, as a means of understanding that their fundamental sovereignty is not being violated. Third and finally, modularity improves the process of enforcement for outside stakeholders. It encourages participation of more bodies in these mechanisms, in these implementation mechanisms, rather than having them face a diversified environment. If you imagine dozens of countries around the world passing slightly distinct risk assessment and audit frameworks, you're going to cost price out any advocacy organization that's trying to be influential here. And it will only be within the reach of large multinational corporations to be able to effectively engage on all of these frameworks all at the same time. So this is in many ways, I believe, very complementary to modularity as we see it in digital economy agreements. Modularity, as Susan and I use the term, is looking at operational alignment of implementation. The trade agreements are focused on substantive alignment. Either by themselves help reach this goal that we're all working towards of increased international environment, and together they can amplify each other and produce a stronger and more effective digital platform governance future.
Thanks, Chris. I actually think that there's a great deal of synergy in terms of operational as well as substantive, and that the DEA frameworks and the DP frameworks that the EU have are also consistent with that. Let's thank you very much. Let's flip back to here. Mako, would you like to go next? Let me pass this down to you. Ellie, could you give her? Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. And thank you for having me here. It's quite a pleasure to join this sort of interesting interaction from the different perspective. And especially when I'm coming from the government, it's very nice to be back to the point, square point, that we used to have the trade rules. But now we're really looking into new mechanism. So which means that we all coming from the different background, but we're actually trying to find the answer to this question, which is how do we create a new mechanism in addressing digital and of course internet governance issues that everybody agree that under sort of challenges, because obviously previously we thought that trade rule can solve something, but actually we are facing the boundaries. Then what now? So it's quite interesting to hear from the previous authors talking about modularity and how digital economic agreement are trying to address those new challenges and getting success. And actually, I'm not coming from the digital economic agreement background, but I come from the data governance background. And on behalf of the Japanese government, I am in the team to develop what is called the Institutional Arrangement for Partnership, which we're trying to create a new governance mechanism in terms of enhancing the cross-border transfer of data under the banner of data free flow with trust. So data free flow with trust, it sounds slightly weird as an English, but excuse us, that has been issued by the late Prime Minister Abe. He's also Japanese, not good at English. Huh? We have the reputation of not good at English. But you take the concept, which is when the data flows, we need a trust. And this trust actually pin down this particular element of governance. And for us, governance means that, of course, there can be the international rule that can, strongly coordinated by the name of international law. But if you look at the field of data, particularly data from the privacy and data from the security, it's very difficult to have one single rule comes in and start coordinating across the sovereignty. It's not going to happen, which means that for the policymakers, the question is how we can have the effective policy coordination. What is the setting? So by tackling this question, of course, DPA, I see the similar challenges and of course modularity. This really provide a way for the policy makers to make the trouble smaller, which is when you're trying to have the policy coordination on data, when it is mingled between the trade and the privacy, and it's important to solve this question. So separate the question into the modular, that really makes sense. But at the same time, even within the topic, like privacy, then how do you actually coordinate the different privacy regulation? That's another question for the policymakers, because even though we understand each other super well, each other's constitutional setting, still people cannot just have the one single rule. This is where the institutional arrangement for partnership comes in as an idea. So this idea is basically, it's a mechanism of multi-stakeholder to help the policy coordination in the existing G2G, government-to-government fora. So we are not creating a government-to-government fora from the beginning, which means that it's almost like a World Data Organization. This is not what we are doing. We help the existing international organization or existing regulatory conversation, which is on the privacy or security already the modular. But the thing is, sometimes like when you need the support from technology, for example, when you have some stuck in the privacy regulators talk, they're doing great job, but we're not going to have the one single rule. Then perhaps for example, privacy enhancing technology kicks in. But question is whether or not this privacy enhancing technology is actually equivalent or good enough to sort of overcome the difference or gaps. Then we need to have sort of like a way to incorporate the technology into those policy discussion, perhaps like a regulatory sandbox exercise make sense. But all these project idea often just comes in as ad hoc. But all these talk must be continuous, build upon one project after another. This is where we comes from, this idea of institutional arrangement partnership, which is we host the different working groups, topic by topic, to support those existing government panels discussion on the policy coordination by the permanent secretariat to project manage, review, and make sure that those projects are actually feeded into the policy talk. This way, it's not an ad hoc, it's multilateral, but also multi-stakeholder. I think this is more like a complementary to the idea of the digital economic agreement and other also HADA agreement. But I think that everything is just happening at the same time and it's all new. So I'm quite excited to see how these new mechanisms actually work together. Perhaps we might be talking about the same thing. We're happy to also discuss on that, but I stop here now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miko. That's very interesting. So just to clarify, the new mechanism that's being developed under the G7, the the acronym drives me crazy, IAP.
Yeah.
The time frame for actually booting that up among the G7 countries
Actually,
is
in the coming month.
In the
We
coming
promised
month.
to summit. And also, we kind of discussed this among the G7, but DFFT was actually a concept brought up to the G20. And what we are now trying to develop is not, of course, limited to the G7. This is, because I said this is existing international organization. So we kind of connect the international organizations, government board.
Right.
But first, we set up the permanent secretariat in the one international organization. We're now talking because we have to finish it within the incoming month, as I promised in April. Yes.
Okay. And it'll have different work streams that proceed at different paces depending on the issues and so on. Which
Of
is
course,
kinda
but
like the
first we
modular.
start from just having a several working groups set up. Then perhaps like different working group have different pace in how it's going to proceed. That's
Okay.
how I perceive it.
New international mechanism being born, folks, if you didn't know about it. Let's go back online to the last of our three online speakers, Rick Salmons with the International Labor Organization in Geneva. Rick, would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Thanks. Thanks very much, Bill. And good day to everybody. A lot of really helpful and useful points have been made. Maybe I'll just add a couple of broader points or reflections. The first is that I would submit that these digital economy types of agreements are promising. They're a salutary development from the standpoint of international economic cooperation and governance, in my view. In essence, because they are a recognition that it's critical to go beyond a purely or mainly market access approach to these issues, which has really been a hallmark of the first, say, 10 or 15 years of the treatment of this issue, particularly in international economic relations. So that alone at root offers significant promise here. And I know that this should resonate with Internet Governance Forum community, because I've certainly heard over the years quite a bit of frustration being expressed by those involved in internet governance and telecommunications policy about the somewhat siloed approach by their economic policy and trade policy counterparts to these issues. And so I think that this provides an opportunity for better integration, both substantively as well as notably procedurally. In other words, the much more multi-stakeholder culture of policymaking in the internet government world is going to be needed if these digital economy agreement approaches are to be successful. That's my first point. Second one is, let me reflect on the big question that you posed, Bill, which is, what's the likely impact here on internet fragmentation? And I would submit that it is, as much as I think that these agreements are very promising, I would argue for your consideration that their influence on internet fragmentation is very much an open question, and in two respects in particular. One is you've got to go, kind of below the surface to some of the primary expressed interests and indeed requirements of some of the key parties in the world on these issues. And so, for example, in the regional comprehensive economic partnership, which is sort of a broader framework where you've got a lot of Asian countries, including China, involved, there is a treatment of a number of these issues. But for example, localization is explicitly allowed in that agreement. Forced disclosure of source code, explicitly allowed. Contrast that with approaches in chapters of agreements, or even in other self-contained agreements in this area. For example, the USMCA, the United States Mexico-Canada agreement, and its chapter in this area, or the CPTPP and whatnot, you got a different fundamental approach on some key issues there. For example, platforms in the USMCA are not to be liable for third-party content. Platforms are free to delete content. Digital service taxes should not be imposed in ways that de facto hit the big platform companies. Source code is treated differently. So, we have to be realistic here that there are significant differences on fundamental issues, lest we get too excited about the potential for these being instruments to narrow internet fragmentation. The second dimension of this cautionary note is less political. It's more substantive in a way, and that is that if you look at these agreements and the chapters in trade agreements that treat these subjects, they tend to have a lot of exceptions, standard exceptions. And that's why I think what Neha said at the outset, in a more polite way, is why, quote unquote, political will is ultimately what's going to be required here. These are much of these agreements are, in terms of their specific language, are principles based. They're really principles or directionally oriented indications of normative direction, if you will, and commitment, which is extremely important. Don't mistake what I'm saying as undervaluing the significance of what's in these agreements. But at the end of the day, what's really going to be important is what Chris Riley was talking about a few moments ago, which is the actual regulatory cooperation that goes on. That's going to be the ultimate test of how much these agreements actually do contribute to reducing fragmentation, if not globally, at least in big local chunks of economic and internet activity in the world. So again, I salute Chris for taking us through some very concrete examples of that. So we go from kind of the broad policy making level to really what's going to make a difference. And so I'll leave you with that. Thanks. Back to you, Bill.
Thanks, Rick. Actually, we view the question of their utility for fragmentation as an open question too, so don't worry. You're very much in sync with the rest of us on that. Okay, last of our speakers is Ellie Noem, last but not least. Ellie, would you like to have some thoughts, and then we'll go to a little more open discussion.
Is the mic working?
If you speak into it. There you go.
All right. Well, I'm very, very, very happy to be back at IGF. In fact, I was, sorry, I was in Tunis in 2005 when the IGF system was set up. And there was a very stellar cast of characters there. There were about 20 national presidents, most of whom by now have been overthrown. And so every communications minister in the world was there. And so we talked about big picture type issues, kind of the forest, not the trees. So it is important as we discuss these things here now, the DES, not to be just in the trees and in the leaves, in fact, but also see and think about what are we doing here? Where is this leading to? What are the dynamics? And so let me suggest then 3 problems and 3 advantages of this new system or emerging system, and then make a very little proposal. So the first problem that I see here is fragmentation. And while I appreciate the previous speaker talking about this being an open question, I think to me it's a kind of a totally clear question. It enhances fragmentation. How can it not? You have groups of countries that come together with a certain shared perspective and certain shared interest and economic philosophy and whatever, and they will form some kind of treaty as we have here now with New Zealand, etc. And then there will be countries that have a different perspective, and they will, in fact, since this particular agreement is almost kind of open-ended, they will recruit members into their coalition, others will recruit to the other coalition. The only positive thing that you can say is, so clearly it's going to enhance fragmentation. What you can say is it's happening anyway. So positive on the positive side, well, it at least formalizes the fragmentation process that is emerging anyway. It puts it into some documents. It makes it a little bit more transparent. All right. So that was problem number one. Problem number two is that some of these coalitions will be clearly with the aim of being restrictive. So things that a country, say, against platforms cannot do by itself, it will then kind of establish coalitions of like-minded countries to deal with problems of the platforms, partly to tax them, partly to restrict them, partly to require them to kind of do content moderation in certain ways. It's totally inevitable that these things will happen. Thirdly is that, and that's a more of a constitutional issue, that it delegates functions that should be more legislative to administrative trade officials. So take, for example, AI. AI, those are complicated issues, and people around the world are thinking about them. And there should be, and I don't think that, for example, the United States, you should right now pass any law that would find a majority, partly because we don't quite know exactly what to do. So if you make this into a trade negotiation issue, the trade negotiators then come back and say, well, we now are bound, our country, to some form of a treatment of AI because we've signed this trade document. This is for people in the NGO world, should be give them a pause because it basically takes it away from a democratic elected parliamentary type arrangement into one, or people who are kind of market oriented. From a market perspective, it puts it into the hands of trade officials to set policies that are in effect digital policies of quite significance. Now, so those are my the three problems. Briefly, the fragmentation. On the positive, I said already, fragmentation is inevitable. Second, second one, it's a good experimentation process. You can figure out what works, what doesn't work, ideally. And thirdly, it's a much more flexible instrument. You don't have to have everything, the modularity, the flexibility, the ability to go in and go out, create much more of a mechanism rather than these kind of huge trade negotiations where, in effect, at the end, internationally, you might kind of come up with a bunch of platitudes and people go home and then they do what they want to do anyway. So here you have a bit more for concreteness. So therefore, you hear my skepticism about the approach, but I also will say it's kind of inevitable because fragmentation is inevitable, and people kind of deny that, and there kind of a certain platitudes here too about kind of the importance of international arrangements. It's never been quite clear to me why these things are so sacrosanct. A kind of commonality of interest does not exist. The United States has a different perspective than Iran, and there's nothing wrong with that. So any compromise of kind of some kind of global arrangements is neither going to satisfy Iran nor going to satisfy the United States, and so why even try? So lastly, my proposal here, it's a small one. As a researcher, I would say let's at least kind of, if you have a lemon, make a lemonade. If you going to have 25 different arrangements around the world, let's have a curated data bank of these proposals together with kind of an analytic literature that will emerge so we know kind of how people analyze this, so we could figure out best practices, worst practices, et cetera, et cetera. So there should be some kind of an intelligent data bank, database with research that's done outside or inside. I already know who should do that. He's sitting right next to me. So that's my final proposal.
Thanks, Ellie, for being provocative and helping to juice the conversation a little bit. Of course, we have to remember the language issues that we get into, fragmentation of the policy environment versus fragmentation of the internet in an operational sense, different dimensions interrelated, and so on, and both very, very colloquially important. Before I pose a couple of questions to you from the policy questions that we have on the program, can I ask if any of the panelists would like to respond to anything each other said? Is there online folks? Rick, you want to? I see Rick and Stephanie both raising their hands. That's good because, actually it's easier if you raise your hand because you're in a tiny little box that I'm looking at on the screen far away. So that's helpful. Rick, go ahead, and then Stephanie.
Yeah, just to extend the the discussion here on the fragmentation question, I think clearly these agreements are not going to solve fragmentation in either of those dimensions, Bill, on a global basis. That's clear. But what I do think we shouldn't underestimate is that to the extent that a significant and expanding subset of governments that matter economically are beginning to align their policies and particularly their regulatory approaches on the main parameters here, that will create a momentum for a significant improvement in coherence in the world economy. It will not eliminate fragmentation at a global level by no stretch. But I do think we should, have a textured view of this and recognize the potential, even if it is not for a complete win, which I think is unrealistic, as Professor Noam is saying, on fragmentation. It could still make an enormous difference for a very significant subset of the world economy. Back to you.
Thanks, Rick. Stephanie, go ahead.
Well, on a similar theme, I guess, responding to Professor Noam, I think we need to take a step back and ask, why should we care about fragmentation? Avoiding fragmentation is not an end in itself. I come from a business background and a former negotiator, so obviously I bring that perspective to the conversation. But if you look at it from a sort of an economic growth perspective, or an inclusive economic growth perspective, how can business utilize the digital economy to, raise living standards and improve lives in their own countries and for people in other countries? That's why fragmentation matters, because if we see massive regulatory heterogeneity, huge constraints on cross-border data flows or forced data localization, that makes it very hard to do business across borders, to supply the services that consumers in other countries might want, to grow your own economy through trade. And I think, Professor Noam, as you sort of mentioned yourself, this is happening anyway. Well, since the start of the pandemic, the Global Trade Alert, the digital trade alert based in Geneva, has calculated that there have been about 3,000 regulatory interventions in digital trade by, sort of global governments. So if we do nothing, what we're seeing is this, fragmentation, the patchwork of different approaches. And for business, that makes it incredibly expensive and difficult or impossible to do business across borders. So, it's an imperfect science, of course, and there are important different perspectives that will never be reconciled. But equally, if we see a value in sort of achieving inclusive growth, I think there's a really important job of work to do to try to increase coherence and minimize the fragmentation, which I think this sort of model is designed to do by creating a platform for countries and policymakers and regulators and other stakeholders to actually have those conversations about, well, we're never going to agree on everything, but is there a kind of a sweet spot where we can, have data flowing, we can have trade flowing, and we can all benefit from that.
Great. Thanks, Stephanie. Martha.
Yes, I wanted to follow up on the point on AI. One of the things that we need two things to keep in mind when we think about these new models, DIPA and DEA. One was definitely the fact that it was a response to the fact that multilateral negotiations were stalling, and what was negotiated so far in bilateral agreements in traditional FTA was not enough to keep up with technological progress. So one of the reasons why we have AI included in these agreements is kind of like the understanding and recognition that there are some technologies that are about to or bound to have a massive effect on trade, but not only trade, in the years to come. I agree with your point of there is concern of including AI under a trade agreement, especially because one of the characteristics of international trade law is that it is probably one branch of international public law that is the most binding. Once you get it into an agreement, it's much easier to enforce these rules than maybe other agreements. But I think that potentially a solution to maybe address some of the concerns maybe of NGOs and the civil society about including provisions on AI is maybe to involve the civil society, and not only the civil society, but maybe businesses and other parts of society in the negotiations beforehand. I think that one of the aspects of especially these newest topics, such as AI, is that this is a technology that has an impact that goes way beyond trade, way beyond the economy, and therefore it's very important to include a lot of other stakeholders in these sort of conversations. Probably in the same way as these DIPA and DIAs are new models to approach the negotiations of the rules in digital trade, we could also start thinking about having new approaches to the negotiating process itself by expanding or ameliorating the participation of civil society, especially when dealing with certain issues related to emerging technologies.
Thanks, Marta. Yeah, I think one of the things that has to be emphasized is that indeed both the digital economy agreement like DIPA and the digital partnership frameworks being done by the EU explicitly build in the possibility of multi-stakeholder cooperation within the different modules, which also sounds like something that you intend to do with the new mechanism you folks are building. So this is interesting for people in the internet governance world who have always argued that one needs to take a more multi-stakeholder approach, and that some of the purely intergovernmental approach may not be sufficiently democratic, inclusive, and so on. This would seem to be a positive development in terms of bringing people into engagement on AI and so on in structured, ongoing, institutionalized dialogues between countries. But let's go back to the issue of fragmentation a little bit more tightly, and then we'll open it up to everybody, because we have a lot of interesting people in the room here with us who have thoughts on these issues, I'm sure. There's been reference made to how the digital economy agreements sort of compare to traditional digital trade kinds of approaches. The digital trade agreements, as Rick Sammons was pointing out, do have language pertaining to questions of cross-border data flow, data localization, mandatory disclosure of source code, all these other kinds of issues that many in the private sector view as potential forms of digital protectionism and as creating barriers to the flow of data over the internet. Putting these into the trade environment, because you're entering into binding kinds of agreements, raises stakes, makes everybody sit up straight, and tightens the nature of the discussions, and makes it hard for people to actually agree. So you get then outcomes where you have agreements like the RCEP, which China is a member of. China will not sign off on a framework that makes strong binding commitments against forced data localization or barriers to data flow, because that's fundamental to its policy framework. So if you're going to have a digital trade agreement between parties who are fundamentally on different sides of the table on this, you end up with a weak agreement or no agreement at all. The idea of the digital economy frameworks is that you can institutionalize dialogue and ongoing interaction between the parties to try to incrementally move them closer together on some of these issues and allow side developments and discussions and stuff. So let's talk a little bit more about the relationship specifically between these kinds of frameworks and fragmentation of the internet, not just fragmentation of whether or not policymakers around the world all have harmonized approaches or different approaches, but the internet fragmentation itself. What are the linkages we see in terms of how these agreements have been how they've tried to address fragmentation issues, and how they might be able to address fragmentation issues? Neha, would you like to say something about that? You've worked on those issues.
Thank you. Thanks, Bill. So I think when you think of internet fragmentation, and Bill, I'm borrowing from your work where you kind of put it down to technical fragmentation, commercial fragmentation, and governmental fragmentation. And I think the best way to look at these new agreements and their potential to reduce fragmentation would be to start with more modest ideas of how it can, how that's possible. So I think one thing which we emphasize is that these agreements have different building blocks, and the fact that you can look at interoperability, let's say in in an area of low politics, such as e-payments or e-invoicing, can then lead to more incremental trust building in areas which are more difficult and which involve more high politics. And just to give you an example, e-invoicing so the standard for e-invoicing was a big contentious issue for countries for a long time, and so with the introduction of the DIPA and then subsequent DEAs, they adopted a common standard. So if you look at the later DEAs, the language is clear that you will use the PEPAL standard. And this would have been very hard in the WTO context because the PEPAL standard doesn't come from an intergovernmental body, but it comes from a private not-for-profit organization. So that itself, the fact that some of that trade vocabulary is missing, made it very easy to adopt such a standard. And Marta mentioned about the provision on AI. Again, there is nothing in that prevents these governments to consider principles and norms that are developed in transnational bodies and multi-stakeholder bodies and incorporate them by reference in trade agreements. And the language is already quite open that they would do so. And some of the later DAs, for instance, talk about the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence or the OECD AI principles. So the entry points are all in there. And I think, again, on technical fragmentation, I'll highlight the focus on open standards and open licensing practices in several of these DEAs, which would in effect mean that using proprietary technologies which can create these digital walled gardens is going to be prevented. So it is not a dramatic effect on internet fragmentation, but I think it is gradually building into these smaller blocks, which eventually can help in internet fragmentation. Where I am most doubtful is governmental fragmentation, and I think many of us have already discussed that, because that's where sovereignty is concerned. Their governments might be a lot more reluctant because it's not only, perhaps it's protectionism as well, but often these things get very easily tied to national security agendas. And the exceptions, as Rick mentioned, they can be quite broad in many of these agreements. And they can, even if they are tightly worded, the interpretation is still, we don't know how that will go before trade tribunals. So, actually, that's not the purpose of these DAs, to go to the exceptions, because that's when something goes wrong. The purpose of these DAs is to focus on cooperation and trying to avoid the point where we have to figure out what these exceptions, how these exceptions might apply.
Thanks, that's very helpful. Mako, would you like to say something about in this regard? On fragmentation, interfragmentation and cooperation through these kinds of mechanisms, or the ones you're doing, and then Ellie, sure, absolutely.
Okay, yeah, on the topic of internet fragmentation or fragmentation in general, I mean, it's quite important to think about, I mean, particularly I'm coming from the policymaker aspect. We are always thinking about how these international agreements would interact with those domestic regulations which are already there. Because often the change in the domestic regulation is a painful process for many policymakers, but also the constituencies, because regulations are often tied to the existing culture, interest, etc., but out there the situation is already changing, so we need to change the regulation. Right. So which means this is not something like you have the regulation and you have to change. It's not like this. It has to be incremental. It's always have to be processed. That is why I definitely agree with the discussion here that we need to have the place, forum, where relevant people, not only the government, but also multi-stakeholder people, have the solution outside the government to work together and gradually, in less painful way, to change the domestic regulation if necessary. But we have to think about it. We're not going to have this single rule. So when we talk about fragmentation, we tend to think like we have to have one single international rules. like the way of the trade agreement. But this is not something would work nowadays. So we have to think about the certain project base that we talk about, we identify what are the bottlenecks in those questions, and we one by one, we talk or we kind of come up with a project to have more pragmatic way to solve the solutions. This kind of pragmatic way is also very necessary and important from the aspect of the regulators and also policymakers. Because often when you talk about data flow, people are going to say, oh, from the free trade aspect, data should flow, that's the requirement of the digital, et cetera, whereas the privacy regulators, they're not going to think in that way. So we need a time process. Right. So that's something I can add it from that aspect.
Absolutely. And both what you're building and what these frameworks are building is that kind of institutionalized framework for incremental kind of. All right, Ellie?
Well,
I think you're on. Just push it up. There you go.
All right, here. There was a time when it made a lot of sense to have a unified approach around the world. It was led by the United States, et cetera, in its companies and its NSF, et cetera, et cetera. So that was the past. And if in a growth situation, it probably made sense to have a certain kind of harmonization and internationalization of all this. But now, kind of the internet has become, and digital economy has become so complex and so fast-moving and so successful and so permeating every aspect of society and people's lives and work and economy. And the international arrangements simply have not kept up with the acceleration. In fact, if anything, they've kind of become slower because there are more countries, more interests involved. The interests are larger than before. So just because something was important in the past doesn't mean that it will be important now or in the future. And so when we talk about harmonizing and trying to integrate and overcome, it's all great, but kind of first there's always the implicit idea that we have everybody will come around to our position because our position makes so much sense, right? That's why we have that position. But in fact, in the real world, that doesn't happen that way. People have different interests. It's not just information. They don't know better. No, they do know, and they have concluded that that doesn't work for them. And so the harmonization aspect of all this is actually has become a roadblock, I think, because it retards innovation, it retards policy experimentation, it retards an awful lot of things. And so if we embrace it and channel it and do this in an intelligent way, and maybe some DEAs will kind of do that, although I predict that some of them will do exactly the opposite, but anyway, can't win them all.
Thanks, Ellie. Well, it's true, and harmonization is tough, and that's why there's been more and more focus on interoperability of different policy frameworks. So you get efforts to make the GDPR interoperable with the APEC privacy rules and so on. Any of our people online want to get in on this point? Stephanie, yes, go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Bill. Look, just to add, I think your last comment about interoperability is a really key one. I think a lot of these digital economy agreements aren't actually trying to achieve the same approach. They're trying to achieve interoperable outcomes through a sort of a variety of different mechanisms, whether by reference to international standards or open standards, whether through regulatory sandboxes to see where there's common ground and so on. So I think that that's a really important innovation in this style of agreement. Most trade agreements that have gone before have been about setting binding, essentially, rules for how things are done to get an agreed outcome. But this is a very different model. And I think it's also really important to bear in mind, as you've characterized it, these different layers that are needed to work harmoniously, whether, the technical or the commercial or the governmental. And, in that connection, this is not necessarily an act of deliberate difference of view. It's simply a sort of byproduct of, countries coming up with their own approaches, whether, or commercial actors coming up with their own sort of technical approaches, which creates friction because they're not the same. So I think, the mechanism of these agreements helps to provide a chance to discuss that and see if there's not a way that those systems can work together with less friction, rather than it being a philosophical difference that could never be bridged. And I think something quite interesting that they've been able to achieve, I mean, there are clearly some basic questions of philosophy about, individual and national sovereignty and so on that may never be bridged, whether you're, the United States or China or Iran or whoever. There are very clearly different philosophies at play there. But just to give one very concrete example, one of the areas of great sensitivity is around financial services data. Countries are very allergic to allowing that across borders because, there are obviously really important considerations, sort of prudential considerations and others. But the Australia-Singapore Digital Economy Agreement has come up with quite an interesting way to address that. The agreements that had gone before said you can have forced data localization for financial services data. Essentially, you can require that to be kept in the country, the market in question. But in the Singapore-Australia DEA, they tried to find a way through that by saying, well, the data doesn't have to be kept just in the market. There's no forced data localization, but it has to be accessible to the relevant officials should it be, needed. So in that way, trying to come up with a very practical solution to how do you, on the one hand, satisfy the policy objective of, good, sound prudential regulation, while also allowing trade to happen, business to take place, and that financial services data to flow across borders. So I think, there are innovative ideas that these DEAs can come up with. On the other hand, though, I'm pretty cynical about whether some of those core issues around, some of the sort of national security, let's say, or fundamental sort of human rights issues may be bridged. And I think we see the model that a lot of the DEAs use is very similar to the CPTPP model for cross-border data flows, which says the default is that data can flow, but there are these exceptions. If there's a legitimate public policy objective, governments can prevent that data from flowing. And despite that, which sounds very open and, is a really sort of pro cross-border data flows, in fact, we can see that one CPTP party, Vietnam, for example, has, a number of sort of cybersecurity regulations which require data localization. CPTPP would seem to be, at odds with that, but Vietnam is a member. So I think, the idea is there, but whether in reality we see, how these regulations actually apply, that's a whole nother story. But let me leave it there.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, no, it's true. The trade agreements all have these kind of exceptions clauses where you have to say something's a legitimate public policy issue, and the restrictions that are in place are no more restrictive than necessary, et cetera. And of course, that opens the door to exactly, well, then what counts within that. But let's open it up to the floor, because we have folks here that'd like to engage in the conversation, and we're past the top of the hour, and we can draw in the folks online more later. There may be not speakers, but participants online. You have a question in the chat? Okay, why don't we take that then? They can type the, oh, okay, sorry. Neha's pointing out that anybody who's listening online can type a question in the chat, or you can ask for the floor, I believe. So, but let's start with the people in the room here. I see Marco has his hand up, and then, okay, so let's go. And there's a mic over there. If you could just pass it around and just push up the button, and you're all good to go. Please say who you are, where you come from, etc. And people behind me, let me know if you want. I don't have eyes in the back of my head.
I think I'm on now. It's Marco Groningen, Dutch government these days. And my first intervention kind of was already stolen, because I do concur with sort of the concerns raised by Eli earlier about sort of the modular approach, and I can now say I'm a recovering engineer, and the joke used to be is the problem with standards is there are too many, and I sense that we have the similar problem with policies, and well, I do like the approach to DEPA, and like, yes, you can get a modular approach or some optional attributes. It also leads to challenges in the end for the user experience. It might not be fragmented in a true sense, but it might also not lead to having similar experiences. But I'll try to keep this short. And where I'm going to is what I'm a bit missing here, and I often see that, is that we talk about agreements, and you kind of said like, yes, they're binding, and yes, okay, these new economic partnerships sense to be less binding, but still often, and Eli said it right, it's like at some point you have a small group that sort of partners up, and the trick is to convince others to join. And I think what we're overlooking there is that in order for them to join, they also need a sense of agency and a sense of ownership. And I think what's particularly missing from a lot of these frameworks is a mechanism to evolve that framework. And looking back where we are here with the internet, I think, yes, it's very modular and layered, and that's part of a success story, but I think also a huge part of that success is that very early on the internet, we found a common way of working and evolving it. And basic agreement is, this is what we currently do, this is what we think is the best solution, but we're happy for you to convince us there is a better way forward. And we might also agree to disagree and do something different. And I think from a lot of these trade and economic frameworks, what I miss is actually sort of thinking about what are we gonna do next? Okay, we've got 15 people. What if the 16th want to join but has a particular concern? How can we accommodate that? And that's what I like to give back to the floor. And of course, happy for the panelists to reflect on that idea.
Thank you, Barco. It's very helpful. Yes, go ahead. Please introduce yourself.
Hello. Ewan Lusty from Flint Global. Thank you for the interesting discussion. On the question of whether digital economy agreements can limit fragmentation, I would say yes, but I'd be cautious about overstating this. I was really interested to see hear the examples of institutional cooperation discussed by Chris Riley and Meiko Maguro, and I think there's real potential here. But we should be clear that the political and geopolitical drivers of fragmentation will continue to exist and will, in all likelihood, intensify. And that in a more politically insecure and uncertain world, governments of all kinds will continue to pursue sovereignty, resilience, national security, and that will limit their inclination to reach agreements that conflict with those objectives. I would also add that some of the political events that we've seen, even in the last month, have underlined how fragile cooperation is, even amongst supposedly like-minded countries. And then finally, I'd say that cooperation in digital governance seems particularly fragile when we consider the changes of government that could take place in elections next year.
Let's not even go there. Scares me. Okay, thank you. It's very helpful. Is there anybody behind me? Because I can't really see anybody. If anybody wants the floor, wants to make a comment, please let me know. Okay, gentleman down there. Yes.
Okay. Armando Mansueta from the Ministry of Economy, Planning and Development of the Dominican Republic. Okay, I find this is a very interesting topic and something that has been discussed at many levels, not with this name, because in Latin America and the Caribbean, a few years ago with ICLAC, we've been discussing the possibility and exploring the possibility to establish a regional digital market which covers most of the things that are put into the proposals of the digital economy agreements. But there are many realities, political, economic, and social realities in many of our countries that even though we wanted, for example, to reach an agreement on those kind of topics, we have the reality that most of our countries don't operate at the same level as others. So instead of trying of tightening the integration and adoption of similar standards and similar way of doing things, what we what we're seeing is that we're exacerbating many of the barriers and many of the gaps that most of our country have, mostly because of political reasons. Because like the person that was behind me said, we have many geopolitical aspects to have to take into consideration. We have cybersecurity aspects. Not all the countries have the same belief or the same way of thinking regarding data protection, privacy, or the data sovereignty in the context of how make that data interoperable so we can interchange that information safely from country to country. So that's just one thing. Regarding payments, it's the same thing. Not all the financial systems operate the same or have the same set of rules. So even though I understand that standards and that can be a hindrance to innovation, especially in a world that we must be moving quickly. The reality is that they're quite important if you want to have that some level of standardization to reach these kinds of agreements. In that sense, for countries that are not as advanced as others in regarding these subjects, how we can better apply the recommendations to reach these sort of agreements with other nations that are more advanced than us.
That is absolutely a crucial question, and one of the things that I put on the description of the session was, these agreements have been so far formed by countries of fairly comparable levels with like-minded kind of orientations. What are the possibilities for expanding in terms of global South participation and so on? So look, that's 3 questions. Why don't we try and see if we get some responses to some of these from the panelists, and then we can hopefully come back around, and if there's a couple more, then wrap that up, because it's after 6 o'clock and people are undoubtedly thinking of the gala and the sushi. If any of the people on the remote would like to, Chris, go ahead.
Sure. So I'll take the middle one, which is the fundamental note of skepticism driven by the political environment. Obviously, I am sympathetic. I think that there is a really interesting tension that was raised between Mako's point, which Ellie echoed, that the old assumption of one set of international rules can't be the goal. That point, I think, is universally agreed by us all and resonates with the political environment they're operating in. But there's a tension between that and Rick's point, which I think we also all share and agree with, which is that we're operating with an increased baseline of alignment in perspective among many countries in how we approach digital platform governance. So I think that we're in this really weird place where we're not all going to agree. We can't agree out of principle, and yet we're also kind of agreeing a little bit, at least on certain matters. Now, I take Stephanie's point as well, national security issues, human rights issues, Marta's point, AI. These are places where we're all far apart. NatSec and human rights are probably always going to be far apart. Mako also referenced privacy earlier, which is another issue that despite decades of negotiations, we're all kind of collectively far apart on the international stage. But there are those places like transparency, like risk assessment and audit, where we're starting to see alignment. And my sort of perhaps overly optimistic hope is that building shared operational structures, more digital economy agreements that lean in on those points where we are seeing some alignment will help be a positive counterweight to some of the negative forces that are going. And layering into all of that and giving us something that we can build towards to try to advance this hope is Bill's point about increased space for multi-stakeholder engagement. More and more of these frameworks, more and more of these international agreements are recognizing the value of multi-stakeholder engagement as a fundamental process of figuring out answers to these hard questions. And I think there too, we can not only find some ground for optimism, but also additional hooks into building transnational substantive alignment.
Thanks, Chris. Absolutely. I think the procedural agreements around transparency, these other kinds of things can be building blocks towards greater convergence incrementally on some of the substantive points. Rick, were you waving at me? Yeah, go ahead.
But let me try to build on Chris's point, and in doing so, respond a bit to the point raised by our Dominican Republic colleague. So as I said at the very beginning, one of the salutary things about this modality of cooperation and governance is that it's multifaceted, it's interdisciplinary, it's multi-stakeholder potentially, as Chris has just indicated, and gets us beyond the sort of narrow market access, corporate-driven genesis of so much of trade policy in many countries, at least until recent years. And let me extend that point a little bit here, that one disciplinary access aspect that has not really been well picked up yet by these agreements is our labor-related considerations, which is, you know, and perhaps this gets to some of the aspects of AI or algorithmic automation, but you know, what are some norms about employee surveillance, performance evaluation, bias and performance evaluation, the use of these tools for recruitment, the protection of worker personal data, whether it be health or financial or otherwise. The transparency aspects are very important, and they're beginning to be worked on, as mentioned. But there's a series of realms of very important considerations that breaking open this beyond market access into wider considerations of regular cooperation shows potential promise. Now, it's a complex landscape, but the point I want to make to come to the Dominican Republic colleagues' point is that, you know, we need to think in more multifaceted ways of international economic cooperation. And it's not only in terms of the multidisciplinarity of it, but it's also in the way that we deal with countries at different levels of capacity. And there's a potential opportunity for these agreements to pioneer a trail, not only in the former dimension, but also in this latter dimension about adapting and getting adherence and involvement in these by countries that have much more limited legal and regulatory capacity, norms and capacity. And by that, you know, the WTO found a way out of its longstanding box of not being able to get major agreements a few years ago by constructing a different approach in its trade facilitation agreement, which basically allowed for levels of commitment to be a function of how much capacity and development assistance to support that capacity existed in the system for that country. So it was not a fits all type of approach to things. And it deliberately envisioned and tried to encourage not only setting a norm, but also investing in capacity in countries so that there can be a shared participation in the development of those norms, but also in implementing them. And I would submit that, you know, we have some practitioners in the room on these agreements, that this is a potentially additional facet that would be very useful for many countries in the world that are, you know, not necessarily the leaders in the platform economy, but that have obviously a growing economic stake in the outcome of these issues. Thanks.
Right. Thanks, Rick. And I think the fact that, as we've noted, Costa Rica and Peru are both trying to join DIPA indicates that there's a belief among some that these mechanisms can be useful in this regard. Do any of the panelists have response to the other aspects of the questions that have been asked so far that we haven't picked up on, or should I go around and get some new questions? Do you want to come back on something, Ellie? Sure, go ahead. We've got like 10 minutes left, or 7 minutes left, something, I don't know. Yeah, just speak.
Yeah, I speak, and it is lit, but there's no sound.
This one works.
All right. Well, I never thought I would kind of say something in favor of the old system, but there was a kind of a certain built-in need to make sacrifices in the old arrangement. If you wanted to get your way in IT, say, you had to give something up in potatoes, say. And now you kind of make it sectoral, and within the sector, you kind of can drop, pick and choose whatever you want to, and you make exceptions, etc. So what's the incentive to make sacrifices anymore? And what's the political cover that you can tell the potato farmers, I'm sorry, but we just had to do something for the better good of the country with IT? That cover doesn't exist anymore. So isn't that really just kind of therefore going to become every country, every deal, everything for itself, and because you can pick and choose. It's like a smorgasbord.
Thanks, Ellie. The digital-only orientation is regarded by many people as a blessing, but you're saying it has its downside, which of course we recognize. On the one hand, we don't want to see internet openness traded off for bananas, and on the other hand, bananas may give incentives to parties to negotiate that might not otherwise. Let's see if there's a couple more questions before we do a last round. Desiree, go ahead, please. Where's the mic on that side? Milton is the mic.
Yes, Desiree Milosevic-Evans, a consultant in policy space. I would like to ask maybe our discussants here to give us a little bit of their vision of where it's all going in terms of having this new digital economy agreements, especially because DIPA has a lot of non-binding commitments. So therefore you could not necessarily sign it, but not necessarily do everything that's in there. And with that in mind, I wonder whether these agreements are more influencing regulatory space or whether regulatory space that Chris talked about is more influencing DEAs. And where is that convergence that is happening, and how do we open trade agreements as being more multi-stakeholder in order to do the protection of data rights and privacy and so on?
It's a very good question. Peji.
Thank you for the insights.
Introduce yourself.
My name is Professor Xu Peixi from Communication University of China. And I'm very much encouraged by the speeches. It seems to me the DIPA model, as discussed previously, can be really helpful to limit the internet fragmentation or reduce the fragmentation for the reason that it has attracted countries both like-minded and not like-minded. That is very much a dividing line for such kind of agreements. So I would like to know more about the typical features or attributes of this deeper model, but perhaps from Marta, since you have talked about this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, PJ. Is there maybe one more question before I spin back for a last round? Yes, please, go ahead. The mic has disappeared. Pass this over, please. It's on?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Thank you so much. Sorry, it's not like a question, I think.
Can you say who you are?
Yeah, my name is Shilpa. I'm a PhD candidate at University of Melbourne. I do cross-border data research, but from a political economy perspective and not the trade perspective, which is why my question is more like a criticism to this entire regime of international agreement. Because during my research, I found that, you know, in the 70s and the 80s, the 90s, that, you know, how ITU, World Bank, they kind of pushed developing nations, I mean, of course, in support of developed nations, is that, you know, they wanted to open in this kind of state partnership so that the developed, I mean, the telecom operators could enter into developing countries. And then there was a lot of criticism that, you know, which actually led to international digital divide that we saw. And that has continued for many decades. I would like to raise this kind of a concern, even if we do this at this point of time, it's going to broaden that digital divide. Which is why I think that, you know, DIPA, and I was thinking that, you know, do we really need these kind of agreements? Because is internet fragmented? I mean, like, is the system broken that we need to protect it? It's not, and I think it's doing the other way around. You are fragmenting it, because what's going to happen is that some of the countries, if they're going to enter into the agreement, there is going to be retaliation, let's say by BRICS Plus, that they're going to have their own agreement, and they will not let other members to participate in it. So which is why I think we need to have like a bird eye view of the problem, that, you know, is there even a problem to fix it?
Okay, so that sort of echoes Ellie's point before about policy fragmentation. All right, so let's, are there no other, I just want to make sure, nobody else in the room wants to, ask anything? Okay, because we're getting towards the end of the time slot. Let's just go around and see who on the panel would like to respond to any of the last three questions, starting with Marta, who was specifically called out. Go ahead.
Yes.
And we have to be concise, relatively.
Yes, I will try to answer the question and sort of touch on the others as well. Yes, the DIPA model is a model that at the moment will make sure that basically countries, we need to talk about substance and membership. In terms of substance, it is true that this agreement has some rules that are very much binding and other rules that are non-binding. And therefore, the non-binding ones, those that are like more soft language, they may be a little bit more attractive to countries that do not have the capacity to be able to tackle all the other issues. So this is how, for example, you can attract non-like-minded countries, that they may feel a little bit more comfortable in just talking, in just cooperating, on just literally having a conversation on certain issues. So this is where I see sort of in a way, sort of where this can go. And in terms of substance, what I see and membership as well, what I see is DIPA has some aspects that are very much similar to previous agreements, and it's on the new ones that I think it lays the ground for opening up the conversation with countries that may not necessarily share at the moment the same views. So in terms of countries that want to accede to this agreement, I think these agreements, like DIAS as well, what they do is that they open up this conversation. They lay the groundwork for cooperating, which in my opinion is a little bit better than having no conversation at all. I totally understand the concerns about whether they are creating a greater digital divide, where they are creating a problem, but I see them as a response to the fact that there was regulatory fragmentation from a governmental perspective. And these at least are an attempt to try to overcome a problem of countries not talking, not addressing the issues at multilateral level. So this is an attempt to say, let's start by just having some language, something that will incentivize us to talk more. And at the moment where I think one of the previous interventions was, there are geopolitical concerns that will continue, absolutely agree with that. And I think that as long as we keep talking, that can help, especially at the moment where we have such strong geopolitical tensions. I'm a little bit of an optimist from that perspective. I still think it is better to talk and sit at a table, even if it's just to talk about best endeavor things and cooperation, rather than not having anyone sit at that table.
All right, thanks, Ian. And that's both of these models, the DEAs and the DPs, are indeed institutionalizing dialogue. All right, just quickly response to the three questions. Anything in particular, Neha? Or?
I like the fact that we ended with an existential question,
well, sure.
Because that's the best way to come full circle. The only point I want to emphasize is that, and I think this was a common theme across many questions, is every time you build a community, a digital trade community, an internet community, any community that you're building, there are some people who get excluded because they don't share the same values or the same concerns. That's inevitable. Having said that, I think what I have taken from this exercise of learning about these digital economy agreements is that the fact that they create this possibility of creating a transnational legal order, the fact that they open up avenues for multi-stakeholder cooperation, and especially for the internet community, I think it's timely for people in the internet community to sit down and spot the areas where there is actually ability to engage and what are the points of intervention that are important for governments to hear, because these bodies are being set up as these agreements are being set up. So I think instead of focusing too much on what's not going to happen, it's possibly good, as Marta said, to think about the areas where even modest engagement can bear some result on reducing fragmentation.
Thank you, Neha. Anything from our three online people quickly as we barrel towards a conclusion? Yes, Stephanie, go ahead.
Very quickly, just picking up on what Desiree said, I think we need to remember that in quite a number of these areas, there actually isn't already existing regulation. It's not a question of regulators from all the parties or both sides clashing over which model is best. You know, it's actually a more symbiotic relationship than that, or synergistic sort of relationship where country regulators can learn from each other as they are developing some of these regulations. I mean, we've talked about AI a few times already. As countries are looking to put in place ways to govern the digital economy or the internet, they can learn from the experiences of others and craft regulations, I guess, with an eye to a sort of more cross-border, sort of interoperable ethos. And that's not just about economic benefit, but a lot of the sort of socio-technical benefits and impacts of the internet as well. So something like cybersecurity or misinformation, disinformation, those are not confined within national borders. They need to have a sort of a global flavor to them. And so I think, it's really important not to look at the regulation of these areas just in a national silo, but also in a sort of a global context, which I think these agreements enable.
Thanks,
I'll leave
Stephanie.
it there.
Okay, I think we are officially over time, so let's just be real concise. Ellie, go ahead. Sure.
Yeah, really, one thing that I have kind of concluded listening here is that my earlier proposal was a reactive. There should be some kind of a data bank of what exists or what will exist. I think I'm kind of now moving to the notion of proactive, which is a yardstick, a model DEA type arrangement that one can kind of in a way look at, recommend it to countries, and for them to justify in some ways to their own constituencies why they move away from that particular model.
So we end not only with existentialism, but evolution away from skepticism towards cautious, possible, maybe a value.
I'm skeptic, but it's going to happen, so it may as well kind of be based on some kind of a rational model.
Good point. Quickly, anything or okay?
Just about the existential point about those discussions, perhaps like expanding the gaps.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at from the aspect of the mechanism, perhaps it looks like it. But if you just look at the result, which is we are aiming at the policy coordination, right? I mean, if not, we're going for the convergence of rules. And we are all making the same effort from the different angle to have the policy coordinated in some or other. It's all experimental. But also, yes, she mentioned the right part, which is we need to keep talking because we don't even know where the gap is. That's the state of the world, so we need to talk. But also, from my aspect, we also need to have the solution already start building up. Because talking, yes, we see the gap, but we also have to have this pragmatic solution there. If not, we don't have the convergence. Then that's why I think people are talking about bringing in a multi-stakeholder where people can bring the technological aspect or some other aspect. So it's solution plus talk. That is where we are going ahead. I think that's how we can put it.
I think that's a great point to finish on unless there's... Okay, I think we really should stop because we are now 5 minutes over. I want to thank everybody. I want to especially thank the three speakers who are around the world in different time zones for hanging in there with us and joining us. So contributions were really valuable. We really appreciate it. We thank everybody here for participating. And now let's go to the gala and enjoy the rest of the evening. So thanks, everybody, and good night. That's why I asked for somebody else to do it, because I find it impossible to be a remote moderator and a moderator. Oh, yeah, okay. Hey, that was fun.